Blop, blop. Smiles and pours the ingredients into the pot. Purple grass. Creepy humanoid-looking vegetables. Meat of a mysterious origin. Tamp. Close the lid. It's almost ready, master. Good. I nodded in agreement. Polo and Lin, who were watching Kid cook, turned pale with astonishment. The hand holding the bowl seems to tremble. Foo-foo. Are you scared? Relax. Kid's cooking is delicious. I'm not scared of your food. It's just that it's very strange to me. I'm scared. The color looks horrible. This fear is very understandable. Kid's plate scared me when I first saw it. And with the type of ingredients it contains, you'd think it was poison. But its taste, contrary to its appearance, is out of this world. How Urara taught her to cook is a mystery. Whether she follows the recipes to the letter, or just adds ingredients depending on her tastes, it's all a mystery. Come here. I'm going to brush your tail. Thank you for your help. Frau took out a comb, and was brushing Kid's tail. The fur on Kid's tail, which had a rough appearance, became truly beautiful after being brushed. Hey, don't get in the way. Kaiyui. Panda tried to approach Frau, but before Frau could do anything to him, Kid caught him and held him in her arms. Panda's eye glazed over and he becomes quiet. Instead of being a party of adventurers, you're more like a family. Really? We are something like that too, but not on your level, Naya. I get sleepy every time I watch you guys. Naya, I don't like it. You guys look too distracted to be adventurers. Polo still does not seem to be satisfied with everything we do. Maybe it's because he's the underboss of the Flamax gang, but I get the impression that he's a stickler for common sense. Lin, on the other hand, has a laid-back personality that doesn't worry about these details. She has a more relaxed attitude while Poloa is in charge of thinking about problems. I have been shown many such scenes on this trip. Poloa and Lin react to the sound and draw their weapons. Don't worry, it's Rosyuk, my hunting beast. Rosyuk stretched out his long body and moved through the air. I had him come out of the seal the moment we got here, but apparently the two of them didn't see when I called him. Rosyuk is like a watchman. He'll keep away the demons that come near us. It looks like a snake. I'm not sure I like snakes either. Shocked, Rosyuk curls up in my arms out of sadness. Although he is a rough beast that has no feelings, it seems that he can't stand to be mistaken for a snake. The food is ready. Kt opens the pot, and extracts the thick purple liquid. As I expected, it smells great. It strongly stimulates my stomach. It's delicious. I can't believe it. When they put the soup in their mouths, they froze upon seeing the difference between its appearance and flavor. On the second day of our trip, we arrived at the mountain range. It was worth taking the shortcut, and we arrived at our destination ahead of schedule. There is a valley road located in the center of the mountain range. The corpses of humans lie everywhere, and the remnants of a fierce battle can be seen. They must have been attacked by demons while trying to pass through here. How many enemies are there? Many. I'm starting to see them. Approximately 10 masked demons jump off the cliff and onto the road. The man in the black robe who appeared at the end may be the commander. Hello, humans. Do you want to come this way? Are you lost? Are you looking for something? We're here to get rid of you. That task will not be easy. Are you heroes? Who are you? Are you only human? Am I wrong? The man in the black robe was gaunt and had sunken eyes. His words, actions and behavior are unnatural and creepy. I can deduce that he is a wizard, because he has a wand. Poloa, Lin, you geese stay back. We can't do that. You're going to fight a mage. Naya, tell me what to do and I'll help you. No, with me it's enough. Poloa brought up the rear. At least let me cover you. Now, third general of the Demon King, show me how powerful you are. I drew the great sword and held it in both hands. You're always right. Can I ask you something? I don't like to talk to the enemy, but I suppose I have to in order to gather information. I'll let you ask something just once, and in return you'll answer my questions. Why did you block the road? It's bait to lure the hero. The greatest enemy of all demons, the one trying to kill the Demon King. I see. So the demons are going straight for the hero. Maybe they wanted to kill him before, but they couldn't find him since they haven't heard any news about what Sane is doing for a while now. If it's any consolation, I also want to kill the hero as much as you do. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. Where's the hero? I don't know. Let's change the question. Who was it that killed our compatriots, the Demon King's generals? It was me. The demons made a stunned noise. Royce also stepped back, as if he had not expected that answer. Who are you? A simple warrior. Nonsense. We'll end this now. The 10 demons accompanying the general drew their knives. They disperse and start attacking from different directions. Wind cut. Fash. The demons were cut down by the wind blade. The enemy flinched as Kd held out her iron fan so gracefully. Break hammer. Frau's hammer hits the enemy directly, and the opponent is sent flying and driven into the wall. Only you are left. They are only disposable tools. Royce's real power comes after his men are dead. Demons that should have been dead rise from the ground. In addition, the corpses of humans lying dead in the vicinity also rose up, and we were suddenly surrounded by more than 50 opponents. So this is the famous necromancy I heard so much about. An abhorrent magic that manipulates corpses to obey the caster. Get away from me. That's disgusting. Naya. Poloa fights from a distance with a bow, and Lin fights to keep the corpses away. This situation is something we can easily overcome, but just in case, I'll bring out my escort. I called Ross Uke and ordered him to protect Poloa and Lin. What can I do for you, Master? If you want me to get rid of them, I can do so gladly. No, I'll do it. You guys keep an eye on the general and make sure he doesn't escape. I held the great sword and controlled my breathing. I used their Dragon Knight and Great Thief skills simultaneously. In addition, I will use the moves learned from Elisha to be more agile. My speed increased so much that one of the corpses reacted to me and looked back the moment I cut it in two. Then I cut one after another until they were all lying on the ground again. Royce still couldn't process the fact that his army was lying on the ground in the blink of an eye. Royce was left alone again, and stepped back. Did you realize that you have no chance of winning? Ice Rock. Kd acted fast, and froze his legs so that he could not escape. I slowly approach him. Get away from me. Don't worry, I'll take care of killing Sane, so you can die peacefully. Wait, what do you? From 1 second to the next, Royce's head flew through the air. I put my sword away quietly, and turned around. Lin and Polo are staring at me in amazement. Both were frozen with weapons in their hands. Is something wrong? Are you really level 50? Yes. That's a lie. You're hiding your true level with some camouflage item or something. He knows. I knew that at any moment someone would notice once they saw I wasn't struggling. On the way back to Gridget, Poloa and Lin were completely silent. The Queen slides her elbow off the armrest. The throne is about to fall and the knight rushes to hold it. It's only been 3 days, but the work is already done. The Queen looked at Poloa and Lin. I saw it with my own eyes. Naya. He's not lying. He did. In 3 days. The Queen rose from her throne and approached me. He takes my right hand and squeezes it with both hands. On behalf of all my people, thank you very much, hero. I felt embarrassed and scratched my cheek with my left finger. The Queen, who is above the clouds for commoners, came to me and grabbed my hands. It's a great honor, but it's something I'm not used to, and I'm very embarrassed. When I looked at Kd and Frau, they smiled. They looked happy. After all, does a slave really take pride in seeing his master become famous? I've tried to keep a low profile, but if that's the case, I might as well be a little more active. No, I can't. If they find out I'm level 301 or something, I'll be in a lot of trouble. When I looked at the Queen, I realized she was mumbling something. King of Armand, you are a cheating man. I can't believe you had such a good adventurer in your lands. If I had met him a year earlier, I could have given him a hero's title. Oh, I was just thinking out loud. Oh ho ho, I'm so sorry. The Queen tapped my shoulder. She may be a queen, but she has the attitude of the typical old lady in town who cares about you and makes jokes. Oops, not a good time to think about these things. He returns to his throne and opens his fan. Then let me give you your reward for fulfilling the request so well. Bring him here. A car was brought to the courtroom. On top was a pile of white gold coins. There's 200 million there. And I'll give you your own private mansion in the royal capital of Gridget. What? Since I can't give you the title of hero, the best thing would be to give you a very comfortable mansion in this country, so you can come back here whenever you want. Foo-fa-foo. No, what I'm trying to say, Huh? Are you going to turn down the Queen's generous offer? His eyes are scary. On his face is a smile, but his eyes say otherwise. I reluctantly accepted the offer. The Queen's attention is captured by Frau. Oh, look at that, it's a fairy. Is there a problem with that? Not at all. I've always wanted to meet one. I've admired them since I was a little girl. I never thought I'd see one here. Oh, okay. The Queen was so excited she looked like a child. Frau turned around with her face red with embarrassment. Isn't it too big? It's not an optical illusion. This place is huge. How can anyone live in a place like this? Kaiyui. The mansion had been prepared exclusively for us. There was a fountain in front of the entrance, and a lush lawn grew in the garden. The path from the gate to the mansion was well paved with stones. The important building is also 2 stories high and wide. This is much bigger than the house I once used to live in. I am afraid just to make comparisons. I wonder what the cost of this place will be. Will the country take care of all the cats? The Queen said this place would be for us. But I can't afford it. Master, let's go inside. Wrapped her arms around me, and pulled me forward. When I saw how happy she looked, I felt that nothing mattered to me anymore. If my lovely slave is happy, that's fine with me. Then there will be time to think about those details. I took the key out of my pocket and opened the door. Frau came in on top of Panda, and her eyes kept looking around the house. It doesn't seem like a bad place to live, but it's unnecessarily large. I'm sure I'll get lost in this place. Caillou, come on, Panta. Let's look over there. Kaiyui. The 2 disappeared down the hall. On second thought, staying in this place is convenient. I just have to wait for Sane to come to this country. To do this, he needed a place where he could spend a long period of time in comfort. And I couldn't stay in Baron Scotchell's house forever either. This reward is not so bad. I feel grateful with this. Master, there's a bathroom. Drun's back. Wow. There's even a bathroom. I've only been to one a couple of times, and they've been quite exhilarating. It feels great to wash in that place. Do you want me to wash your head again? Stop treating me like a child. I'm kidding. I don't have the courage to be alone with the current ct. Unlike in those days, she now has the body of an adult woman. Oh number. I just missed my chance. ? He lowered his fox's chance. What do you mean by that? I bowed my head without understanding what was happening. Speaking of which, I'd better get to my room. Yes, so do I. I have a lot of things to unpack and you need to organize them. Every time I pass through a town or city, I buy or keep souvenirs. Bears carved out of wood, vases, etc. Things that have no other use than decoration. The magic storage is convenient, but its capacity is limited, so I have to empty it from time to time. Well, if there's a souvenir that looks good, I can display it at the mansion. I do push-ups in my room. Completely naked. I have wanted to try it for a long time. I could never do it at the inn as it would be weird in front of my ex-friends. This feeling of freedom is pleasant. It is a relief to have a place like this to relax and have my privacy. Should it be squats now? No. I'd better get on with the abs. The door suddenly opened and I was seen naked. Saw me morosely, screamed and ran away. Hey, close the door, and knock on the door when you come in. No, it's my fault for not passing the key to the door. I heard a familiar voice from the hallway. Are you sure they're here? That's what I heard at the palace. And seriously, that guy is really strong? Yes, I'm not exaggerating. If I had to guess, I'd say it's above level 100. Then it is indeed true that he defeated the dragon. Those voices. The Flamax gang? This is not good. This is a dangerous situation. I have to close the door quickly. I got up and ran to the entrance. Hey. Wallows. The leader was in front of me. He looked down and paused. Then he let out an impressed ho, Payank. I closed the door. I think he's in an unfavorable situation. We'd better go down and wait a little bit. What was he doing? Not much. But he's got a great sword. What? I heard the footsteps walking away. I'm not embarrassed to be seen naked, but there is a time for it. This is an enormous psychological damage. And Kt saw me doing push-ups naked. Knock knock. Someone calls for death. Master, you are a wonderful man in every way. I mean it. After that, I heard kids' footsteps walking away down the hallway. I was trapped. I've been to the elves' village many times since that day, but after our first meeting, they wouldn't even let me talk to them. They would just shoot arrows at me. They were really trying to kill me. I am a hero. I decided it would be unwise to waste any more time with the elves, so I opted to go ahead and focus on defeating one of the demon generals, Roy's. Although we are already quite late, so to shorten the travel time, we decided to ask the fairies for help. Legend has it that heroes of the past received fairy dust and flew through the sky. Then it occurred to me that I could try getting some. We will still be far behind, but we will dramatically increase our speed. I'm sure the fairies will bow to me as soon as they see me. After all, I am the hero, and eventually I will become a legend. But the situation was completely not what I expected. Hey human, get the hell out of here. Go back where you came from. They are all rude and spit on me every time they come near me. In addition, they are quite strong in contrast to their appearance. Lisa and Sora have already been knocked down and are lying on the ground. I was doing all I could to protect myself. Damn it, don't come any closer. I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, just try and see if you can. Human. I'm the hero. You have to help me. Stupid human. ATM superscript A dirty human. ATM superscript A human who claims to be a hero. ATM superscript A. Stop singing. It's deafening. I wielded my sword. I am not stupid. I am justice itself. I am the hero you should fear. They are full of bullshit. Why won't they leave me alone? Chief. Hero. Go back the way you came. This is no place for you. Stop fooling around and give me fairy dust. The old man shook his head and said, it's useless. Immediately the fairies started throwing stones at us, and they shouted, get out of here. My frustration was about to boil over. I wanted to kill them all, but they were moving too fast for me to catch them. I have no choice but to leave. Get up. We're getting out of here. Huh? Sane? Where are we? I woke them up with a kick each. The attacks stopped, but the chorus of get the hell out of here continued. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Why doesn't anything work? The world is against me. What have I done to deserve this? I can't help but feel frustrated. After buying a horse, we hurried to the royal capital of Gridget. What awaited us upon arrival was a situation I had already predicted. They did what? Roy's was defeated by the Manu Brigade. I am amazed by the Queen's words. Again, they beat me to it. It all started when the dragon was defeated. From that point on, my whole world fell apart. To be more exact, from the moment I kicked Toru out of the party. Don't tell me this is a punishment from God. Perhaps it is the curse for receiving this title. It's ridiculous, but very funny at the same time. Thanks to you, all my plans, my life, everything is shattered. I was going to be a hero, make women serve me, enjoy my position, fame and money, and finally marry the Princess of Balsal and take control of the country. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get here from that small town? What went wrong? What went wrong? Why is everything going wrong? I don't get it. It is hard for me to think of what could be the cause. Sane Dono, are you feeling well? Excuse me, I'm feeling a little sick. I see. Thank you for the work you've done so far. Later there will be a discussion at the round table at this location, and we would be pleased with your presence. Yes. I left the courtroom. I joined Lisa and Sora, who were waiting outside, and crouched down on my knees out of sight. I'm the hero, it's supposed to work out for me. Sane, calm down. Lisa, do you really think I'm a hero? Of course you are. You're the one who's going to save the world. Lisa gives me a gentle hug. That worked to calm my fluttering heart. She stroked my head and my mind shut down. Yes. I am the hero who will go down in history. I did the right thing in making you mine. You're too good for Toru. Fufu. Thank you. I love you, Sane. Hey, don't just start flirting on your own. I'm here too. Thanks to Lisa, I feel like I have a clear head. I feel very good. If you think about it, there are always setbacks for heroes, right? This may be an ordeal, but it is also a test to be overcome. The glory I want awaits me. Round table. Place where representatives from various countries, mainly human, meet. Heroes have been introduced here for a long time and have had their names and faces remembered. In addition, help is also requested to defeat the Demon King, so it is designated as a very important meeting. On this occasion, representatives from 5 major countries are meeting: Gridget, Armand, Basel, Greyfield, Lastoria. Many people were seated at the round table. I was standing behind King Balsas, waiting to be called. By the way, it seems that you recently gave the adventurer of the Maniou Brigade the title of hero. However, rumors do not always spread correctly. How many of the rumors about them are actually true? King Armand, Cuckoo, they are a truly remarkable bunch. They don't care about fame, and they always speak their minds, and half the rumors about them are true. It's unusual for that to be the case. I'm suddenly very interested. Then you should meet them in person, King Lastoria. The conversation was monopolized by the Maniou Brigade. I was irritated just by hearing that name. I managed to suppress my overflowing murderous intent by gritting my teeth. They have been a great help to us at Gridget. They are as strong as the rumors say. They wiped out one of the 6 demon generals in just 3 days. It looks like they are planning to go to Greyfield soon. Are they going to Greyfield? Then I must meet them. Please tell us what they're like. Raina. Fufafu, as the name suggests. They enjoy travel, food, and meeting people everywhere. Greyfield has a lot of archaeological sites. They will surely enjoy them. Enough of this. Don't talk about the Maniou Brigade in front of me. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Tap. King Balsal taps his finger on the table. We must talk about what concerns us. This is not a meeting for small talk. It is about solving our biggest problem, the subjugation of the Demon King. You mean your boy? He hasn't done anything. But he will. He is the pride of Balsal, the greatest hero of all time. The king strikes a blow at the table. The queen and the kings looked at me and King Balsal with cold eyes. It's as if they were watching a fake hero. Then King Armand interrupted him. We have to keep calm. It is an undeniable fact that he is a hero, so we simply have to cooperate. As usual, the Demon King hasn't started a full-scale invasion yet. Probably because he hasn't gained enough power. I think it's the right time to attack. Everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly. After all, you have to trust me. They just have to keep quiet and watch me work. I will kill the Demon King as you wish. I will show them that there is no point in waiting for the Maniou Brigade. They were only given the title of hero. Instead, I am the hero among heroes, the one who has the specialized job of fighting the Demon King. It is not necessary to make a comparison. That said, is Greyfield your next destination? Does that mean they are here in Gridget? Then we arrived just in time. I'm going to go ahead to Greyfield and make an appearance worthy of the hero. I couldn't do anything before because they were so many steps ahead of me. To tell you the truth, I'd like to go take care of them right away. But right now I'm thirsty for results. I want to be showered in praise. First, I must be recognized for a great feat. It's not too late after all. Look at me, Maniou Brigade. I'll show you how scary I can be. Ha 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 ha. Glup glup. Shark Boy was swimming placidly in the fountain. As soon as you look at him, he comes towards you, and will open his mouth repeatedly as if trying to tell you something. Well, what can you do? Glup? I can't understand a word he says. Nor does the expression on his face tell me anything. It's like I get sleepy every time I see him. Ha ha, perhaps that's his special power, ... or not. The silly look on his face makes me forget things. In case you're wondering, Kid told me that he's a type of underwater escort, but she didn't tell me what exactly he can do. In other words, every time we make an assessment of him, it yields no data. It would be simpler if we put his skills to the test, but there are no abundant sources of water anywhere near here. How is everything? Oh, you're back. Allos just happened to show up. Bax was also at his side, accompanying him this time. I've been coming here quite often the last few days. I have received many invitations from them to participate in quests, but we just end up drinking sake. At first, he ordered his vice leader, Poloa, to get along with us. He did so reluctantly, but when he learned that I like sake as much as Allos, something inside him crumbled. In addition, Allos was in a similar situation to mine. A man who came out of a small country town and came to the city. His parents died and he's been living alone all this time. His friends are made up of younger childhood friends, so he's probably proud to be their elder brother. It's just like me. but with a few differences. Allo sits on the edge of the fountain and extends the bottle of sake he was carrying. This guy. He's drinking during the day. If you look closely, his face is a little red. What did you come here for today? I came to invite you on a quest. Actually, there is a lake a few distances from here. It's a very safe place. There are no monsters, or any aquatic animals that are dangerous. If you want, you can join us today. Are you guys working too? Half work, and half rest. Well, it's to pass the time. Well, they did say they were going to do some work near the lake. I guess it's not such a bad idea. These days, both Kt and Frau are in a state of distraction, having been confined to the mansion. This could be a good distraction. In addition, it would be very beneficial for us to be able to see Shark Boy's abilities. When will you be going? The day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll be ready by then. I have to buy a swimsuit. Woo. This is huge, Frau shouts as soon as we arrive at our destination. She flew towards the lake with a twinkle in her eyes. Lately, she keeps saying I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored, so it's normal for her to be excited now. Today the weather is fine. The surrounding area is covered with trees sporting greenish-yellow leaves and the surface of the lake reflects the light with a brilliant shine. Master, I'll have the camp ready in a moment. Kt said this with a simple smile, but her tail was wagging furiously and she seemed to be itching to play in the water as soon as possible. When I pat her on the head, her white fox ears droop. I'll take care of the preparations, you take care of the food. Okay. First we have to get water. Water. Her expression becomes brighter and her fox ears perk up. She was so happy that she pulled out a bucket and ran to the lake right away. But she came right back and hugged me. She rubbed her face against my chest and sniffed me lightly, then ran back to the lake. I think she went skipping. You've been waiting for this for a long time. Right? Foo. My slave is cute even today. We'll go complete our work. We'll be back a couple of hours. When everything is settled, be careful. I don't want you to die along the way. Oh, if possible, catch something to eat when we get back. The Flamax gang waved lightly and walked into the forest. They were going to hunt trolls. Details are unknown, but the troll is a large monster that can reach up to 5 meters. It is very important to be alert against such an enemy. I don't think there's any need to worry, since they're an S-rank party. I quickly set up a tent and began preparing our camp. By the time I got started, Kt had already returned and was preparing lunch. Frau hasn't come back yet. I don't mind her wandering off. It's not the first time she's done so. I'd better go do some fishing. I'll leave you in charge for a while. Okay, be careful. Kayui. Panda came out of the seal and stood next to Kt. He would rather relax here with Kt than go with me. Sometimes it's hard to tell who his master is. He seems loyal to me, but he also acts too freely to be with whomever he pleases. Rosyuk acts according to my orders. After all, each familiar beast has its own personality. It's nice, and it's cold. I took off my boots and dipped my feet in the water. The lake is blue and undulating. Clarity is decent. You can't see the bottom, but the top layer is crystal clear and beautiful. It seems to be a pretty deep place. Now I just have to figure out how to catch something. A fishing rod is good, but it's hard to throw it with a spear gun. Using a net is also another possibility. I am prepared for all uses, so I could use any of them. We should aim big here. And the fishing method that best suits my level is spearfishing. On second thought, I think it's better to use Shark Boy. Is it okay to dive here? Shark Boy, club. Shark Boy left the seal. I don't really know if it's a male or a female, so I'm going by my intuition that it's a male. If I am wrong, I will change the name. I took off my clothes and put on my swimsuit. Then I jumped into the lake with a harpoon. Glub glub. Shark Boy happily approaches and rubs his body against mine. Once I stroke him, he swims back around and rubs against me, wanting me to stroke him again. The surface of Shark Boy's body is rough, probably due to his shark-like body. Most creatures would scrape their skin if they were hit by something like this. Glub glub. A fin appeared on the upper part of Shark Boy's body. Are you telling me to grab it? When I grabbed it, Shark Boy started swimming. This is very fast. Much faster than swimming on my own. I wonder if this is his top speed. My thoughts must have been transmitted. because Shark Boy's speed increased dramatically. Wait. Slow down. The speed slows down. Shark Boy, you are dangerous. If we were at sea, the speed he can achieve would be extraordinary. I'll have him take me to the deepest part of the lake and see what it's like. I held the harpoon in my left hand. Any animal that appeared would die instantly. This place is very deep. I think I've already dived about 3 meters, but now I can't see anything at all. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters. We reached the bottom, which was covered by long aquatic plants. As soon as I set my feet, the accumulated mud rose up like dust. I can still keep holding my breath. I trained hard for this. I think I may be down here longer than expected. Fwish! A large fish passed in front of me. It didn't even realize we were here. There, great thief, skill works even on fish. I wonder if sharks are the same, so I quietly approach one from behind. Foo! I identified the fish's weak points with the Dragon Knight skill and threw the harpoon at it at high speed. It was more than 50 centimeters long. I think that one fish like that for every throw is enough. I would like to catch 5 more of these. At that moment, a huge net coming from the lateral direction abducts Shark Boy and me along with the fish. Zub! The net was lifted and I was face down. With this, the Lord will be pleased. Doing this was an amazing idea. Kayui, Frau was pulling the net together with Panda. However, when Panda noticed that I was in the net, he left Frau and fled to land at high speed. Huh? Hey, why are you leaving all of a sudden? Frau, a broken bar. We'll discuss this later. Frau shuddered with a pale face. The fat drips from the fish as it is scorched by the heat. I picked up the last fish and bit into it. The fish here are delicious. It's so yummy. Freshly cooked fish is juicy and moist. Always seems to love it. By the way, it looks like their troll hunt was successful. They finished the hunt in an hour and then came back, so I guess there's no question that they are indeed S rank. Tilda, I'm satisfied. With our stomachs full, we relax in the shade of a tree. The weather and temperature are perfect. This is great. Lin emerges from the bushes in a bathing suit. After a while, Kt and Frau also appeared, looking beautiful. Kt wore a white bikini over her translucent white skin. Her slender and sexy body would fascinate any man. Kt looked at me shyly. My lord, you should also look at Frau. She grabbed my head tightly and spun it so that I looked at her. She is an insistent little slave. Frau has a slender figure, but that's all I can say. The swimsuit she was wearing was a pretty pink ruffle. Her long pigtails were pulled back in a bun, giving her a slightly different look than usual. Guys, don't go falling in love with my body. Naya. Lin wears a black bikini to accentuate her sex appeal. However, the members of the Flamax gang looked at each other and then quickly looked back at Kt. Hey, why are you only looking at Kt? We've been together since childhood, so we've seen you in so many different ways. At this point, a swimsuit isn't that surprising. But I still have a lot to show. Naya, praise me. There was scant applause. Lin's mood was getting worse. Let's go swimming, Lin-san. It's okay, Naya. Wow, you're really smooth, Naya. Lin was grabbed by the arm and breaks out in a cold sweat when she feels Kid's breasts against her. Master, you too. Me? When I tried to get up, they pulled me down and forced me to sit down. I was quickly handed a bowl that had sake in it. Are you seriously planning to stand in the middle of all those women and leave us alone? That's right, Toru. You're staying to drink sake with us. That's right, men drink with men. I was caught between Polo and Bax, so I could not escape this incarceration. In front of me, Olos was smiling with a bottle of alcohol. I have no choice. I will have to stay put. GGGHHH, GGGHHH. Stop it. You make me laugh, little fishes. Nah. Bax is snoring and Lin is squirming while talking in her sleep. If you look around, you will see that Poloa, Frau and Kt are sleeping peacefully. The fire was lit and only Olos and I were awake. You look like you're going to fall asleep at any moment. I think I've had too much to drink. Yeah. This was a lot of fun. Rosyuk was keeping watch. Although there's nothing dangerous nearby, the fact that Rosyuk is flying around and circling the place makes me feel more at ease. Olos pours me another drink and I thank him. So, what are you going to do next? What do you mean? As the name of your party indicates, you are going to be traveling, so what's your next destination? I thought a bit before answering. Actually, I'm waiting for a certain hero. I heard that a round table gathering is going to be held and they are coming to Gridget. According to the calendar, it will be held the day after tomorrow. What are you saying? The round table ended yesterday. What? I spilled the sake due to the surprise. This can't be. I heard that it was going to be the day after tomorrow. Did they change the date? Why? You never asked me about the round table, so I assumed you weren't interested. Never mind. It was my fault for not giving notice in advance. But why did they speed it up? There was a demon attack at North Star. I'm sure you've heard about it. We heard about it too, and that's why they decided to move up the date. Crack. Without realizing it, I squeezed the container. Stay calm. We still don't know for sure if Sane has left Gridget. It's all right. Don't panic. You'll see those three again soon. Allos looks at me while holding a new bowl. Don't show that face to the girls. ? I touched my face. It seems that my murderous intent appeared unconsciously on the face. I didn't realize it until he pointed it out to me. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. If you want to see the hero, man, then I don't think you should bother. What do you mean? I know where the hero is going. And you shouldn't go because the Dark Realm is ruled by demons. Something crossed my mind. Greyfield. Yes, the heroes will end up going to Greyfield, which is next to the Dark Kingdom. Also, the road is currently blocked by a fort. It should take at least a few months to break through it. If I don't find him at Gridget, then I'll see him at Greyfield. I was relieved to hear that. I had originally planned to go to Greyfield. This would only accelerate that plan. As you must know, the hero is an effective card in this battle against the Demon King. I will take full responsibility for whatever happens. Allos spoke no more. But I understood what he was trying to say. If that happens, I will have to release Kt and Frau, and then apologize to them. Come on, we have to drink a lot today. You always do. Really? Has this guy forgotten that I've been hanging out with him a lot lately? He poured more alcohol in my glass. Suddenly I felt someone grab my pants. Mazza broken bar. She must have grabbed me while she was asleep. My heart is soothed at the sight of Kid's sleeping face. Don't try to lead your slaves to death. I know. I'll do everything on my own, and I'll take full responsibility. If you can't do it, I'll take care of it. Do you want to make such a commitment? Maybe. I hope that day never comes. We clink our glasses. He is a man with a big heart. No wonder his friends trust him so much. I wish I had had an older brother like him, someone I could trust. If it had been like this, none of what I am living through would be happening. No, there is no point in regretting the past. I just have to go ahead and face whatever comes my way. I stroked Kid's head. Her tail began to wag. Frau, who was sleeping while holding her tail, begins to growl. Ugh, stop. Frau won't give in to such torture. Kaiyui. Frau squeezes a clump of Panda's fur that was within reach. Panda's bad-tempered mood began to emerge. He then looks at me to stop petting Kt and help him. Well, I'll leave it. Kaiyui. Bahahahaha. You guys are really interesting. Allos stamps his feet on the ground while laughing loudly. I'm not trying to make you laugh. I stroked Kid's head and that was enough for me. Glup glup. What is that sound? I hear a familiar voice from a distance. I can't remember because of all the alcohol I drank. Glup glup. There it is again. It sounds very sad. I seem to be forgetting something. Come to think of it, didn't you leave that fish-like thing out there? I ran to the lake in a hurry. At the water's edge, Shark Boy was scraping against the algae trying to climb ashore. Sorry, I forgot about you. Glup glup. I hugged Shark Boy and apologized. The little shark hit me as if to say don't just forget about me. After returning to the capital, we collected our belongings from the mansion. Earlier we paid a visit to the palace, but as I thought, Sane and the others had already left here. Besides, I was in a hurry to get to Greyfield. I repressed my impatience and put only what I needed in my backpack. I intend to come back here again soon. I have not used the mansion provided by the Queen to my satisfaction. Well, if I make it back, that is. Frau and Kid were waiting for me at the entrance. I would have liked to have relaxed here a bit more. Don't complain, Master has something to do. You talk like you don't care. but your tail gives you away. Don't look at my tail. I'm just so happy I don't have the strength to wag it. It hurries to hide her tail. True, it seems less energetic than usual. I know how much they wanted to spend some more time here. After all, I feel the same way. I feel bad for you too. If you want to stay, that's fine, you can stay. You've got to be kidding. Frau is your slave. I'll follow you even if you're mad at me. I will go wherever my master goes. I will always be by your side. Thank you. I feel a mixture of sorrow and joy. I am very lucky to have met these girls. I just want to get this over with and come back here with them as soon as possible. When I left the mansion, members of the Flaming Axe gang were waiting. There was also Baron Scotchell, his granddaughter, and the prince. Were you going to leave without saying goodbye? The Flaming Axe gang and the Manu Brigade are like brothers. Exactly, Naya. Doing something like that is pretty unfair, Naya. I shared my sake with you. You can't just do this. You're always welcome here. Let's talk about the ruins when you get back, okay? I will never forget everything you all did for me. I wish you all the best on your journey. I could not award you a medal, but I swear to you that I will ensure that the name of the Manu Brigade be engraved in the history of our country. My ear glands almost loosened at the farewell to the people I had met in this city. Kid grabbed my arm and smiled. That was enough to convey what I wanted to say. Yes, we will definitely come back here. It is a promise. We leave the capital of Gridget and cross the mountains. Shortly thereafter we were able to reach Greyfield. Greyfield is a country with a lot of history related to battlefields. The reason is that it is on the border with the Dark Realm, which is ruled by the demon race. On the other hand, it is also a country focused on tourism. There are numerous ruins, local specialties, symbolic buildings, relics of past heroes, etc. In fact, this country is a treasure trove of tourist attractions. So you plan to go deep into the country without stopping in the capital? I nodded in response to Kid's question. Sane and the others should be there. I want to see them as soon as possible. Panda, with Frau on his back, spins in front of me. Hey, you're making me dizzy. You're doing it on purpose. Kaiyui? There's no point in playing dumb. Frau knows exactly what you're doing. Kaiyui? Ha ha ha. Watching Frau and Panda is a good distraction. I try to be serious, but it's impossible with the two of them. Their nonsense saves me from my dark thoughts. Is that even a small town? I don't know. We can see a small group of buildings at the end of the road across the meadow. We are going to stay there today. Crank crank. A large carriage carries a cage in the back in the opposite direction. The carriage passed by us. In the cage there were a lot of people dressed in dirty rags watching us. Yes, they're transporting slaves. There are two types of slaves. Those that have committed crimes, and those that are used as merchandise. Basically, criminals do not flow into the general market. They are forced to go to the mines and work. And the other kind is the case of people who are in need of money and sell their family members. In fact, this is the most common. But in reality, there is a third type. It's an open secret. There are ways to buy and sell kidnapped people behind the scenes. Although every country is cracking down on this, it is only if Section 8. The nobles' auctions are proof of this. Slaves nowadays are very different. In the departing carriage, Sora's figure could be seen. Wait, stop that carriage. This kind of deal is impossible. You have to go to a slave market first. I'll give you 10 million. But 20 million. Sold. Negotiations have been concluded. The slave trader immediately accepted my offer. He opened the cage and Sora came out of it handcuffed. She is not the same since I left. She now wears rags and her once beautiful hair has become dirty. For a moment, I couldn't believe it was Sora. Toru? Yes, it's me. What a coincidence to see you here again. I find it hard to look directly at her, knowing that I had known her for many years. And now she looks like this. Crank crank. The carriage began to move. Sora did not receive a master-slave contract because she wasn't bought at a slave market. However, she has a collar around her neck. Sorry for this next part. I am your slave. Do with me as you will. I poured a bottle of liquid over her head. Sora's body glowed a vague pink color. No doubt about it, she has been brainwashed too. I wiped the liquid with a towel, and removed the handcuffs with a wire. How did you become a slave? I was abandoned by Sane. He met with a high-ranking priest, and sold me to him, saying I was no longer of any use to him. Bastard. He dared to sell Sora, his childhood friend. I knelt at the same time as I was stunned. I was having a hard time processing reality. Master. Keep calm. Get a grip. You can't keep running away from reality. It hugs me and uses healing vibrations on me. At the same time, Frau slaps me in the face several times. Frau, I'm glad you're trying to help me, but stop. I appreciate the way you care about me. If I were alone, I would have lost my mind by now. I would have been swallowed by anger and sadness. I managed to get up and grab Sora by the arm. Come with me. I am no longer worth anything. Do what you want with me until you are satisfied. I gritted my teeth, as hard as I could to keep the tears from flowing. I was being strong as I tugged desperately at her hand. I rented a room at the city inn and put Sora to bed. Perhaps she had worked too hard when she got here, as her body was broken. Fortunately, she didn't have any life-threatening injuries so I just gave her a potion and she regained all her beauty. Well, she's still a little dirty. Toru is still as gentle as ever. You're wrong. But you've helped me a lot. Even as she said this, Sora's eyes were dark. I'm beginning to doubt that she can be freed from the brainwashing. Will she really be able to stand it? And said that Sora received more mistreatment than she did. I'm not sure what I should do. I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Kid's warm hand. It was as if she was telling me whatever happens, I will be here for you. It's like I can feel her heart. Sane has brainwashed you. Is that so? I've had a vague feeling about that. She had the same reaction as It seems that she was also uncomfortable. I took the potion I used on to rid her of her spell out of my pocket. With this you will be able to break the brainwashing spell. I won't force you to take it. It's up to you if you accept it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She grabbed the bottle quickly, roughly popped open the cap and downed it in one gulp. Sora wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Biha, Aga? Are you okay? Eugenia? I held her head and laid it to the side. The same thing is happening as with I looked at and Frau as a signal to act quickly. But Sora got out of bed, stood up and threw the bottle out the window. The glass shattered and I heard screams from outside the window. I can't believe I was fooled by this stupid kid. I did not expect this. Her eyes glared at me. It's like she wants to kill me. Sora, could it be that you have been hiding your true nature all along? No, that's not her. That's not the Sora I once knew. Where is that sweet, soft, gentle girl? When I was a burden to the party, she always encouraged me with patience, and when I was tired, she would gently make me tea. Whenever I pushed myself too hard, she would take the initiative to help me heal my wounds. She was the personification of a devotee to God. I don't think this is because of the brainwashing's influence on her personality. You think because I'm a priestess I deserve to be treated like this? You're going to pay for this, you little son of a bitch. I'm beginning to believe so. Was Sora really like that? She scratched her head and briskly sat on the other bed. That fool needs to be punished for what he did to me. Sora. Yes. You're back to normal, aren't you? Yes, all thanks to you, Toru. I'm afraid of Sora. A murderous smile appeared on her face. I don't know how to respond, so I smiled back. The black aura that formed around Sora caused and Frau to hide behind my back. It's very scary. She's very dangerous. How did you manage to have been with her all this time? She's usually a nice girl. Maybe the brainwashing made her react differently, although I know that last part one said isn't all that believable. Since it did not turn out like this. Sora looked at Kt and the others out of the corner of her eye. So those are your new partners, slaves? It was inevitable. I went through times where I doubted everyone, and I had a hard time making friends. I see. There's nothing wrong with that, Toru. I was relieved when the tone of her voice returned to normal. Sora stands up and stomps her right foot. It's all that little rat's fault. I can't believe he had that forbidden ability, the stupid whelp. He makes my blood boil. Are you hungry? Is that why you're cranky? Thank you for your concern. But as strange as it sounds, I'm not hungry. Just to be safe, let's eat. even if it's just a little. I'd like to talk to you calmly. Her cold face turns warm with a beautiful smile that lights up her face. Sounds good to me. Let's talk about how to get rid of that bastard. Sora was very scary. She's more fearsome than any enemy I have ever fought. I see. So Toru was the Maniou Brigade. As she said that, she put her glass of sake down on the table. There were a few bottles already opened. I didn't know she was such a drinker. Thank you for helping. I've always regretted not doing something. I don't know what I could have done to help her. I'm sure she's back in town safe and sound by now. It didn't seem like it, but she was always very fragile. I guess she wasn't as strong as I was. A sad expression appears on her face. N and Sora were very close. I'm sure you've had a lot of regrets up to this point because of the things that have happened. N was very worried about you. I kept my true personality hidden since we were children. You see, my family is a family of priests, and I have been brought up in a way so as to be someone who is willing to help others without anything in return. But the result of all that education was the opposite. I think I remember some of that back when we were kids. She had a very masculine look back then, and once hit and made her cry. I had forgotten because I was apart from them when I played. Sora had an aggressive personality as a child. What are you going to do now? If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay with me. I will have to abstain. I'm not qualified to be around you right now. Qualified? What do you mean? Suddenly she hit me on the head with an empty bottle, causing it to shatter and shards of glass to fall everywhere. I am not refusing your offer. There are many things I have to do, like praying for God's forgiveness, performing redemptive service, and to counteract the false love I was subjected to. I have to reaffirm my true love within me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't hit me with a bottle again. If this had been the Sora from a while back, she would have scolded me with a simple "me." Is it too soon to tell her I'm level 300? I'm calmer now thanks to Toru. I'm sorry you had to see me so miserable. Don't worry about it. You have not changed. You are always unwavering and imposing. No, no, no. No, no, I am very agitated. I am too shocked to react. I guess this was the best thing for us. Sora's heart was broken. Have you killed Sane yet? I am here for that purpose. Then I will go to the nearest church and pray. That sinful man must be brought to justice. That man has trampled on our minds and played with Minon's bodies. I will make him repent for laying his hands on a priestess, a servant of God. Her black aura reappears, and she shattered the glass she was holding. Kt and Frau huddled against me out of fear. They both listened quietly the whole time, but it seems they are not used to the current Sora. Sora's anger is justified, but I want her to calm down a bit more. I feel relieved and sleepy. I'm going to get some rest. Sora. What's wrong? I look back. He still wore a rag. Her hair and face were dirty, and she didn't look very good. Also, her white breasts were clearly visible. Do you want to go clothes shopping tomorrow? Clothes? Oh, yes, yes. Please. Then she turned red and ran out. I'm glad you remember the embarrassment again. I had trouble keeping my eyes on her face. Master, what's wrong? Sora has big breasts, doesn't she? It's not like that. Kid yells at me and Frau looks at me angrily. In any case, I only like Kid's breasts. What the hell am I thinking? Anyway, I hugged Kid and stroked her head. Sora, who has once again adopted the appearance of a priestess, bows in front of the church. Thank you so much for everything you did, Toru. It's okay, it's not important. You are wrong. Yes, it is important. I am truly blessed to have you as a childhood friend. You're... What? Jayo. Sora steps on my foot. In other words, she's saying don't ask me any unnecessary questions. I think I am slowly beginning to understand Sora's true character. I don't know how I managed to miss it before. If it wasn't for all this happening, she probably would have fooled me for the rest of my life. Sora looks at Kt. Please take care of Toru. He can be insensitive and uncaring about his surroundings, but he is a very kind and vulnerable person. I ask you to always support him. Yes, I intend to follow my master wherever he goes. Hey, don't forget Frau. Oh yes, I ask you to do the same, please. She squeezed Kt and Frau's hand and bowed deeply. So this is goodbye for now. Sora will spend a few months in this church before moving to the church's headquarters in Balsl. I have given her the money for the trip. In addition, I gave her a letter addressed to Jonathan, so that he can provide her with safe passage to Balsall. I wanted to take her directly if possible, but Sora refused. She punched me in the stomach and said I need to focus on finding Sane instead of wasting time. Oh, I almost forgot. Sora grabbed my arm and pulled me along forcefully. She had taken me to a slaver's store. I want to make a master-slave pact with this man. Sora stroked her chest with satisfaction. I ended up becoming her master. She is free to do what she wants. The contract is just a formality. Although I should be happy to be able to help, I feel a strange weight on my shoulders. I wonder if it was a bad idea to have told her about N's master-slave contract. My order to Sora was live, the same order I gave Dan. But I doubt Sora needed it, as she showed no signs of wanting to commit suicide. But I'm glad I did it. Sora is a sensitive and kind woman. She had quite the attitude, but never dared to show her true personality. So why do I feel like I'm being enveloped by a snake? It is strange. Really strange. Are you sure this is a good idea? Yes. I'm sure God will forgive me. I too would like to be forgiven by God. I would not want to receive any punishment from him. I mean, what kind of person would make a master-servant contract with a childhood friend of many years, right? In's case, it was inevitable. But in Sora's case, it would have been wrong for me to refuse. I think accepting it was the best thing I could have done. So Broken Bar, this is where we say goodbye. I'd like to stay longer, but we can't afford to waste any time. I'm going to give you some advice. Sora whispers in my ear. Lisa is a traitor. I frowned, not knowing what that meant. Lisa is a traitor? What does that mean? I've always felt it. She smells just like me. Smells? Yeah, the smell of a fake. Like she's hiding something. Sora's face didn't look like she was joking. She was seriously wary of Lisa. That's what it looked like to me. Do you remember the day she came to town? That was when I was 14 years old. Lisa had moved to town. Sane moved in at about the same time and we hit it off right away. Both Lisa and Sane seemed to come from big cities, and I had the impression that they were very sophisticated. That's why I admired Sane so much. He knew everything, did everything well and was more mature than we were. Lisa was also very feminine, and I fell in love with her as soon as I met her. So when we met, it was like I was in heaven. I thought it was the best time of my life or something. From the moment I saw her, I knew she was just like me, and that's why I hesitated to be friends with her at first. Do you have any proof? Number. Do you think Lisa is faking? That's not possible. But could she have also realized Sora's true personality? What if Lisa, like Sora, also has a true personality to hide? I am insensitive. That much I'm aware of. Therefore, even a lie can appear to be true. I'm sure knew that. But she couldn't tell you to give up, could she? But what if you two are wrong? I know I am not going to convince you otherwise. So you'll have to see for yourself. Look them up, and see with your own eyes what the woman Toru once loved really is. Sora wraps both hands around my right hand. Don't forget, you have people by your side who believe in you and support you. I will not forget. Sora smiled, and quietly entered the church. The warmth of her hands lingered in my right hand. Mastery 1/2 Z. Kid looks at me with a smile as I lie down. Panda also appeared at her side. What are you thinking about Sora? Is it because of the contract? I nodded in agreement. She gently lifted my head and placed it in her lap. There was a soft sensation in the back of the head. Master is a strong and kind man, and I'm sure Sora-san was spoiled by him. A contract is a deep connection. You say that from experience? Yes. The master-slave contract, in itself, is a repugnant form of magic that embodies human desire. But at the same time, depending on how it is used, it has the potential to become something irreplaceable and wonderful. Gently places her hand on the seal on her chest. This is the bond I have with my master. Thanks to it, I have been able to get this far. I am sure I will remain strong because of it. That's how I think. A bond of trust. I had never thought of that. I always thought that the master-slave contract was an old, abominable magic that made people obey. There is always something new to discover when I am with Kt. Every time I am with Kt, I see things in a different way. Hey, do you smell something burning? He puts my head on the ground and runs away. Speaking of which, She was preparing lunch. Looks like today's soup is going to be bitter. What I told Kid was true, but the truth is that I am also worried about Lisa. Sora's words have stuck with me. From the moment I saw her, I knew she was just like me, and that's why I hesitated to be friends with her at first. What if Lisa is not what I thought she was? What should I do? Should I accept her as she is? Do I really miss her in the first place? Most of all, I don't understand how Lisa is a traitor. It is unclear who he is betraying and how. Shit. I won't think about it anymore. I'll know it when I see it. I won't get anywhere if I keep thinking this way. Mastery 1/2 Z 1/4. The food is ready 1/2 Z. Thank you. Here I come. I stood up and walked toward Kt and the others. Sniff. Sniff. It smells a little burnt. But anything made by my pretty slave is delicious. I don't mind if it's a little burnt. The bowl I was given was full of a black liquid. It's so dark in here. I'm sorry. It got more burnt than I thought it would. Don't worry. We all make mistakes. I put the soup in my mouth. It's so bitter. It is a bitterness that numbs my tongue. Still, I ate all the soup that was in the bowl. I grabbed the pot and poured in the rest of the remaining soup. Delicious. Kid's cooking is always so good. Master a broken bar. Master Tilda hugged me and rubbed her face against my chest. When I stroked her head, her eyes were watery. It's too bitter. I don't know how the Lord could eat it. Frau quoted these words as she drank her soup. Then, to clean the roof of her mouth, she pulled a cracker out of her luggage and popped it in. It's because Master is Master. It still doesn't make sense. I'm not giving in to you, Lisa. Kt hugged me tightly. I think it's his way of being strong. Since that day, Kt has been the one by my side, constantly trying to tell me that she will always be by my side. Not like Lisa. Message received. Kt. I said I wanted you by my side until the day I die, and I will not change my mind. If you want to follow me wherever I go, I'll make sure you do. You are my pride and joy, and you are the sweetest slave I have ever known. So I don't want you to get carried away with Lisa. She probably thinks I'm going to throw her away, like they had done with her before. It's okay. I'm going to be with you always, Master. I went over and hugged her tightly. Pat pat pat. Kid's tail began to thump loudly. I hear you. I appreciate your honesty. Oh, I just remembered I have something for you, Master. Kid, who ran off with great vigor, took something out of her backpack and hurried back. She pulled out a large black object. It doesn't look like a stone, but it's not food either. It's a candy called Chocorito. I tried to take a bite. It melts quickly and spreads its unique flavor with a moderate sweetness and a rich sticky texture. What is this? This is my first time trying something like this. What do you think? It's surprisingly good. Her expression became brighter. I grabbed another one and went to put it in my mouth. But Frau rushed forward and put it in her mouth first. She even stuck its fingers in her mouth and sucked them for a bit. Hey, Frau. You don't have to be stingy with me. Kid chased Frau as she ran away. It has been 3 days since we left the city. My steps have been leisurely as I aimed for my destination. Kayui, Abu. Suddenly, Panda punched me in the face. My vision went blank and I fell heavily on my back in the middle of the street. Kayui. Panda looks angry and bounces on my face many times. However, it feels good because he's so soft. Panda is mad at you because you almost didn't sleep. I see. I'm sorry. I got up and asked him what he wanted. Kayui. I don't understand. He's complaining about something, but I don't understand what he's saying. He turns to Frau, who can understand him more clearly. Well, he's frustrated because you haven't paid attention to him lately. I still don't understand. You're hopeless. So I sat down in the shade of a suitable tree and decided to pay attention to Panda. His body is really soft. I could feel something squishy. Could it be his buttocks? Kayui 1/2 Z. What is he saying? He wants you to hug him. I see. How about this? I hugged and caressed him gently, and his eye began to glaze over. Master. For some reason, Kid offered her tail. Her face was red and embarrassed. Do you really want me to do the same? Frau wishes she had a tail. Only I do. Unusually, Kid makes a strong self-affirmation. Frau wondered aloud, how can I make my lord like my wings? I left Panda, who had fallen asleep, alone and began to stroke its tail. Her coat is soft and silky. It feels good to touch it with my fingers. I knew she brushed it every day, but I didn't realize how much brushing would change it to the touch. The surface reflects light and is beautiful. Tap tap tap. Here, each time I caressed a different spot. Kid covers her face with both hands and looks embarrassed. Her breathing is getting more and more agitated, so I think it's time to stop. But there is one last thing I would like to do. Hi Yuma broken bar. I buried my face in her tail. I've wanted to do this for a long time. I thought of it every time I saw her fluffy tail. It feels too good. My lord. Kid couldn't take it. What? I 1/2 Z. Kid fainted. I think I've crossed the line. Her face is bright red. Oh, you're awake now. Kid, who was riding on my back, had just woken up. She was sleeping peacefully, so I decided to carry her and continue our journey. The sun was about to set. The day was almost over. Excuse me, master, I'll get down right away. Let me carry you some more. Yes. Her weight is very different from what it was before. As strange as it sounds, she feels light now. Question mark. Is she smelling the back of my neck? Master. The back of my head felt ticklish. She put her arms around my neck and began to squeeze me very hard. Hey, Kaiyui, Frau and Panda were back. I had told them to go a little ahead and check out the end of the road. We should be arriving at the city by now. Otherwise, we'll have to set up camp tonight as well. There's a city at the end. It's really big and sturdy looking. After a while, the city appears in our range of vision. Just as Frau said, a high and wide wall surrounds the whole city. It looks like a castle. We have finally arrived at the fortified city of Luana. Stop it. That's not right. Mastery 1/2 Z. Frau also wants to. Hey. Frau moves from side to side, hiding in my clothes. Even Panda was forced to sneak in. Stop. It tickles. I can't stop laughing as I squirm. Please come out of there. When I managed to reach the entrance to the city, I was stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. Hey, you guys. Show me your ID. Stop laughing. It's not a joke. No, stop, please. No, guys, you're making me. It's someone suspicious. Get him. There's something on that guy's clothes that's moving. Soldiers gather and surround us. I don't know where the exit is. Kaiyui. Oh, no, not there. What's the matter with you? Start confessing everything. I was captured by soldiers and taken inside the city. Clank. They took me to the prison and locked me in a cell. This guy must be a demon. He's really weird. He was laughing the whole time. It's creepy. One of the soldiers gently set Kid down on the ground and walked away from the prison. Kid was sitting next to me, still asleep. How long have you been sniffing my head? What do you have there? She had ripped off the hem of my shirt. Kaiyui. Frau was still inside my clothes. She was waving her legs inside my shirt. I hit my chest as hard as I could, right where Frau's head was. I went into prison because of you. Reflect on this. Free at last. I thought this torture would never end. Frau is already out of my shirt. And I think I've laughed more than I will for the rest of my life. Now, how am I going to clear up this misunderstanding? I am in trouble. Here you go. This is today's food. A soldier brings us food. Apparently, the interrogation is tomorrow and we have to spend the night in prison. A simple meal of bread and soup. And it is only for 2 people. I would like one more dish if possible. Don't be picky. Be thankful we gave you something to eat. The young soldier leans against the bars of my cell, looking angry. He is probably only 17 or 18 years old. He looked tired. This job must be hard. Frau, you eat. But master, you must eat. That's an order. Both reluctantly begin to eat. I walked over to the bars and sat down. Hey, is it possible for them to tear down this fort? I've heard that it's getting harder and harder to maintain defense. And what is the hero doing? He arrived recently. He treats us with contempt, so we've lost faith in him. I have heard nothing about his activity in these lands. So Sane and Lisa are here. And they don't seem to have done anything. I am now beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We will soon meet again. You're an idiot for laughing like a fool at the entrance like that. If you act like that, you'll end up in jail in any city. You don't look like a bad guy. That wasn't my fault, although it's too late to say that now. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You'll be properly debriefed tomorrow, so you should give your explanation there. Oh, and by the way, I haven't seen your ID or anything like that yet. Oh, that's right. The soldiers were so focused on my actions that they put me in jail immediately. I reached into my pocket and went to take out my adventurer's card. As I reached for my adventurer's card, the soldier noticed my bracelet. Hey, wait a minute. Is that a hero bracelet you're wearing? Oh yes, that's right. I showed him the adventurer's card I had. You're the Manu Brigade, that famous party we've heard so much about? The soldier was trembling with wide eyes as he examined us. I don't know what kind of rumors are flowing around, but I hope they are good ones. The young soldier ran off with the card. A few minutes later, 3 soldiers approached the front of the prison with multiple footsteps in the background. The middle-aged man who appeared to be the commander appeared, pale-faced. Forgive me, sir. I didn't think you were a hero of Armand. The door opens with great ferocity. But I refuse to leave. Even if they let me leave here now, I won't be able to find anywhere to stay. And I don't feel like camping outside. It's a bit dirty, but I'm just looking to spend the night. And this place is more than enough. Don't you want to come out? It's okay. Can I have some more food? Right away. Hey, serve him more food. And don't be rude this time. Yes. A few minutes later, a cart placed in front of us had a large amount of food. The main course was a whole roast chicken. It was freshly cooked, and smelled great. How was it? Are you satisfied? Yes, it was delicious. And I gave the soldier some gold coins. Here's a little something for letting us stay here, and for the food. Buy some good booze and enjoy yourselves. Just as one would expect from a true hero. Thank you very much. I gave them a lot of money, so even a large group of people could have a big feast. After eating the little feast they brought me, we all slept soundly. We have arrived at the fortified city of Loana. This is the city that is fighting the fiercest battle against the demonic race. I got off the horse and put my feet on the ground. I showed my adventurer's card to the soldier standing at the entrance to the city. Oh, you're the hero. Please come in. I will. There were many soldiers and knights in the city. They don't even look at me. They just walk by. I wonder what faces they'll make when they find out there's a hero among them. They will surely be surprised. They will probably get down on their knees and cry for joy. But I dare not do such a thing. I realized it was silly to call myself a hero. After all, it is better if it is revealed casually. Also, it would be great if there was a problem that would prove that I am the hero. Hey Sane, wouldn't it be better to get a competent priestess? I suppose so. It's true that Sora is becoming an obstacle. Hey, what are you two talking about? Actually, we need to look for a new priest. A woman, of course. Good thinking. That's my Lisa. Lisa's suggestion was very timely. My level was already in the 70, and Lisa's was already in the 50. Sora, who is still in her 40, is growing a little slow. In addition, his conservative personality has often been a liability. He has a good face and body, but there are many priests in the world. I have no benefit in staying with Sora. I am tired of it. Lisa is my best girl and I have no intention of throwing her away. But I'm not sure I care about Sora anymore. But I don't want people to talk bad about Sane because of this. Then we'll sell her to a slave trader. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Sane. Lisa broken bar. What are you a broken bar? I grabbed Sora by the arm and pulled her. We found a slave store and went straight in. Hand Sora over to the slaver who receives us. I want to sell this woman. Let me take a look at it. Sane. Sora was taken to the back of the store. A few minutes later, the slaver returns with Sora in tow, smiling. It's a quality product. But I want to know something. A broken bar. Do you have any physical or mental problems? I'll sell it to you for 40% less than the purchase price. A broken bar, I see. Then I accept. The merchant sits back and smiles sickly. Sora is a woman of great value as a slave. A greedy slaveholder cares little for brainwashing. Sane, please reconsider this decision. It is useless to convince me. Accept your fate. Question mark. Sora looks down and says, yes sir, without force. Perfect. I don't like annoying women. Only the best girl can stand by the hero's side. Did you think that just because you and I were childhood friends you could be special? You make me laugh. You're just a stopgap until I build the best harem ever. The merchant placed a leather bag full of gold coins on top of the counter. In terms of quantity, it seems reasonable. No matter the price. All I care about is that she is a slave and they tear her apart somewhere in these lands. Then I'll be satisfied. Thanks for the money. Thank you. Come back soon. I left the store with Lisa. There it is. A broken bar. There was a woman in the corner of the bar. A sleek look that peeks through a well-worn hood. Sex appeal emanates from the entire body, and the exposed deep cleavage is eye-catching, just the way I like them. In addition, its level is 30. To be honest, it feels better to steal women from other men, but considering the large-scale battle ahead, I can't be choosy. I casually took a seat across from her. Hey, are you alone now? Yes. I see you are a priestess, and I was wondering if you would like to join our party. I made eye contact and used the Eye of Temptation on her. What is your name? Miriam. It's a nice name. Lisa came out of the side and blocked my view. It was only for a moment, but even so, the Eye of Temptation must have taken effect. There is no need to rush. Now I must do my part and start the brainwashing. I accept. I will join your party. I like that answer. After all, there was an effect. I think his attitude softened a bit. It was then that I saw the ring on her right hand. It's a beautiful ring. It was given to me by my lover. Now it's gone. He was an adventurer, wasn't he? Yes, he was a good man. I am delighted to hear that. Oh, that heart that keeps thinking of the lost lover. How beautiful. It's great to be able to make it my own. I thought I would have to put up with you, but I can't think of anyone but you right now. Well, let's go to the inn and talk about our plans. All right. She dutifully responds. Foo. There were roars and angry voices. Soldiers continued to attack the demonic fortress in an attempt to bring it down. The solid fortress is undeterred by magic and continues to block the path to the Dark Kingdom. The one guarding the entrance is Dennis, one of the 6 generals. He has a curved sword, and he cuts through soldiers as easily as if he were cutting butter. The sacred sword and the great curved sword clashed with each other. Dennis looks at me and the corners of his mouth lift slightly. You're the hero, aren't you? You're finally here. As Dennis, I will defeat you. It's good to be enthusiastic. But what about your skills? My breaths were short, the blows with my sword were sharp, and I put all my strength into each blow. However, Dennis continued to parry all my attacks with one hand. Damn, it's strong. But if we defeat him, we will definitely win recognition. I will not let the Banu Brigade take the credit. Lisa. Arrows of fire. Lisa acted quickly, and a large number of fire arrows rained down on him. It didn't work. Dennis emerged from the smoke. After all, he hasn't suffered a single burn. Unleash the power of the sacred sword now. My level has increased by 40%, from 72 to 100. I think I can fight more decently now. He also added more booster skills and went on the offensive again with my hero work. I can't hold your punches with one hand anymore. A strong blow causes his sword to recoil. Stealthily, Dennis' foot slid back slightly. I can win. After all, I am the hero. Continue attacking at higher speed. Maybe you really are the hero. Miriam, keep healing me. Gotcha. I am going to win at all costs. With Miriam's ability to regain stamina, he can keep fighting even throughout the day. On the other hand, Dennis is facing me single-handedly. Even if he is surpassing me in level, He has to be at his physical limits. I received a sharp cut from his sword. The impact that I could not avoid sent me flying backwards with great speed. This isn't enough to break your will to fight, is it? Come, hero, come back here. That's what I want. I start running again at high speed. Broken bar, broken bar, broken bar, broken bar, come on. Get up. We're not done yet. Damn it. This type is resistant. Try as I might, I can't beat him, and he doesn't want to kill me. It's like they're playing games with me. But he is responsive. I had some moments where I could have lost my mind. One step more, one step less. Let's retire for now. We will definitely defeat them in a few days. Are you running away, hero? I know. I'm just letting you off the hook for today. Cuckoo, finish your work now. I stop laughing. Next time I'll kill you. We backed away as fast as we could. Early in the morning of the next day, we were let out of the prison and watched the sunrise. I don't think a stone bed is good for you. I am happy anywhere with the master. Kid's smile is as warm as the heat of dawn. I would like to sleep in a real bed tonight if possible, but that may not be the case. After all, he is here. Perhaps today is the day my fate will be decided. Murdering the hero is a great crime. There is punishment for such an act. I don't know what will happen to me, but even if there are extenuating circumstances, it will not be minor. They can execute me in the worst case scenario. If that should happen, I will have to release Kd. Now we can't leave too much behind. It doesn't matter where she goes. She has to be able to live a happy life. Well, let's get on with our journey. Yes, gotcha Kayui. Not far from the fortress city of Luana, there is a huge outer wall. This is the wall that separates the demon side from the human side. And beyond, there was the front, the battlefield. Beyond the horizon, a citadel stands at the entrance to the Dark Kingdom. Fortunately for us, we easily got through the wall. Thanks to the fact that we were well known. We visited a camp with an army of humans. As we enter the countless tents, we see soldiers running towards us with spears. The air is tense and tense. Honestly, I don't think I want to stay here very long. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoes in the distance. It seems that many wizards have been recruited to take down the fort. What's the situation? It's not good. Dennis the 6th General is wiping us all out, and we can't seem to get through the entrance to the citadel. Where's the hero? He was supposed to be here with us. He's been on a losing streak against Dennis. I think they're still struggling. Damn it, we're just adding to the casualties. Isn't there someone with more power here? A man in cloak and armor was shouting in the distance. From the looks of it, the battle situation does not look very good. He digressed to us and gave us an angry look. Who are you? No one but the military is allowed in. We are a party of adventurers called the Maniou Brigade. We are here looking for a hero. Maniou Brigade? The man ran to me and grabbed my right hand. You've come to the right place. We've been waiting for renowned heroes like you. Your arrival will change the course of the war. Where's the hero? If you're looking for the hero, you can go to that demon's fort. You can attack him too. Da ha 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 ha. What's up with this guy? He's in a really good mood right now. But I don't care. Now I know where Sane is. The fort. I'm going to tear it down, but only because it stands in my way. It's time to confront my former best friend. I won't let anyone come between me and him. I bowed to the man and headed for the fort. Soldiers flocked to the huge citadel. Gonk flush. Countless catapults hurl stones, but the walls are high and thick and bounce back. Plank rang. A large number of Gillums were advancing forward, but were shattered midway by arrows and magic fired from the citadel. I'm nervous because this is the real battlefield. After all, adventurers are just amateurs. We are not trained for combat like soldiers or mercenaries. Master, there it is. At the entrance to the citadel, there was a group of people fighting fiercely. I pulled out my big sword that I had on my back. Panda, come back. Rosyuk, come out. Caillou, Shah. I had Panda return to the seal and brought Rosyuk out to join me in the fight. In addition, I activated Rosyuk's Mega Boost. Mekimki. Rosyuk's body grew 3 times its size, and countless large, sharp blades appeared all over his body. His silver body rippled in the air. The light reflected blindingly. Support the military. Shah Rosyuk renders the demon soldiers on the outer wall unable to fight. I need you to keep the entrance area clean. Gotcha. Opened her fan and danced lightly, creating a gust of wind. All obstacles, both friend and foe, separating us from the entrance have disappeared. Frau, can you break that door? Yes, I can. It will be shattered. Just watch me. Frau, who flew straight up, charged at the door like a meteor. Crank. A loud roar sounded and the gates of the citadels flew into the air. From there, the soldiers rushed into the citadel, avoiding the hero standing in front of the gate. I quietly made my way to Sane with Kt. What's wrong with you, hero? Get up, you can still do it. Ugh. What the hell is this guy? Sane and the others were kneeling on the ground. On the other side is a man of the demon race with a huge physique, holding a huge curved sword. He has two thick horns on his head and his black hair is slicked back. That would be Dennis, one of the 6 generals we have heard so much about. The reddish-purple curved greatsword was beating like a demonic sword. It is identical to the fairy that Dharm had when I defeated him last time in North Star. After I killed him, his sword turned into particles of light and disappeared. Maybe that curved sword will also disappear after defeating him. Denna's gaze turned to us behind Sane. The presence of this man's strong forte, his extraordinary skill, makes my blood boil. I have lost interest in you. I myself will cross swords with that man. Hey, I'm the one fighting with you. I don't want to waste my time with a weak human anymore. Now I want to challenge. What are you talking about? Sane turned around and made eye contact with me. Toru, what are you doing here? It's been a while since I've seen you. Sane. All my anger that I had been holding back all this time exploded like a big explosion. And Sora's faces flashed through my mind. But I'm not going to let my emotions get the better of me and murder him fast. I have been thinking about it for some time. What is true and what is a lie? To find out, I need to exchange words with my former best friend. Dennis walked past Sane and approached me. It was about 2 meters tall. He was even more intimidating than Dharm. What is your name? Toru. I am Dennis. I know. The next moment, the blades of our swords clash. I have asked to keep an eye on the surroundings so that no one interferes. No matter who you are, you will not enter this place as long as I am here. Dennis, you're in the way too. Every time you bring the sword together, sparks fly and a shockwave licks the ground. They say it has more than 100 levels. Like Dharm, I may have almost 200. It's interesting that a person who is not a hero can put up with this. Why don't you attack me with all your might? I took a big swing at Dennis, knocking him back. I don't like it when you keep delaying me. Now I will get serious. I'll make you regret ever uttering that sentence. Smiling, Dennis draws the power of his great curved sword. A rout-like thing sneaks into the arm from the sword, and shells and thorns appear from the shoulder to the arm. The roots extended beyond his chest, and a large mouth appeared on his right breast. His presence became very intimidating, and the air was feeling heavy. Now my level has increased to 240. I was hoping to enjoy this fight a little more, but you pissed me off. No, you're wrong. A broken bar what? I activated the Dragon Knight and the Great Thief at the same time. In addition, further activate physical strengthening skills. Putting it all together, release the power of the sacred sword. My level has increased by 40%, from 301, I now have 421. I can't believe a human would reach a level like this. Kug ching. I put the big sword in the sheath on my back. Dennis collapsed behind me. I paid no attention to her body. My gaze was fixed on Sane, who was sitting hunched over. Now, let's hear what he has to say. Looking down is my former best friend, Sane. He looked at me in a daze. What's with that face? Wondering why I'm here? Sure, it may be a surprise to see the warrior you got rid of because you thought he was a liability back on the battlefield. But after all you've done, isn't it perfectly natural for me to be angry? You killed Dennis, with one blow. That's impossible. Even I, the hero, could not land a single blow. I fought again and again, got hurt many times. And you killed him with a single blow. Sane staggers to his feet. His sword is still in his right hand. With his left hand, he wipes the blood dripping from the edge of his mouth. His eyes did not reflect warmth, not how you would expect to see a former friend. They were full of murderous intent. I see. Toru is part of the Maniou Brigade. I don't know how you got that power, but I'm guessing you've been interfering with my plans all this time out of spite for me taking Lisa away from you. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. You kept messing up my plans over and over again. Were you so disappointed that I'd taken Lisa away from you? That's right. You promised to marry her. But it's too late now. Lisa's all mine. I could see the madness in his big, unblinking eyes. As I look in front of me, I don't see the Sane I once knew. No. This was his true nature. He was always just playing the role of a kind and trustworthy leader. Every time he spoke, there was an ugly face under his valiant mask. Lisa and the woman who appeared to be their new companion were silent. And Sora have told me everything. I also know that you are the bearer of the demonic eye of seduction. You ran into those two? Yes, and they are both well, safe and sound. I have removed the curse you put on them. Ugh. Sane's face twists in anger. It's as if he wants to say, why are you here? I want to know something. Why did you betray your childhood friends and toy with all of us? Why? Do you really have to ask? I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, status. I wanted it all for myself alone. And I also wanted to see you cry and scream because I stole something you deeply cherished in this world. Ha 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 ha. Sane ran to Lisa, grabbed her by the arm and came back. Then he put his hand around her waist to show off. Her eyes flushed with amusement, the corners of her mouth turned up sharply. It was as if he was waiting for me to get angry. However, I remain expressionless. Hey, what's up, man? You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be crying your eyes out in front of me. I looked Lisa in the face. Her appearance hasn't changed at all. He's remained the same since the day I left. Now I looked at myself coldly. Lisa, you've been brainwashed. Yes, but it's okay. I'm in love with Sane. Don't you wish to be free of that curse? No, I want a hero like Sane, not a simple traveler like you. Sane immediately swung his sword at my neck. Reflexively, I turned my upper body to avoid the attack and flew backwards to get away from him. You're going to die here, Toru. Your death will be your apology for getting in my way. That's not going to happen. You are going to apologize to Sora and Lisa for the things you do. You can't kill me, you stupid fucker. Kicking hard off the ground, Sane jumped up and tried to swing his sword from above diagonally. Only for Kt, who had quickly stepped between Sane and me, to drive her fist into his face with all her might. He flew through the air and rolled across the ground roughly. How can you not understand the pain of my master, betrayed by his best friend, deprived of his lover, deprived of his childhood friends, and yet that gentle heart is still trying to believe in you? Ugh, how dare you? I feel disgusted to know that my master has been hurt by the madness of such a vile man. Thank you. I looked at Kt again and she was crying. She threw herself into my arms and hugged me. I didn't know that. I didn't know she felt so much pain for me. I can't help but feel a great deal of happiness. It seems that meeting Kt has saved my life. I'm glad you feel that way, but this is something I have to finish on my own. I understand. I couldn't help it. My body acted on its own. I left and turned to Lisa. I took the bottle out of my pocket and removed the cap. This liquid will check if Lisa has been brainwashed. I need to confirm this. I poured the potion over Lisa's head. If you have been brainwashed, you should glow light pink. Master. That person. What's wrong? That person does not have any abnormalities. What? I looked back at Lisa to check. Lisa had a slight smile on her face, but her body did not shine at all. It's not possible. I thought she was brainwashed. You'll be glad to hear this. Yes, it was my own decision to leave you. Have you been pretending all this time that you've been brainwashed? You're unusually insightful, but in a way, you're wrong. Lisa hits me in the abdomen with her cane and whispers to me, I never liked you in the first place. There was a roar, and an intense heat followed by a shock that sent me flying. For a moment, I didn't know what had been done to me, but I soon realized that powerful magic had been unleashed. I was slammed to the ground on my back while covered in smoke. Its face appeared in my vision. Are you all right, Master, I'm going to heal you. I'm sorry. I got up and stood my ground. When I looked at my clothes, they were burned around my abdomen. The damage was controlled, probably thanks to my skills and the holy armor. What I don't believe is the power of that magic. I'm sure Lisa has never shown magic on this level before. You're not dead, so your level is higher than I thought. Lisa, why did you attack me? It's irritating that you're interfering with my plans. You've done your part, and now, you're back again. Plan? Frau finally showed up. Probably because she were helping the soldiers, she was late in reaching the citadel. She swoops down from the sky and looks at Lisa and me in turn. It was unpleasant to get here and, that woman. Frau wrinkles her forehead and stares at Lisa. He widened his eyes and shouted detection. At that moment, Lisa's body trembles. Particles of light detach from her body, and her shape changes from under his feet. All this time, Lisa was in disguise. What appears now is Lisa's true form. The light stops emitting and the real Lisa smiles. Her appearance is almost identical, but the wizard-like clothing had changed, and she was now clad in a black dress. In addition, she holds a terrifying cane in her right hand. She gave me a provocative look and licked her purple lips dismissively. The Demon Lord? And it's level 800. What? I couldn't believe my ears at Kid's words. Is Lisa the Demon Lord? This is impossible. Sane, who had gotten up, was also stunned by Lisa's appearance. Lisa, why? You look surprised. Yes, I am the Demon Lord. She approached Sane and gently placed a finger on the edge of his chin. I will give you everything. I will make you a king who will rule the world. And when I do, you will go down in history as a great hero capable of taking on the Demon Lord. I'm the only one who can defeat the Demon King. It's a historic achievement. All humans will look up to you. Cool. I like it. I was looking forward to that for a long time. Sane's face is tinged with joy, but his smile is an ugly one belonging to someone hungry with desire. Lisa faces me again. I finally understood what Sora was saying about you being a traitor. I felt something was wrong with her, because she smelled exactly like me. So I am the man who was dating the Demon King? No. You are the foolish warrior whose lover was snatched away by the hero. So it was all an act, huh? That joyous face and attitude with which she received my ring, was it all covered with lies? And yet, I still wondered if what she had just said wasn't a lie. I didn't want to believe that the woman I loved so deeply had betrayed me. Since you're here, I'll tell you something interesting. She smiled and then muttered, I was the one who murdered your parents. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? I said I was the one who killed your parents. No, you didn't. Foo-foo. Yes, I did. It felt as if my consciousness was fading away. I tried to understand Lisa's words, but my head was rejecting them. If true, I find it difficult to accept. The only thing I liked about you was the way you were telling me you loved me while I was scoffing about murdering your parents behind your back. Foo-fa-foo, that was hilarious. I felt the strength in my legs fade away. It can't be. No way. Lisa would never do that. Master, be careful. ? It hugged me from behind and used her healing wave magic. I felt a beautiful white hand grab my arm as I was about to sink into darkness. Thank you. Don't worry. I stood up again and took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. Don't get angry. My mother and father were not killed yesterday or today. I accepted their deaths a long time ago. More importantly, I need to know why Lisa killed them. That beast is too annoying. When Lisa's cane pointed at I immediately stepped in. I managed to deflect her fire spell with the great sword as a shield. I was relieved when I saw that it was safely behind me. She is very powerful, just as one would expect from a level 800 Demon King. Fighting that powerful magic makes my legs tremble. Wow, now you're obsessed with that slave. Can't you tell me that you love me once more? Tell me one of those stories of those useless days when you were making a futile effort to protect and treasure me. Come on, Toru, I want to hear those miserable stories. That doesn't interest me. Tell me why you killed my parents. Oh, okay. Lisa sat on a nearby carcass and crossed her legs. Since I'm your ex-lover, I'm going to tell you the truth. Don't you feel special? Stop your nonsense and speak at once. I see you are impatient. As you know, the biggest threat to me as Demon King is the hero. But it's not how you would think. The hero's job specializes in battles against the Demon King. Lisa spread her legs apart again. But even if you get rid of them, they'll come back in 100 years. It's too much trouble. I can't deal with them all the time. So I thought, why don't I make them my friends and keep them around? Is that the reason? It is unknown how long Lisa will live. But if she has a long life, she will fight the hero many times. That's why she thinks it's safer to manipulate the heroes of this generation so as to prevent the appearance of future ones. But why are my parents involved there? First I had my subordinates who can see the future predict where the heroes would appear. Then I moved to the same village, pretending to be an innocent girl. But the important thing was that Sane had an unbalanced sexuality that couldn't be dropped with ordinary color tricks. Lisa keeps talking. That worried me. It was a problem of calculation. Sane is the kind of guy who likes to steal other people's belongings. So I decided to change my plans, and that's where you come in. I was a stepping stone so you could get Sane. Yes, but simply reaching out and making True fall in love wasn't enough. I had to make you vulnerable, dependent, break you so that I could be the light of your life, be your refuge after going through a terrible tragedy in which your parents lost their lives. I was so angry that my teeth were about to break. My parents were killed so that I would be fobbed off as a fool. All because my enemy wanted someone else. Everything I held dear was being trampled on. My life was ruined because of this woman. But what I didn't calculate was that Sane would get the demonic eye of seduction. It's really a problematic ability. And Sora weren't in your plans, were they? Lisa laughs at my question. That's why I said it was a calculation problem. Thanks to you, it took me a long time to get rid of them. I needed Sane to trust me. I can't let him focus on two people I don't care about. I'm the only person he can trust, and if he doesn't believe those words, my whole plan will fail. But there is a contradiction in what she says. There was a woman standing near her, her new companion. I wonder if that woman was also outside of her calculations. So, what about that woman? You? The woman who looked like a priestess takes off her ring. From one moment to the next, her figure changed and she became a huge, muscular demon. For some reason, Sane was upset. The demon man cast an embarrassed glance at Sane. The demon blushed, rubbing his buttocks. Do you understand the situation yet? I was never interested in you. What's more, I wanted to kill you long before I finally understood everything. It had all started with the woman in front of me. Angrily, I swung my sword at Lisa. However, the demon man who stepped in an instant stopped my sword attack with his spear. Don't think I'll let you near the Demon King. Human. Miriam, Toru's level is probably close to 200. Be careful. I'm going back to the castle, so come back when you've taken care of him. Ha! He hit me with his spear and I went flying backwards. Lisa stood up and started walking with her back to Sane. Wait, fight me. I will never forgive you. I am Miriam, one of the 6 generals. The Demon King commands me to deal with you. Get out of my way. I attacked him with my sword with all my might, but he parried all my blows with his spear, and kicked me hard in the back. After receiving the kick, I managed to position myself in the air after propelling myself with one of my fingers on the ground. How dare you? I saw you. Miriam easily dodges Frau's hammer and is behind her in an instant. Ice rock. The moment he aimed his spear at Frau's back, Miriam's legs froze instantly. It held her iron fans in her hands. How dare you harm my master? You, the hero, and that woman, I'm going to send you to hell. Get out of my way, wizard. Don't forget Frau is still here. Hammer break. A thunderous sound was generated and Miriam was sent flying by the hammer with great force. He quickly shielded himself with his spear and landed with a glide. How could she hurt me with one blow? If I don't heal quickly. He tries to draw strength from his pulsating spear. But before he could, a blade of wind passed by and severed Miriam's right arm from his shoulder. The arm and spear flew through the air. Who had a cold look on her face, closes her iron fan with a snap. Did you think I was going to give you enough time? Miriam holds his wound and starts to run away. Although he fell, He got up and kept running desperately. His appearance is so wretched and ridiculous. Kid's eyes had an expression as if she was wondering, what are you going to do? Clearly I do not intend to let him escape. I ran past him silently and showed him my great sword as I passed. Ugh! Damn kid. How could you? Fwish. Miriam's body separates in two diagonally. Have they escaped? I clenched my left fist tightly. Sane and Lisa had disappeared. Kid placed her hand on my arm as if she knew how I felt. The warmth of her hand was now gratifying. Frau landed softly on the ground. I'm not sure if we can go through with this. We might as well withdraw for now. The Demon King is level 800. I will not give up. I will definitely kill those two. I will follow the master wherever he goes. But first you have to raise your level. It's essential. Yes, I can't win in this state. I'm nowhere near being Lisa's foot soldier right now. But I definitely have to get stronger. And the fact that the hero has betrayed the humans is also a problem. It can be said that we are worse off than when we started. Not only the Demon King, but even the hero has become the enemy. I heard the soldiers shouting. When I looked back, the Greyfield flag was on the fort. The human forces have managed to make their way into the Dark Realm. It was now possible to enter the realm of demons at any time. What do we do now? First, I must tell the King of Greyfield that the hero has betrayed us. Then, we will hunt him down. I kept my sword in the sheath on my back, and we left the battlefield behind. A few days after leaving the battlefield, we had arrived in the capital of Greyfield, and were visiting the palace. Seated on the throne is the King of Greyfield. He is still young, in his 40s, and his eyes are full of power. Is it true what you say? Has the hero betrayed us? I saw it with my own eyes. Sane, the hero, was taken by the Demon King to the Dark Kingdom. The person who was supposed to defeat the Demon King has betrayed us? This is terrible. The king pounded his fist on the armrest. There was a heavy air in the courtroom. To my knowledge, there has never been a hero throughout history who has allied himself with the Demon King. Maybe there was, and they have been erased from history. But what is certain is that there has been no betrayal by a hero in the last 500 years. I have already informed King Armand with a message scroll. As soon as possible, King Basil will receive the news of Sane's betrayal. This makes the situation very complicated. There is no other hero possessing a sacred weapon at the moment. Also, we don't have enough troops to defeat the Demon King. Maybe if we had a little more time. One thing at a time. This is a war we cannot afford to lose. Both the Demon King and the hero have become our enemies. They must be defeated. Your former lover and best friend, are you sure you're ready to kill them? Yes, I answered bluntly. Honestly, it's not for the good of the world or for peace or anything like that. This is entirely a personal grudge. Sane, who played with Nansora's minds and feelings. And Lisa, who murdered my parents. I simply cannot forgive those two. I have to solve this with my own hands. Very well. Then I give you the title of hero. I didn't understand what he meant. I could only make a silly face. Am I the new hero? What's this? A new joke? But it will be Armand who will be in charge of awarding that title. What we need now is for you to take the hero's seat as soon as possible. I would also like to make it public that you were the hero destined to defeat the Demon King from the start. Wait, I'm not the hero. The morale of nations is at stake. If it is known that the hero has betrayed us, pessimism and panic will become widespread. I would like you to take on this role to keep hope alive. Wait a moment. Don't just make such sudden decisions. I do not agree with this. I will agree to take it upon myself to assassinate the Demon King and the hero, but I don't want to be one. Once I do, I will be the center of attention at all times until the day you die. As I have said many times, I don't like to stand out. I don't want that title. From the sounds of it, you're having a hard time accepting it. Of course. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be the hero. I think being a hero is a great honor. You will make a name for yourself in the history of the world. But I would like to know why you are not satisfied. I don't like to be the center of attention. I'm a little embarrassed by the reason. That's because I'm honestly happy to be chosen as a hero. But I've always been bad at being the star of the show. I'm not the type of person who can take on a lot of responsibilities and obligations. I'm just an ordinary guy, born and raised in a small town, who became a warrior because he looked up to his best friend and felt like he could do anything. I don't like to carry a lot of weight. Being a hero is too heavy for me. Then let's give the Manu Brigade the title of hero. If you agree to this, they can keep their names and identities hidden, and remain active. Oh, no, not again. Don't be so negative. It is already whispered that the Manu Brigade are the real heroes of the world. We would only be backing up the rumors. If you don't want to be a hero, you're free to disband the party right now. I see. We can disband and reunite under a new name. Thus, we will be free of titles and will be able to return to our free lives. But is it okay to become a hero even if you don't have a hero's job? I understand that I am only a substitute, but a simple warrior being a hero. I would prefer that you not venture into the realm of darkness. The fortress has fallen, but the defense is still solid. Can you stay in this city for a while and then leave? Very well. So what do I do while I wait? Take a bath, eh? The people of Greyfield are famous for their love of baths. The best example is the popular bathhouse, where anyone can bathe. Reportedly, the strongest man in Greyfield bathes 3 times a day. Also, the milk served after the bath is very special. Anyone who doesn't bathe at Greyfield is a fool. Anyway, this country revolves around bathing. It is a feeling that I, as a person from another place, cannot understand. Foo, this is great. I immersed myself in the bathtub and relaxed my body. Strange men are also immersed in the hot water, with towels on their heads and unhinged looks. I wonder if I look like that too. But I feel so good that it doesn't matter. Maybe I've had too much going on lately, and I'm just tired. As I immerse myself in the warm water, my tiredness and weight seem to melt away. How's the hot water? Hey, why are you here? Before I knew it, the king was by my side. Why are you here? You are the king. This is the kind of facility that commoners use. Don't worry. There are several guards here. And it's not the first time I've been here. It's usually once a day. Do you come here every day? Does this king really work? I looked around, but no one seemed uncomfortable with his presence. They even saw him and greeted him saying, "How do you do, Your Majesty?" What kind of country is this? By the way, would you like to move to our country? You would be the hero of Greyfield, or in this case, the hero of all countries. What he meant was to relinquish the title of Armand, and receive the title of Greyfield. It is not impossible, but if I do, it will surely incur the wrath of King Armand, and also that of King Greyfield. I'd rather not. I want to be on good terms with Armand, and I want to give them back the title of hero in the future. You are selfless. No, I'm not. I like my freedom. In case you've forgotten, I'm an adventurer. I can go wherever I want, do whatever I want and eat whatever I want. I'd even consider myself to be greedy. The king said, "I see. You certainly are greedy," as he leaned his back against the edge of the tub. "Do you think you can defeat the Demon King?" "Well, considering my previous relationship with her and feelings, I'll do something about it. Besides, there's a considerable difference between our abilities and powers that I wouldn't know what to do if I had her in front of me. I'll have to raise my level first." "You are an honest man." "I like honest people." "Thank you. Perhaps the king came here because he wanted to know my true intentions. After all, I am the one who knows the Demon King and the hero who betrayed us. It is normal for him to be wary of me betraying mankind as well. It is an unnecessary concern. I understand you have 2 slaves. They are more than that. They are my partners. Then go to the 2 sacred weapon temples in this country. If they have the right skill, they will be able to increase your strength. In other words, I have to get Kt and Frau to acquire their own sacred weapons. Come to think of it, Ktzian Fan is in need of repair. And it's not like the weapon is made of such tough materials either. If the 2 managed to get sacred weapons, it would definitely be a significant increase in strength. Also, I would like to consult with you about the possibility of getting a guide for your party during your stay, someone who can brawl a bit and is very knowledgeable about our country. I would appreciate it very much. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I just happen to have one waiting outside. The king smiles and stands up. The next day, I was having a drink in a coffee shop. Luna, the first princess, was assigned to me as a guide. She is a beautiful girl with blonde hair tied in a side ponytail. What stood out the most about her was her shirt's neckline. A tight, white shirt with a large slit above the chest that highlights her two big mountains in full view. In addition, the lower half of her body is also clad in tight pants. It's hard to look her in the eye. "Are you listening to me, Toru-kun?" "Yes, yes, I'm listening." Luna is getting closer to my face every moment, but at the same time, her breasts are also getting closer to me. So gulping down my accumulating saliva is inevitable. Mastery 1/2 Z. "I know, I'm not going to look anymore." Notices where my eyes were going, so she stands next to me to stare at me. Still, I can't help but stare at the mountains in front of me. Luna has nice breasts. And Luna smiles and looks at me. "You helped Marianne, didn't you? I've wanted to meet you for a long time. That's why I asked my father to allow me to be your guide while you're here." "Marianne? You mean the Marianne who lives in Inark?" "Yes. She is my correspondent friend." I was surprised by the unexpected connection. The world is smaller than you think. I never imagined I would meet a friend of Marianne's here. "So, Toru-kun, where do you want to go?" "Somewhere interesting. Experience our country's cuisine. Explore the ruins." "Would you please stop calling me by kun?" "Why?" "I think it's cute." "Is it nice that she calls me with the honorific kun?" "I don't get it." "I'd like to go to one of the temples first." "Really? Then let's do it." Her response was direct. "I'm not sure she's a princess." I took another sip of my coffee. "By the way, where are Frau and Panda?" "Here." Kt opened the backpack and placed it on the chair. GGHH. GGHH. Kayuu. Frau was clinging to Panda as they both slept. Both Frau and Panda are lazy in the morning, so they usually sleep in the backpack. By the way, this is not a nap, but a double nap. They're so cute. Toru-kun, you're so lucky to have such lovely girls. Something tells me these two are awake. When I asked the cafeteria employee for a cookie, Frau jumped up. The Temple of Sacred Weapon in Greyfield was half a day's trip from the capital, and the two temples were stuck together like a split lemon. Will I be able to acquire a sacred weapon like my master? Be confident. You're definitely a hero of sorts. Kyukaku, I will be the first fairy in all of history to wield a sacred weapon. Frau, not only are you confident, but you show a dark desire. Frau is the first to dry. As she put her hand on the door, a wave of light shot through it. Go 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 go. Boo-yang. The lights came on, inviting us in. At the very end was a sacred sword embedded in a pedestal. "I'm going to take it out." "I definitely will." "Remember to imagine what you want when you take it out." "I'm on it, Master." "I'll prove to you that Frau is the slave you need." Why? Yes. Frau drew the sword with great vigor. The next moment, the sword was enveloped in light and transformed into a hammer of a size easy for Frau to handle. This is a revolutionary moment. A fairy becomes a hero. Foo. Now Frau has it all. Congratulations. Frau is both amazing and cute after all. Frau has a satisfied look on her face, probably pleased with the compliments. Panda, who is observing the situation, gets a little cranky. Perhaps he is jealous that Frau, who is not much different in size, has pulled out the sacred sword. "There are still a lot of things you can do." Kaya. When Kid hugged him, Panda shed tears. "Although he is a familiar beast, we should make him proud to be part of the party." It would have been nice if Panda had the strength to fight. We left the temple and headed straight to the next one. When Kid put her hand on the door, it opened on its own as if nothing had happened. "Master, please watch me." She stood in front of the sacred sword at the end of the corridor and gripped the hilt tightly. The moment he pulled it out, the one-handed sword became enveloped in light and split in two. "This is my sacred weapon." In Kid's two hands, she held two folded iron fans. As she extended the fans, a gentle breeze was generated by them. Kid danced in place to show them to me, her bright white hair flowing smoothly. When the dance ended, we applauded. "Sorry, I got carried away with the new fans." "It's okay, I was glad to see you dance." I danced thinking of the master. "Thank you." I patted her head. Kid closed her eyes as if she was enjoying it. Pat 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 pat. Her tail wagged left and right with great force. "So, where are we going now?" "To a dungeon?" "To the ruins?" "It's kind of late, we should go back to the city." "Hey, but I have all the equipment we need." Luna becomes instantly morose. "Did you want to go on an adventure that badly?" "Sorry to disappoint you, but I can't let the princess camp in a place like this. I have to get her home in one piece. Then let's all go to the bathhouse together. That's a great idea. The three of us washing each other's backs would also be nice. We will use the rest of the day to go to a public bath in the city and wash up. Cap on. The sound of a washtub being placed on the floor resounds. Like yesterday, I am again immersed in hot water. This feels so good. I think I'm going to get addicted. The sensation spreading throughout my body is heavenly. Chan, you've got such big ones. Please don't squeeze them. And they're so soft. Aha. But Luna's are bigger. Really? I'm not so sure. Everyone in the men's room stopped moving immediately. Everyone heard the women's voices coming through the walls. Of course. So did I. My hearing sharpens as I plunge into the hot water. I heard that you have already obtained both sacred weapons. Gar? Before I knew it, the king of Greyfield was at my side. I bet this guy has a job as an assassin, or a thief. I can never detect his presence every time he approaches me. Yes, we already have them. That's good. Now you'll be able to increase the strength of your partners. Yes, but unfortunately, we are still no match for the Demon King. The king replied, she's a level 800 monster. Never seen before. All the heroes of the last 500 years are around level 200. If in the past they were able to defeat the Demon Kings with that level, it means that they did not have such a high power before. 800 is such a ridiculous number. There is no chance of winning if I think about it clearly. It's like going straight to death. But I'm still going to do it. Hey. Is there anywhere around here that's good for leveling up? Berserker Valley. It's guarded by undead, but you can level up very quickly there. Berserker Valley. I've heard of that place before. It's a very dangerous place in Greyfield that no one has ever been to date. The complete picture of the site is unknown. There I will be able to level up efficiently. If I'm lucky, I'll even get rare items. I think it would be better if the princess did not accompany us. Well, I've trained her to be able to fight. But just in case, I'll send someone else to guide you instead of Luna. I like that idea. I would feel terrible if something were to happen to the princess. I am relieved to hear that. Alright, tomorrow I'll start working on leveling up. Master, sorry, I kept you waiting. When I left the bathhouse, Kt and the others were waiting for me. Her wet white hair and fox ears were brighter than usual, and her pink gown wrapped around her collar in a way that gave her some sex appeal. She entwined her left arm with mine and shyly turned around. Her face looked even redder than usual because of the hot water. Tilda, I need a break. Kaiyui, Frau and Panda climb onto my shoulders. The streets were full of people at dusk, and many lamps were shining. Suddenly, Luna wraps her arms around my empty right arm. It feels good to have two beautiful women on either side. Doesn't it? Why yes. My arm was thrust between her breasts. Their softness makes me nervous. You Tilda. No, it's not fair. Me too. Kaya. Button fainted and fell to the ground trying to squeeze her breasts against my arm. She had a bright red face. I don't know why there is to be so much rivalry, but she is a very tender slave. As I carried Kd on my back, our return trip to the inn was quite calm. Whoosh whoosh, the wyvern Lisa and I were riding on descended in a slow circle. The sound of the wind was clamorous in our ears. Fush. Finally we landed on the ground and jumped. A jet black castle stands in front of us. The place where we find ourselves is the garden of the royal castle where the Demon King lives. The black wyvern I rode on curled up and began to sleep. I expected the Demon King's castle to be creepier, but it's pretty standard. Who would like to live in a horrible place? A strong beast can only grow in a suitable environment. Remember that a scrawny tiger will lose to a well-fed wolf. I see. That's true too. Even the demon race does not want to live in a difficult environment. Based on what we talked about on the way over, are you sure about all this? Of course. You must be my servant, the hero meant to be the champion of the world beyond the Demon King's lands. Then speak with more humility. I am offended by your attitude. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not that I want to look like a fool. It's just that I'm trying to project my dignity as Demon King. Lisa hugs me and apologizes. I am turned on by her breasts pressing against me and the cleavage peeking out from so close. She also wraps her long, white leg around mine. She is the Demon King, and she is terrifyingly beautiful and bewitching. and she stimulates me to the extreme. I will give you everything I have. I'm counting on you, Lisa. I remembered the moment Toru showed up. He was very upset. I never thought that Toru, that fucking loser, would turn out to be the hero of the Maniou Brigade. I'm curious to know how he got so much power, but he's no match for me anyway. I have a level 800 Demon King by my side. In addition, she says that it is possible to greatly increase my power with her side's demonic elements. I've been exercising steadily, and it's getting ridiculous. Come this way. While Lisa guides me, I enter the castle. Welcome, Demon King. Sane. It was the maids who greeted me at the entrance. All of them are beautiful and to my liking. I have always wanted to hold a demon woman in my arms. You are free to do whatever you want. This is your castle. Cuckoo. That's great. Is there anything else I should know about? Follow me. I walked up the stairs and into the courtroom. There stood a black throne decorated with gold. A ruler's chair which is perfect for me. Lisa insisted that I sit down. It feels good. Kings live well. Carter 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 Carter. A broken bar MMM. The sacred sword at my waist begins to tremble. The next moment, the sword disappeared in a burst of light particles. Where did the sacred sword go? You are no longer worthy. But don't worry, here is a demon sword that is as good as the holy sword. I hope so. It's true that I lost the sacred sword, but that doesn't mean I'm in trouble. If there is a replacement for that weapon I will gladly use it. Besides, I've always been more interested in demonic swords than sacred ones. Those monstrous designs are my favorite. Deneb. Yes. A beautiful black-haired woman enters the room. Deneb must be one of the 6 generals. She was dressed in a tight black suit, and her arms were covered with hand armor that looked like demonic armor. I couldn't help but lick my lips at the sight of her style. Deneb keeps her face down and her gaze fixed. I don't dislike her strong attitude. It makes me feel better when they look at me from the ground. Prepare a demon sword for Sane. I will do so immediately. Deneb, who left the room, immediately brought a sword. It is a jet black, one-handed sword of hideous and terrifying design. Even just looking at it gives me chills. You can't use a sacred sword unless you take it off its pedestal, but a demonic sword is different. Anyone can use it and become its owner. What happens if the owner dies? It comes back here. It's the same as the sacred sword in that regard. I rose from my throne and picked up my demon sword. I grabbed the hilt and tried to pull it out of the holster, but quickly stopped myself. The sacred sword has had its trials. It is normal to think that the demonic sword also has them. Lisa knew what I was thinking, so she gave me a brief explanation. There is only one test for the demon sword. It is to draw the sword from its sheath. However, a pain more terrible than death will try to prevent you from doing so. I just have to take it out. It's easy. Clank. I began to draw the sword quickly. I immediately felt a tremendous pain throughout my body. Plank. I dropped the sword and crouched on my knees. An unpleasant sweat broke out all over my body. It was as if I had submerged my body in lava, or rather, as if I had been naked and exposed to extreme cold. Is it really something a person can endure? This is, in fact, hell. I forgot to mention that the more you pull the sword out, the more painful it becomes. You can pull it out once, but it's better not to do it again. It will probably break your spirit. I need time. Sure, have as much fun as you want. I was left alone in a room Lisa gave me. Plank. I dropped the sword again. I wonder how many times I've done this. Wouldn't it be better to forget about the demonic sword and strengthen myself by other means? But Lisa said that no one will follow a hero who is not the owner of the demon sword. In this dark realm, power is everything, and the symbol of that power is the demonic sword. Those who cannot use a demon sword are not accepted by the demon race. In order to make an appearance here, I must first successfully wield this demonic sword. But it is incredibly painful and agonizing. It's so painful that I want to drop everything and run away right now. I'm not going to stop. I'm a hero who will take over the world and all it has to offer. Toru, I'm going to show you who you've made your enemy. I grabbed the sword again and quickly pulled it out of its sheath. A horrifying pain ran through my whole body, and for a moment my vision went blank. Congratulations, Sane. I must have fainted and fallen backwards. And when I came to, I saw Lisa with a big smile on her face standing over me. I felt a sword in my right hand. I have taken it out. It's more than I could have imagined. I thought you'd give up sooner. Don't be silly. That's not true. In fact, the one I gave you was one of the strongest demon swords. Throughout the history of the world, there are only about 9 people who have been able to pull it off, which means Sane is the 10th. I sat and thought about it for a moment. The most powerful of all demon swords? What is it? Unlike the sacred sword, the demon sword has its own rank. The 6th general possesses the 2nd from above. That one is a very powerful sword. Did you trick me? That's not true. If you were to become prejudiced of its power, then you wouldn't be able to pull it out. I didn't dare tell you because I was thinking about your well-being, Sane, and it was hard for me. Lisa hugged me. Okay, results are everything to me. As long as I can get the strongest sword among all the demon swords, the rest doesn't matter. Does this mean I've surpassed Toru? I don't know. I don't have the assessment skill, so I don't know his level. If he's that strong, he'll probably come to the Dark Realm, and then we can check it out. Will Toru come here? Since the nations don't have a hero to fight the Demon King, they'll have to find a replacement. And I think the Manu Brigade are the most qualified for the job, so they will be chosen. At least, that's what I would do. Toru's face looking at me crossed my mind. That damned nuisance was looking at me with those eyes of contempt. I will not forgive you. I will make it very clear who is above whom. Toru, I will kill you. We wait at the entrance of the lodge for our new guide. According to the king, they should arrive soon. Hey Tilda. I could not believe my eyes. For some reason, Luna runs towards us waving her hand. Funny, that's not what was agreed upon yesterday. The king told me he would send someone else. Or does Luna not know that someone else is supposed to be our guide? Nice to see you again. Now let's go to Berserker Valley. Didn't the king tell you someone else was going to be our guide? Yes, he told me, but don't worry, I convinced my father to let me be your guide. Really? That's right. I don't lie. I don't think the princess would be able to mess with something like that. The king rated Luna as capable of fighting on her own. No, I have to go check it out directly. I want to make sure. I'm going to see the king. Wait. It's okay, I've convinced him. Can I believe in you? Of course. My father trusts me a lot. I guess I have no choice. Honestly, I have my doubts. Oh right, look at this. Luna handed me a letter. When I received it and looked inside, there was a note from the king that said, "Take care of my daughter." If you had shown me this first, I wouldn't have had to hesitate. Hey, well it's just that there's also something else. What do you mean by something else? I resent being kept in the dark. But if you are given permission to be here, I shouldn't mind. As of now, I, Luna, am a member of the Manu Brigade. Don't worry, I'm a temporary member. But if Toru decides I can stay permanently, I'd be of great use to you. What's wrong with this princess? As expected, I can't take the princess to the Dark Realm, so I'll have to gently decline her request later. There is a large and deep valley that suddenly appears in the vast grasslands. In this country with many ancient battlefields, it seems that corpses have been thrown into this valley since long ago. Because of that, many undead and ghosts began to haunt the depths of the valley. It's too dark to see. I sense a dangerous atmosphere. Kaiyui, looking down the valley, it is dark and you can't see the bottom. I don't know if it's the wind blowing or the ghosts crying, but it's a strange sound. How do we get down there? There are some stairs over here, though they're cut off halfway down, and to continue you have to go down using a long chain until you get to the bottom. So once you're down there, there's no easy way out. I have to be the first one down. The bottom is probably crawling with undead, so it's probably best if I take care of some of them and then wait for the girls to come down. I'll go down first, then when it's safe, Frau, Luna and you'll come down behind me, in that exact order. Kaiyui, you need to stay safe. Since Panda is no good for fighting, I returned him to the seal, after which I took Rosyuk out to escort Luna. I'm not sure why the king would want Luna to come with us, but I can only assume it is for guidance. Perhaps there is the possibility of appealing to her confidence. I'm too stupid to think about these details. But since she came with me, I will have to protect her. It's narrow. The stairs were built into the walls, and are very narrow. An adult can barely walk on them. If you look down, you will see pebbles falling in the dark. That's just plain scary. Even a level 300 like me can die here. You don't have to go through all this. You can always fly with Frau's fairy dust. It's not a good idea. We are not used to aerial combat. If we are attacked in the air, it will be difficult to stop the attacks. I don't think there are monsters that can fly here. Even if they do not exist, there is still the possibility that they can use magic and attack us from the ground. Many forms of undead use magic. Some types of ghosts even specialize in magic. If we fly right over them, it's like telling them to attack us. Fairy dust is convenient, but you need to think about the time and place. Caw. Devilish-looking crows fly over the rock wall. They stood on a dead branch sticking out, staring at us. I wonder if they are thinking we are their food. It is not pleasant to be observed from afar. 8 Snotis, job saving has been restored. 8 Oh, finally. The only thing left is skill savings. The stairs cut off abruptly. At the bottom, there was a metal chain dangling. Okay, from here I'll go down first. I'll signal you when I reach the end. Be careful, Master. I nodded my head and carefully slid down the chain. The darkness of the surroundings gradually increased, and I began to feel a gloomy air around me. I firmly put my feet on the ground. I then quickly pulled my sword from my back and looked around. Skeletons and zombies welcomed me. There were about 100, although it's common knowledge that they are weak. That a large number of them came out from the very beginning is bad enough. I don't think I can do a proper investigation now. With a single blow, I cut all the undead in half at once. Those I couldn't reach with my sword I set ablaze with heat magic. Within seconds, a pile of undead corpses formed. Wow, that's so many. Dorukun, you're amazing. You beat them all. Frau and Luna arrived after they had finished with everyone. Soon, however, another round of skeletons and zombies arrives. The number is incomparable to the previous one. Hundreds of undead were coming. Aerial explosion uses her magic as soon as she lands. A powerful gust of wind was generated that swallowed the undead and crushed them. Fairy hum boom. A shockwave is generated from Frau's hammer as she swings downwards. The ground collapsed and the enemies were shattered. The enemies that were there disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Maniou Brigade is more powerful than I imagined. It's understandable why my father told me to keep a close eye on you to see your tricks. Tricks? Oh yes, that's exactly what I thought. I was thinking about how strangely close we are. The King of Greyfield is a very careful man. I guess the cat's out of the bag. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Stay close to us. All right, we'll pretend this never happened. When Luna approached me, stepped between us as if she was annoyed. Luna-san, I will protect you. Did I make you mad? No, not at all. I'm not angry. But your eyes. Grabs Luna by the arm and slyly pulls her away from me. I'm sorry, Chan. I'm not upset. Well, if sticks by her side, there won't be any problems. For the time being, Rosyuk will also continue to act as an escort. Let us move on. It's been pretty calm. Yes, a mountain of undead has accumulated. The total number is probably around 5,000. It's not like I counted every undead we killed, so it's not an exact number. I'm very tired. Well done, Frau. You even scared me half to death. Really? Yes. You are so cute and strong. Frau smiles in awe at the praise. However, Luna also struggled and is active in her own way. She used her one-handed sword to take down the skeletons and zombies one by one without batting an eyelid. Even if her level is lower than ours, she contributes perfectly to the party. My level has gone up to a number I've never seen before. Luna, who checked her stats, began to get excited. Oh no. The experience was flowing into her too. Explaining this to her is somewhat problematic. Now what do I do? Look at that. I used to be level 53, now I'm level 172. Thank the gods of the forest. The gods of the forest? Yes. Luna didn't try to find out more about why this happened to her, although she seemed a little confused. The god of the forest is impressive. It will be the solution to all my problems. Master. We reached the center of the valley. There, K'd found something, a square hole in the wall. There was a staircase leading to the bottom. It has always been rumored that there is a dungeon in Berserker Valley, but no one has ever witnessed it, because of the undead. Try as we might, we couldn't properly investigate. So it's a dungeon that's been abandoned for a long time? I am intrigued. Now, how difficult will this dungeon be? If possible, I want it to be a good place to level up. After all, my level is only 303 even after defeating all of them. Though I know why this is happening, my energy saving ability is hindering my growth. We walked down the stairs with me in the lead. There was a ghost coming towards us. It could barely be seen with the naked eye. I instantly activated the dragon eyes. The ghost approached, attempting to possess me. Gash. If you are reborn again, have a good life. I had exorcised the ghost with my sword. Suddenly, Frau was enveloped in a bright light. I think it's a change of species. It happened to me, and now it's happening to Frau. The light converges and shifts into a humanoid form similar to Frau's. However, the size was many times that of a fairy. The light dimmed and Frau appeared. What just happened? Frau, you. Although Frau was not that tall, she had the appearance of a human no matter how you looked at her. She has wings on her back that are the telltale sign of a fairy. A bigger problem, however, is that I don't know where to look, or what to do. Frau was naked. No, master, don't look. What? But it was too late. K'd was covering my eyes with her hands. Sorry, I've seen it all. Frau-san, please put something on. Oh, yes. Clothes. She rummaged through my backpack. Frau, I think you'll like these. No, those are Luna's clothes. But they'll fit you perfectly. No, damn it, my breasts are too small. I can hear some interesting words coming out of Frau's mouth. I was a little excited to hear the sound of the fabric sliding. At first, Frau was a beautiful girl, and now that she is human-sized, I can appreciate her looks even more. You can look now, master. Frau was dressed in a pretty little girl's outfit. But why did she suddenly become so big in the first place? I think she's like me. Since I couldn't keep my body together due to all my accumulated power, it was rebuilt. What is your race now? I'm a high fairy. Probably because I've reached level 300. What is K'd's level? 315. Compared to Beastkin, humans and fairies are far inferior in physical strength. The reason K'd does not change is because she has a body that can maintain its strength from the beginning. So, will humans become dragonoids without exception when they reach level 300? Or can they become high humans, like high elves and high fairy? Are there any conditions? Someone please explain it to me. It's nice to be bigger, but it feels weird. My lord and K'd are Frau's size now. You've grown. But with your size, you can't go back to your village. Why not? You mean because Frau is big now? Huie, Fash. Frau shrank back. The clothes she was wearing fell off. A tiny naked Frau came out of the interior writhing. What the heck is going on? Fairies are a great mystery. Ha 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 ha. Look at me. I can control my size at will. Frau returned to human size. Don't do that. Huie reacts again and quickly covers my eyes. As you can imagine, she was very slow. For the second time. Can fairies manipulate the size of their bodies? I'm a little jealous. I don't know if dragons have that kind of power. Her yellowish-green pigtails danced. She immediately hardened her expression. Frau's time has come. Let's go. Wait. You should be more excited, my lord. Frau, who was following me, was happier than usual. When we got back to town, we parted ways with Luna and passed a clothing store. Of course, to buy new clothes for Frau. This one is good. Oh, but this one is good too. You are beautiful, Frau-san. I think you'll like this one better. You're right, I love it. You have such good taste. So long. I've been in the store for over an hour now. I don't mind waiting as long as it takes, but the stares from customers are quite painful. Women's clothing stores are too uncomfortable for men. A human-sized Frau stands in front of me. Well then, how about this one? It's good. It looks good on you. You look very pretty. Hee. Frau's new dress was nice and easy to move in. The skirt with the short ruffle was eye-catching. We then went to the armor store and bought a set of armor. On the way back, The three of us headed for the public restroom. Kaiyui. Panda comes out of the carved seal and dances in the air. He is a bit grumpy as we had spent a lot of time in the dungeon. Panda immediately looks around and looks for Frau. Kaiyui, where are you looking? I'm here. Panda's eye moves from bottom to top. Then, the moment he realized it was Frau, his large eye began to grow teary. Kaiyuu, quiet. He jumped into Kid's chest and cried. He was disheartened that she was bigger than him. He must have thought his friend of the same size had disappeared. The clothes fell to the floor and out came a small Frau. Fu, I'm sorry, Panda. But look, now Frau can be as big or as small as she wishes. When Panda sees her, he happily reaches over and rubs against Frau's body. Aren't you happy Frau can grow up? Kaiyui. Well, I don't like the idea that Frau can't sleep with Panda. Kaiyui. Why are you angry? After collecting Frau's clothes, Kt immediately takes out the fairy-sized clothes and hands them to her. Then I stuffed the clothes she dropped into the backpack. It's a hassle to have to stuff Frau's clothes in a backpack every time she changes size, but it's nice to know that her abilities are as good or better than a human's. It would be perfect if Frau had clothing that changes size when she does. Well, that's weird. I met King Greyfield with a washtub under his arm. And next to him was Luna, who we had just left a few hours ago. Hello. We meet again, and so soon. I knew you would come for me. Exactly. The two of them invite us to a public bathhouse. People here like to bathe a lot, don't they? But I was also thinking of joining. I guess I'll take you up on your offer. Cold milk after a hot bath is best. Whoever thought of this is a genius. In the next room, the king was naked and, with his hands on his hips, was drinking his milk. This is the only right way to get out of a public bath. It's really delicious milk, but is there a ranch nearby? Yes. And the dairy cows that are raised there are first-class products that are raised in that Pathang village, which is famous for its milk. Ah, that town. It was a town near the elven village, wasn't it? The milk was so delicious that I ended up buying cheese, yogurt and other souvenirs from that tourist spot. Well, it makes sense if it's milk from the cows there. Have you managed to increase your strength? I had intentions of going to the top floor of the dungeon, but I didn't want to take the princess with me for too long, so the best thing to do was to go back. I'm sorry. I'm afraid my daughter has delayed you. No, not at all. Luna did a great job. I quickly followed the king, who had a somber look on his face. In fact, Luna was a great help. She did her best to follow me through unfamiliar dungeons, and took the initiative to attack and guard. The reason I was able to maintain my cheerfulness in that gloomy dungeon was thanks to Luna, who livened up the atmosphere. I'm shocked and Frau thinks so too. The king sat in a chair that had been placed in the dressing room. I have to tell you something. Yesterday, the Maniou Brigade was officially approved as a hero party belonging to Armand. A messenger will be coming from Armand in the near future. Is it finally decided? He nods silently and takes a new bottle of milk from the basket on the shelf. I plan to give you the title here. Is it okay if we have a little ceremony? No problem. I'm glad I don't have to show my face. You are very strange. Normally adventurers like to be recognized. Really? I wiped my head with a towel as I answered. There is a difference between expectations and reality, isn't there? Heroes and heroines are cool and admired because they are unknown. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's bad to brag. My late mother always said, Toru, you have to live as modestly as possible. The best thing is to live peacefully and happily. I do not have the strength to take on such a heavy responsibility. Zuzan. Suddenly, the building shakes violently. What's wrong? There's a commotion outside. I ran outside with the king. No way. The city was covered by a sea of fire. Boosh. A black mass flies from the sky and lands with a great gust of wind. Ha 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 ha. Toru. I didn't know I'd find you here. Sane, who was riding on top of a black wyvern, was laughing at me. I was stunned as soon as I stepped out onto the street. This city, the capital of Greyfield, has become a sea of fire. Many people are fleeing. The screams confuse me even more. Bash Hun. A black mass descended forcefully from the sky, creating a gust of wind as it planted its feet on the ground. It is a black wyvern, a subspecies of dragon. Ha 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 ha, Toru. I didn't know I'd find you here. Sane was sitting atop the wyvern. He is dressed in black, and also has a terrifying black sword at his waist. On his left arm, he wore a silver bracelet. Sane did not get off the wyvern, but smiled. This is your doing, isn't it? Yes, of course. I led the troops in the attack. Several wyverns passed right over us. It's my wyverns unit. They're taking out the enemy. Come to think of it, there was also a small group of elite knights in this country. Why would you, a former hero, do something like this? The king clenched his fists so tightly in anger that they were dripping blood. However, Sane smiled as if he didn't care. Please don't take away my credibility. I still have the hero's job, so you can't take that title away from me. Only now I'm the hero who's with the demons. Ha 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 ha. Damn you. I stopped the king with my hand. Your Majesty, go back to the palace. I'll take care of this. Toru Dono, sorry, and thank you. The king swallowed his anger, and ran away. In fact, I'm sure he would have liked to fight Sane himself, but at the moment he must consider his position as king, so he prioritized it over his selfish desires. He is a good king, I respect him for that. That's why I have to live up to his expectations. I must put an end to this situation as soon as possible. Toru, do you really think you can defeat me without a weapon? A towel will be enough to finish you off. Ha ha ha, don't act tough. You're scared. Not at all. As I said that, I was a little worried. It is difficult to face Sane without having some strategy or weapon. Things would be different if I had my sword. I have no choice but to attack with my towel. Go, Birdswell. Giant. Sane jumped off the wyvern and with a flutter, the animal opened its giant maw in front of me. Wyverns are the strongest of the dragon subspecies. It is a few steps behind the legitimate red dragon, but still dangerous enough to be called a monster. But this guy is no match for me. Swoop. Gar. Birdswell. With my wet towel, I swat the wyvern like a fly. The great monster disappeared into the sky. Sane looks at me with a furious expression. How dare you hurt my wyvern? It's your fault for bringing him into the clutches of death. Shut up. I'll make you regret that. The sword he drew gave off a chilling presence. It is as if a person's negative emotions were condensed into a sword. It is different from the demonic weapons I have been dealing with so far. Are you afraid? This is my new weapon to replace the sacred sword. I just came to say hello, but I changed my mind. I will kill you. Say hello? It's an announcement as a real hero standing next to the Demon King. In other words, a declaration of war. I will make all the humans who have despised me, including you, know utter terror. Sane gets into position and readies his sword. I cover myself with my wet towel and prepare for battle. Ha ha. We charged each other at the same time. I quickly wrapped the wet towel around Sane's sword and deflected his attack. I then drove my left fist into his back, hitting him behind the lungs. Sane flew in a straight line at high speed and disappeared through the outer wall of the city. I don't think he'll die from that blow. It's time for my revenge, Sane. Master, what's going on? What did they do to the city? And the girls appeared seconds later. Just in time. Now that Kd is here, she can take care of the fire. I will provide you with magical power while you take care of magically extinguishing the fire in the city. Understood, Frau. Luna, take charge of rescuing the inhabitants who need help. Got it. Kd opens her iron fan and uses ice magic. The cold air spreads around them and covers the entire city. At the same time, clouds rise in the sky and strong winds are generated. Blizzard Circle, a wide area magic that could only be performed with the power of several mages, was being controlled by Kd. The wind evaporates the heat and extinguishes the fires in a very short time. Even so, there are areas that are still burning. I can imagine all the effort Kd had to make to keep the cold from freezing the inhabitants. Sweat runs down Kd's forehead. Her magic energy consumption is also high. Thanks to my ability to transfer magical power to Kd, she can continue to use her magic without the risk of fainting. An hour has passed since the magic was activated. I think I'm approaching my limit. Suddenly, Kd lost her power. I quickly walked over to her and grabbed her with both hands. I'm sorry. I lost consciousness for a moment. Don't worry, you did great. Thank you. I did it for the good of the people, and for Master. I hugged her tightly. You are very helpful. Rest well. The fire in the city was successfully extinguished. The demonic Wyvern troops also retreated after Sane's disappearance. Casualties were lower than expected and, miraculously, damage to the city was minimal. King Greyfield has set out to rebuild and strengthen the defenses against demons. Thanks to you, my country was able to survive this ordeal. I am deeply grateful to you. During the audience, the king himself expressed his gratitude. Both Kt and I smiled in embarrassment. Frau, on the other hand, had a satisfied expression as she sat on top of Panda. Luna, who was standing near the king, was wearing a dress and smiling at us. Now, I'll take care of awarding the titles. The messenger is here. The door opens and Armin's messenger appears. Our eyes were drawn to that person. Marianne, Fufu. The messenger is Marianne, Count Roan's daughter, dressed elegantly. The smart steps, swaying breasts and dignified look changed the impression I had of her before. She walks past us and right up to the king. She then presented the king with a red box. I'm sorry it took you so long to get to this distant place. By no means, Your Majesty. I am happy to be present on such a wonderful day. The king rose from his throne and took a blue stone out of the box. He inserts it into my bracelet. On the bracelet shone a beautiful glow like the eye of a dragon. This is the proof that I am a hero. It feels strange. When I was kicked out of the party that day, I never imagined it would all come to this. You never know what will happen in life. Sometimes you can suffer the worst fate imaginable, and the next minute, you find yourself experiencing something glorious. Toru-sama. It's been a long time. Marianne hugged me when the ceremony was over. The pressure of her breasts against my body and her scent makes me feel tempted by her. It makes something within me react, even though I didn't mean for that to happen. Kt-san. I'm glad to see you're well too. Marianne-san, I'm glad to see that you've changed a lot. It has been difficult for me since then. Thanks to my higher level, I've been able to get rid of the monsters in the vicinity of the city. Also, I'm in training as a future wife, so I've been very busy every day. But you've become even more beautiful. Fufu. When Kt says it, it makes me feel more confident. Marianne and I barely said hello, though she and Kt carried on our conversation. They both headed straight for the palace garden. The way things are going, we're going to have to hang around for a while. The women's talk is very long. I've experienced that kind of thing for a long time, and I hate it. What? You're asking me if there's a way for you to get bigger? Kayui, there is no such thing. You'll have to live with your current size, Panda. Kayui, it's not unfair. I earned it. Frau and Panda are fighting over my head. I'm glad they are so close. But it's very annoying that they have to argue all the time around me. I'm not used to these kinds of ceremonies, so even if it's just mental fatigue, it starts to bother me too much. I want to go back to the inn and sleep. As I yawn, Panda smacks me in the face. How dare you bite Frau's hair? Kaio. Don't laugh, Panda. Panda quickly evades Frau's punch, which then hits me in the forehead. Frau-san, you and I are going to have a very serious conversation right now. Frau began to tremble with a pale face. The day of our trip arrived. We are about to embark on a new destination. The king, Luna and Marianne come to see us off. Please be very careful. If you need anything, just send a message scroll. See you soon. Toru-kun. Clean up this whole mess and come back safely. I nodded at the words of the three. In the end, we were unable to fully enjoy Greyfield. However, what we gained here was significant. If I come back in one piece, I'll make sure we all bathe together. Toru Dono. What's wrong? Before I could take a step, the king made me stop. He lowered the tone of his voice and spoke in my ear. When you enter the Dark Realm, you should visit the country of Formelia. The race of demons there should be able to guide you to the Demon King's castle in exchange for money. How did you get that information? Between you and me, my country has a secret deal with the demon race. However, now that the Demon King has appeared, our communications have been cut off. But I'm sure if you mention my name to them, they will cooperate. The king carefully handed me an envelope. It probably contains a letter requesting cooperation. It seems that Greyfield, which is in conflict with the demons the most, thus having to resort to hidden contracts with them, is a bit wary. Others may come to think that they are working for the enemy. I bowed to the king, and we drove away from the city. We left the capital and crossed the demon fortress. Soon after, we enter the dark realm ruled by the demon race. It's very normal and peaceful. You know, I always figured this place was going to be hell, since it has the word dark in its name. Kaiyui. The trail leading from the fort crosses a meadow, where butterflies can occasionally be seen. The blue sky hurts my eyes and the warm breeze feels so good. The dark realm, the name is creepy, but in reality, it is simply a generic term for lands that are not controlled by humans. In this place, demons create their own nations and live the same lives as humans. You look different. That's right, but you don't look too creepy. Control your words, Frau. Master looks handsome in any form. Is there something you want to say, Frau-san? Thanks to our rings, we have changed our appearance. I now have horns coming out of my forehead in a normal manner. Its fox ears and tail are gone, and she now has horns. As for Frau, no costume was used. I decided it was unnecessary because I could hide her in my backpack at any time. In the worst case scenario, there is the camouflage ring originally worn by Miriam, one of the 6 generals, so I can have her wear it in case of an emergency. There are no demon soldiers in sight. They must have retired after what happened. It is true that the demon race is strong, but their total number is small. In addition, they have many factions and are not monolithic. Demons are self-centered, rude and uncoordinated. Therefore, if they attack in a large group, they will be too easily stimulated. The reason why we are a small group of people who are going to defeat the Demon King is because the demon race has the opportunity to take advantage of it, and the success rate is high. Get out the map. Yes. She handed me the scroll and I activated it. A semi-transparent window opened on the paper showing a detailed map. I placed my fingers on top to mark the position we were heading to. The country of Formelia. Will this be the address? Let's go this way. Weren't we heading to Formelia? There is a meadow up ahead. If we go in that direction, we will be detected, which would be an advantage to the Demon King. It's better to take a detour and move through places where we won't be easily detected. In addition, it is not certain that Formelia will cooperate with us. If we are revealed and then betrayed, the journey will become more complicated. If possible, I would like to save the King of Greyfield card for last. A broken bar. That is why I started walking in the opposite direction to the planned course. We made our way through the forest, over small mountains. Occasionally we crossed paths with some demon races, but they did not feel uncomfortable with us, and our trip passed without any particular problem. We finally arrived at the city of our destination. According to the map, the name of the city is Kojhain. Details are unknown, but it appears to be a large city. We entered the city, which was surrounded by high walls. It's much more chaotic than the human side. Yes, you are quite right. The city of demons has many things. In the tents you see, piles of monstrous materials are placed, and countless dried fish of unknown nature are hung. In front of the food stall, men drinking alcohol during the day hung out, and monsters that would have been hunted were placed next to them. In addition, tiger and lizard-like monsters roam the middle of the city, mounted by their owners. The standard of living is not so different from the human side, but there was a considerable gap in the atmosphere. Oops. What's wrong? We have no money. Lately, since I didn't have to worry about money, I was completely relaxed. When I stopped to think, I forgot that we had no money that the demonic race uses. This means that I cannot buy anything. It finally hit me when I pulled out my wallet to eat. What do we do now? Will I have to sell some items for cash? I looked down and saw Kid tugging at my clothes. Hey, what's that? Frau discreetly pointed to a large metal cage. There is a crowd around it. On the sign was written, "Those who hold out for 30 minutes will receive 1 million. Can I really get 1 million? Let's see. I tried to take a look at the cage. Fusha, get me out of here. I'm out. A demon man screamed and jumped out of the cage. Inside was a 5-meter-long sword cat. Sword cat has a hardened sword-like barbed tail that cuts and kills anyone who approaches it. Its personality is more of a controlled sort, and is often only threatening when attacked. The sword cat is a very strong monster that only lives in the dark realm, I believe. Hey, I'm lucky to be able to see one in a place like this. Its coat is light brown and its appearance is quite beautiful. Who else wants to take the challenge? The entry fee can be after you have passed the test! Exclamation mark. I raised my hand when I heard that payment would not have to be immediate. The participation fee is 10,000. But it doesn't matter as long as you can get the million. I need some money now. I can't continue this trip properly without money, Master. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I just want to touch the cat. No, you can't. It's too dangerous. But that cat is big and cute, isn't it? Frau thinks the same. Moments later, I ran away before Kt said anything else. I don't care. I'm going in. I will not pass up the opportunity to win a million. I'm going into the cage. Gi, calm down. I won't do anything to you. I raised both hands and showed no resistance. However, Sword Cat moved to the corner of the cage and continued to act intimidating. Was it unreasonable to expect a demonic creature to have the intelligence of one from the human realm? I wanted to calm it down without it thinking I wanted to antagonize it. You can quit if you want to. I haven't even been here a minute. It's useless. No one has lasted more than 5 minutes with my cat. 5 minutes. Maybe this guy wants to secure his winning streak. As soon as I approached, I received a blow from the tail of the sword cat. What the heck? The demons outside the cage watching went crazy. The animal's owner also clings to the cage in surprise. I stopped the big cat's sword-like tail by holding it between my 2 fingers. If you reach level 300, you will be able to do these kinds of tricks. The cat tries to yank its tail back, but it doesn't manage to free it from my fingers. I quickly activated Master Tamer. The air I emit puts the demonic animal's mind at ease. I moved even closer and stroked its neck. The sword cat rolls over and shows its stomach. I stroke it some more and it starts to purr. Master, let me touch it too. Sure thing. Frau also wants to. You can't go into the cage. I opened the door and entered the cage. Frau is small and goes directly inside. The 3 of us pet the cat. He is a very cute kitten. It's so fluffy. Grab your million and get the hell out of here, quick. Oh, is it over? After the challenge, we had lunch with the money I got. Then we took a walk around the city. Master, look. A statue of the ancient demon king and hero was placed in the center of the city. He is the demon king Kil and the hero Diaruka. The 2 are famous for having fought the fiercest battles in the last 500 years. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and Diaruka barely won. This battle, which caused great damage to both demons and humans, became a legend to both races. At the foot of this giant monument, Kd waves her hand. Frau was sitting on Diaruka's head and Panda was circling around her. Hey, you're disrespectful. Get off of her head right now. You look like a very strong demon king. He's so different from that evil bitch. He has dignity. It's a matter of favoritism. The demon king, Q, is an austere and stoic man. Diaruka, on the other hand, is young and has a fearless face. It appears to have been made by a very skilled craftsman. There is no sense of dynamism. Suddenly, I realize that there is a mother and daughter next to me. Mom, why did Kil lose? He took the hero's wife hostage. Victory was almost in his hands, but at the last moment the hero awakened a new ability that defeated the demon king. The hero was a cheater. That's true. Don't grow up to be someone like that. The girl cheerfully replies, okay. It sounds like you are getting a pretty dreadful education. The demon king was a complete coward, no matter how you think about it. Master, I turned around after Kd's call. There was a beautiful short-haired young man riding a horse. In addition, it has a noble atmosphere like an aristocrat. You look like someone strong. Are you an adventurer? Yes, we are a party. We are called Maniou Brigade. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Seconds later I realized I had said the name of the party. What an asshole I am. No matter how hard I have tried to disguise myself and hide my identity, if I go around saying my party's name like a fool I will be exposed. But the young man seemed unfazed, smiled, and got off his horse. Maniou Brigade, huh? I saw you challenge the sword cat. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a chat with you at my residence. A chat? To put it bluntly, It's a request. I'm in a bind. It is very suspicious. This individual is probably a nobleman of the demon race. I can't say anything suspicious. I turn to look at Kt. She nods. I will leave this decision to you, Master. The same applied to Frau. By the way, what's the reward? If you succeed, I will give you 3 million. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then follow me. The young man he got on his horse and led us to a mansion not far from where we were. The demon mansion did not appear to be much different from that of a human. I took a sip of the tea he gave me. It's delicious. I don't suppose you've heard much about the water fountain? Number. Do tell. The city uses the river coming down from the mountains for its water supply, but recently the source of the river has been blocked by a monster. Thanks to that, the river has started to dry up and we are in a critical situation. If it is a monster blocking the water source, it is probably quite large and heavy. Water is indispensable for life. I grew up in a village, so I can understand it well. So I cannot refuse this request. And what kind of monster is it? A poisonous slime. Its size leads me to believe it's a king slime. Ugh. I couldn't help but let my expression of disgust slip. King-sized slime are on the list of monsters an adventurer should not face. Normally, slimes are small, but once they exceed a certain size, they become extremely problematic. The largest size is king. Physical attacks are naturally ineffective, magical attacks are ineffective against such overwhelming mass, and it has a voracious appetite, trapping any living thing that approaches it and dissolving it with its powerful digestive juices. And this time, it's the most problematic type, a poisonous slime. It is logical that it is difficult for him to solve this problem. Will you do it? Well, all right, I'll do it. I was a little worried, but I thought Kid's magic could defeat him. The most important thing is that I want that 3 million. I have heard that the Dark Kingdom is quite large. I should get as much money as possible for my trip. Forgive me for not having introduced myself properly. I am the Marquis de Pion. I rule this land. I'm Toru, and this is Kt and Frau. Toru, it's a pleasure to meet you. We shook hands after introducing ourselves. We enter the mountain and aim at the place where the monster is. Wait up. You three are going too fast. Behind us was Pion, who was having a hard time climbing the mountain. Since he was a demon aristocrat, I thought he would be a person of considerable skill, but surprisingly he was not in good physical shape. I wondered if he simply wasn't used to the mountains, but from the looks of it, his level was quite low. What's your level, Pion? 7. I thought that demons would have a higher level. Ha ha ha, I know. I have a very low level. I'm really only a lord in name. Because my late father was an excellent demon, he managed to make everyone in the city devoted to me before he died. Oh, but this is a secret. Don't tell anyone. Are you sure you should be telling us something like that? I have a good eye for demons. I'm sure Toru's and his friends are good. Pion smiled. A weak demon with good feelings. That was my impression of him. Get on my back. At this rate we'll never get there. I leaned over so Pion could climb on me. He hesitated a bit, but then climbed on me. Master, don't worry. Well, let's keep going. I jumped up to where Kt was. After that, we all ran at once, while Pion, who was on my back, was screaming like a little girl because of the turbulent trip. With every step I took, I felt Pion's chest hit my back. It was big and soft. Does this guy work out his pecs? He should exercise his legs more, though. I feel as if there's very little meat on them. We jumped from rock to rock until we reached the middle of the mountain. Master, would you like me to help you? No, it's okay. I'd like to go at once and get it over with. What? When Kt saw Pion hugging me she said, Master, can you give me a ride when we go back? Yeah, I don't mind. Perfect, you're going to have to carry me like a princess. That's not fair, Kt. My lord, Frau wants to be carried as well. Hey, don't neglect your position, we have to be alert. There are monsters here too. There it is. There was a dark green slime peeking through the bushes, but the size is more than 10 meters. It is what is commonly known as king slime. It appears to still be at the water source, and traces of flowing water can be seen, but the important water is nowhere to be found. Do you think you can win? Try to freeze it. Okay. She raises her iron fans and uses ice magic. Picky. The ground froze and cold air enveloped the slime. For a moment, I thought she had frozen it, but it seems that she couldn't completely freeze the nucleus, and soon the thin ice on the surface broke and the slime began to move. Not only is it large, but it also appears to be of a reasonably high standard. What else can we do? I could cut him in half with my sword, but that would impact the water source directly below it. We have to defeat it without affecting the water. What if we try to tame it? Fufu, it's Frau's turn. Do you think you can move it from there? Yes, I'll use fairy dust. By sprinkling a little on top, it will float and move even if it doesn't want to. 8 I see. I hadn't thought of that. When you get sprayed with that stuff, it's inevitable to be able to float. Then we can get rid of it when it's in the air. Then go sprinkle some on top of it. But how do I get close without it attacking me? Don't worry, I'll distract it. I ordered Kt and Pion to stand by, and jumped in front of the slime. Hey slime, look at me? The Slime King reacts to my presence and extends its tentacles. I drew my sword and cut its tentacles from a relatively far away position. Meanwhile, Frau moved just above it and managed to sprinkle some of her fairy dust. The slime slowly began to float. However, while floating in the air, it began to spit digestive juices. It used the wrong moment to make an attack like that while floating. Whoa, Pion? The digestive juices seemed to have splattered near the bush in which Pion was hiding, causing him to rush out. The liquid had dissolved his clothes and he was naked. Toru, are you all right, Pion-chan? Pion came running out to me and hugged me. The boy I had met in Toner Broken Bar turned out to be a girl. Pion was a woman. It's obvious when I see her naked as she hugs me. Splash. Digestive juices continued to fall from the slime. That's disgusting. I went into some bushes with Pion. Kd followed us and gave Pion a cloth to cover herself. So you were a woman. I'm sorry I lied to you. We'll talk about it later. I came out of the bushes and looked for the slime. While avoiding the falling digestive juices, I drew my sword and took a leap to get closer to him. Clush! I cut its body in half with a vertical slice. The water begins to flow back from the source to the river. So, I didn't mean to offend you. We were standing near the fountain asking Pion for an explanation. In my family, it was not accepted that I was a girl, so my father had no choice but to raise me as a man. I didn't want the family to fall apart, so I tried hard to pretend to be one. I see. What? You really believe me? Is there a reason not to? If what Pion says is true, we can only accept it. After all, nothing troublesome resulted from her concealing her true identity. But I won't deny that I was very surprised. What surprised me was the fact that both Kt and Frau had noticed. They had both told me that her feminine appearance was very obvious. Perhaps the demons in the city also knew this and kept silent, but I could not notice her feminine appearance. Suddenly Pion clung to my leg. Please don't tell anyone about this. I'll do anything. What? My body had been shaken. Those words could make any man's heart tingle. I can't help but wonder what kind of things I could ask her for. I will also do whatever my master asks me to do. Kd gently tugged at the hem of my shirt while blushing. Hearing that was so embarrassing that my face turned red and I had to look away. Frey would also do anything for you. I am a faithful slave to my lord. If possible, I would also like you to stroke my head and praise me every time I do something for you. Kaiyui, Frau, who was on top of Panda, says such words without any sign of embarrassment. In Frau's case, I think she wants me to praise her for what she did before. As I patted her head, she said, I'm so incredibly happy about this. I love it. And pushes her head against my hand. So, since we're here, is there anything you want me to do? As she looked at me with teary eyes, Pion's face was blushing. My mouth was full of meat. Then I tore off a piece of bread, dipped it in the soup and ate it up. I was gorging myself on so much food that I had to drink water to get it down. I was so silly. I never thought you'd ask me to stay for dinner. Did you want me to do something to you? That's embarrassing. Stop it. Pion's face reddens. But saying anything was definitely a slap in the face. I'm not sure to what extent my request would be acceptable. But I figured it'd be best not to be too blatant in this type of situation, so I decided to play it safe. But I had no intention of doing anything wrong either. First, I have no merit in revealing Pion's identity, so I just asked to stay at her house for dinner so she would have peace of mind. Well, That also includes sleeping over at her house. Sorry for all this, even though you've paid me for the work I did. I'm abusing your tea hospitality by staying at your house. It's okay, I honestly thought $3 million was cheap compared to the work you did. Oh, yes. I don't know what the market price is here, so it's hard to answer. I'm sure that on the human side, a request like that would be around 100 million. But it's just a rumor, so I'm not sure. If you want, you can stay as many nights as you want. Pine touches her cheeks with both hands and smiles. I'm flattered, but we have to leave tomorrow. Oh. She immediately became depressed. The atmosphere was so overtly dark that it made us feel like we were doing something wrong. We also want to take it easy, but we have a situation where we can't just do as we please. Heartilda, I thought you might be friends. Eh? Letting out a sigh, Pine opens her eyes as she views her stats. My level is 43. Why? Oh shit, my experience points went to her. Now how am I going to fool her? It must have been a gift from the forest gods. No, Toru and his friends must have caused this sudden increase. Ugh, I couldn't fool her. Or maybe Alashua and Luna were too innocent. My level is 43. Hee. She keeps looking at her stats window with a gleeful look on her face. It's a little creepy. Thank you for your help. It was a pleasure. The next day, we stood in front of Pine's mansion saying goodbye. Pine was dressed as a man, and on her face was a beautiful smile. I may never see her again. She is a demon, and I am a human. We're natural enemies. I wish you the best in your life. Thank you, Kt-san. You're going to be a great lord. I'll be rooting for you. Thank you, Frau Chan. The three of us said goodbye to her. Now it is time to leave. Hey, wait up. We were stopped before leaving for our new destination. Pine returns to the mansion and comes out a few minutes later with her backpack and sword. She then runs to the back and brings out 2 horses. I'm coming with you. Huh? Why do you want to join us? Then what was the point of this farewell? Don't worry, I'll leave all my duties to someone else, and I'm not going to leave the mansion for that long. You geese need someone to guide you to the capital, right? What do you want? Nothing. You are blatantly averting your eyes. At least look at me when you lied to me. You're probably thinking that if you continue with us, you can keep raising your level. No, it's nothing like that. You were asking me a lot of questions about where I was going last night and what kind of relationship I have with my master. Okay, I confess. She covered her ears and shook her head. Then she nodded and began to explain. I want to be a great lord like my father, but that requires power. You must know that, since you are a demon, and those without power are cast aside and abandoned. So this is my last chance to be able to do something. But skills are something you don't just improve by leveling up. I know. That's why I've been practicing with my sword all my life. All I need now is to level up so I can be even better. Please, Toru. She wraps both her hands around my right hand and looks up with tearful eyes. No, I am vulnerable to those eyes. Don't look like an abandoned puppy. It's my weakness. I turn to look at Kt and Frau. If you agree to take her with us, Master, I will too. It's okay. It's not like she'll be with us forever. Neither of them objected. It is said that the city we are going to can be reached in a day on horseback, and if we take it easy, it can even be 2 days. If it is for 2 days, it is unlikely that she will notice our disguise. And I don't want to waste a lot of money scrolling through every city on the map. I guess it's good to have a guide. Only as far as the capital. Yes, thank you, Toru. Pine got on one horse and I got on another. I then motioned for Kt to ride behind me. I'll look after my master's sword. That's not fair. I'm going to increase my size. Frau also wants to. Don't do it, Frau-san. 3 people would be too much weight for the horse. Not at all. That is if Kt rides with Pine and Frau rides behind Lord. Too late. Master, let us go. Kt got on the horse and wrapped her arms around my waist tightly. Foo-foo, Master's back is so big. Kt's voice sounded rather happy. It's good to hear something like this from time to time. I looked to the side and saw Pine scowling at me. Hiding in the bushes, I looked ahead. There was a group of goblins near us. Goblins, goblin warriors, goblin riders, goblin shamans, and more. Some of them are even hobgoblins, which are a higher level of goblin. Iko, ho, Ike, ho. All right, it's time. I'm right behind you. Pion was excited, but did not move at all. You are the one who said she wants to level up. We have been watching the goblins interact with each other for almost 30 minutes. Now I understand why she has been at level 7 all this time. This girl is pretty cowardly. Don't worry, Pion-san. They're level 10, so we're sure to win. Yes, thank you, Kt-san. You should retire. The sun is already setting. Qeee. Suddenly, Frau pushes Pion and makes her stumble out of the bushes. I told Frau not to be too rough with her, but Frau, who was on top of Panda, replied, it's not always good to be too nice. You are the wrong person to say that. At that rate, no matter how much time we have, it won't be enough for her. Should I be harder on her? Huey. The goblins noticed Pion and began to make noise. Pion is standing shakily with her sword in her hands. On the other hand, the enemy has already begun to move. Move. They'll kill you. Yes, I have to fight. Pion started running and swinging her sword wildly. But her movements were so clumsy due to the tension, and the enemy dodged her attacks easily. Seconds later she was caught by one of the goblins and fell to the ground. Huey. The goblins surrounded her and tore off her clothes. Then she managed to escape to me in her underwear. Pion clung to me in her underwear as she cried, Toru, I can't. Let's get you dressed and take a break. Kid took it upon herself to eliminate the goblins that were approaching us. Pion, who was wearing a cloth to cover her body, was looking at the scene with regret. I'm an idiot. Don't be discouraged. Here, I gave Pion a bowl of soup. There are people all over who are not cut out for battles. Even demons come in all shapes and sizes. The unfortunate thing is that she doesn't like to fight, but she is in a position where she has to show power. Why don't you stop using swords and start using magic? I can't do magic. How about a bow? I've never hit a target with a bow. My lord, we should pretend this never happened. Pion was surprised after Frau's words. But what Frau said is correct. We can't go on like this. I don't have enough time to train her. Should we rethink this from the beginning? You said you were practicing a sword. How about a spear? Yes, I've been instructed on how to use one. Wait a minute. I left the girls behind and opened a portal to go to my room. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed and I was in the hidden room on the top floor in the dungeon I placed in Armand. I immediately grabbed one of the many spears on the wall. I opened another portal and returned to where I was before. Use this one. A spear? Where did you get it? You suddenly just disappeared. It doesn't matter. I think it does. The spear I brought back is a very high quality one I found in Berserker Valley. This will improve Pion's level. If you use a spear, you can attack from a distance, and you will be able to defeat the monsters just by stabbing them. If this does not work, we will have to give up on her. I'm sorry. I've been a pain in the ass. Don't worry. I know you're trying hard to get better, Pion-san. Kt-san. Pion hugged Kid with teary eyes. Kid gently strokes her head. They look as if they were sisters, even though they are not related by blood. Kayui. Do you want to comfort her too, Panda? Panda approaches Pion and rubs against her face. Frau, who is flying above her, reaches over to pat her head. Let's hope it works this time. A spear is thrust into the goblin's heart. Pion dodged the hobgoblin's swinging axe, and thrust her spear into its neck and then tore it open. Within minutes, the goblins were annihilated. Pion, holding a spear, was breathing heavily over the fallen goblins. The result was a success. In the first battle, she managed to kill the enemy with her spear. In the second battle, the stiffness of her body disappeared and she was able to fight without any problems. And the third was the one she just had. She was able to fight with complete ease. Pion is so tired that she falls to her knees and sits on her legs. We ran to her and congratulated her on her success. You did it. Yeah, I guess I'm good with a spear. I think you're getting better. I'm level 84 now. Pion smiled and nodded. Apparently, she is satisfied with her results. 84 is quite a high number. Now she will have no difficulty in demonstrating her power as a lord. In any case, she'll have to do the rest on her own. I'm all sweaty and sticky. There's a river over there. Do you want to take a dip? Yes, I would love to. Pion and Frau head to the river. Here, 8 Suddenly, Pion comes running back to me completely naked. What is it this time? What's all the fuss about? She clings to my body and points to the river. Caked-san turned into a beast. It can't be. The ring. I put my hand on my forehead and grunted. This is what we were trying to avoid. I thought we could fool her for a few more days. I was too careless with Pion. Master Act and Frau also returned. Hearing their voices, Pion hides behind me. Act is in her beast form, with a towel wrapped around her body. You tricked me. That's not true. You seemed so kind and sweet to me and I felt so at ease with you. How dare you deceive me? I was so happy. I even thought of you as an older sister. I'm so sorry. Her fox ears droop and her tail sags. Why did you take off your ring? Pion-san said it was beautiful, so I wanted to show it to her more closely. Soaked was also caught off guard. Now that we have reached this point, it will be difficult to fool her again. I guess it's time to show her the truth and then tell her to go home. I took off my ring as well. Huh? Toru, where did your horns go? As you can see, I'm a human. I'm sorry for deceiving you. Would you please cover your body? I scratch my cheek with my finger as I look away. There are many things jiggling that I would prefer not to look at. For the time being, I asked Pion to calm down and gave her an explanation of what is happening. I am here to fight the Demon King. I will not fight the demon race any more than necessary. The purpose of our disguises was to avoid unnecessary conflicts. I don't expect you to understand the whole situation, but it's hard for me to just walk away from her without explaining what's going on. I understand the situation. Toru is here to defeat the Demon King and the traitorous hero, not to fight demons in general, right? I nodded silently at her words. To be honest, our country is not cooperating with the current Demon King. In fact, I think they even hate her. So, before I could say anything, I was stopped by Pion's hand. But the relationship between humans and demons is too toxic. We have a long history of conflict. Although Toru and his friends are good people, I'm a demon aristocrat. I'm glad you think so. Thank you, Pion. Although if you wear the ring you'll look like a demon. Does that mean you can stay with me? Yes. What happened to her serious look just now? Now she has a strange expression of satisfaction. Give me back the feelings of admiration I had for you. But, thank you. I am very relieved. Maybe it was for the best to hear about this. The king of my country was looking for someone who could defeat the Demon King. It's best that Toru take on that task. The demon race wants to wipe out the Demon King? There is a magic transfer circle in the capital that will take you to the basement of the Demon King's castle. I will ask them to let you use it. Pion-san, for some reason I feel like I admire you again. When I woke up, I was stuck upside down on a branch. If I move, I will fall to the ground. BFFT, Toru. When I managed to get off, I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. It was a wise move to attack the town of Greyfield, but Toru happened to be there, and I received a painful counterattack. Strange. That guy was a level 20 nuisance. How did he become so strong? Is there a way to level up that I don't know about? I can't believe Toru beat me. I am very angry. I feel like I'm going to die of rage. Birdswell. I called to the black wyvern that Lisa had given me. When I rushed out of the woods, Birdswell was lying on the ground, sound asleep. He is fine. He is breathing. I can't go back to the castle without him. Wake up. We have to go back to the castle. I managed to slide up on top of Birdswell. In the distance, the city was still burning in the darkness of the night. The declaration of war was a success, at least for the moment. I am sure the people who falsely accused me are very upset. Foosh. Birdswell takes off. In the courtroom, Lisa gave me a deep bow. The declaration of war was brilliant. The humans must be trembling with fear. That doesn't matter. Is there any way to become stronger? At this rate, I won't be able to beat Toru. Then I will prepare more demonic weapons. One of the generals, Deneb, brings a set of jet black armor into the room. I was horrified when I saw it. It felt even more diabolical than the sword. Just by being present, the air felt heavier. I wonder if I can say it's like an evil spirit. It is as if a demon filled with a lot of bitterness and hatred has been transformed into a suit of armor. In the past, only 3 people could wear this. It's a cursed armor. It was too powerful, so it was sealed, but you can definitely get it if you are recognized by the sword. How much stronger will I get if I use it? The log says you can level by about 50%. However, it seems that every time you release your power, you will experience severe pain. Lisa kept a smile on her face, as if she was waiting for my answer. It's crazy. You want me to wear that? You've got to be kidding. However, 50%. When combined with the demonic sword, it will increase 90%. Since then, I have been able to raise my level to 100 by killing many demons. If I include that armor, I will be able to bring my level to 190. Assuming Toru's level is around 200, this number is quite large. It is too much power to ignore. I've made up my mind. I'll wear it. Good answer. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll just have to endure a little pain to have one of these. Where are you going to take me? You're going to go crazy here. Lisa took me to her room and tied me to her bed. It's time to get started. A tentacle was coming out of the opening of the gauntlet Lisa was holding. There's something buzzing in there. Grop. The gauntlet latched onto my arm. Hijia. It's disgusting. What the hell is this? It is viscous, soft and tangled. Wow. He seems to like you a lot. It's possible that you may become a good match. I don't remember if it increases your power by only 50%, maybe it's 60% or even 70%. Foo. Hijia. A sharp pain shoots through my arm. It is as intense as having my arm cut off repeatedly. Now, let's move on to your feet. Stop. Please. Do your best, Sane. After all, you're the hero. Jaya. The same sensation and pain I felt in my arm, I was now feeling in my leg. I give up. I can't take this. The pain is unbearable. Did you just soil yourself? You really are a fucking hero. Foo. Mausama, I've brought you the next piece. Let's do our best to continue. Lisa seemed to be telling me something, but I couldn't understand her clearly. I want it to be over soon. That's all I can think about. Well, that's it. The fourth one is born. Ha. I looked at my right hand dazedly. It had a jet black gauntlet on. I had gotten my armor. Fortunately, this armor didn't have a helmet, so I didn't have to take that nasty thing on my face. I slowly get out of bed and try to move my arms and legs. I feel like this armor is a part of my own body. And I also feel incredibly light. Okay, Sane. Activate the armor. Now, you have to get used to the pain while you can. That's right. I unleashed the power of armor. It didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. The power of the magic sword is also released, and my level is now 270. This is a 70% increase. It's great. This is exactly the kind of power I was hoping for. Cool. A minute passed and the pain increased. Every minute the pain intensified, and after about 5 minutes it became unbearable. Without gritting my teeth, I stopped the power of the armor. I then surrendered to the pain and put my hands on the ground. The limit is 5 minutes. I won't be able to take a fight after 5 minutes. But it's alright so long as I can kill Toru within that time span. That's good enough for me. Good job, Sane. After you rest, I want you to do something for me. Is it something of benefit to me? Of course. After all, it is something to do with Toru. That's all I'm saying. Toru. When I hear that name, my anger is released. I'm going to kill him. That's why I did all this. I managed to get up on shaky legs. Lisa smiled and clapped her hands. Wow, how did you get up from that position? I thought all you could do was crawl. Are you making fun of me? It's a joke. I managed to sit up on the bed. I asked Lisa to explain what she wanted me to do. Toru and his friends are probably on their way here. So I want Sane to go to Balsal and kill the king. Why Balsal? Because it has the least defense, and they also don't have many soldiers. It will be the perfect opportunity. I couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, did the king of Balsal no longer have a wyvern with him? I think they got rid of it as they didn't have enough money to keep taking care of it. Wyverns and the tools that go with them are expensive to maintain. Moreover, that foolish king is secretly using money that should be invested in the country to buy slaves. Besides, even if there were wyvern troops, I was born and raised there. I know the weak points of that place. That king looked down on me and made a fool of me. I so want to see him beg and cry. The royal capital of Balsal was in flames. Birds swell and I landed in the palace, where smoke was rising. It's been a long time, Your Majesty." I dismounted my wyvern and entered the courtroom. The king of Balsla was on his throne with an expression of fear on his face. To him was the elven slave whom he showed me the last time I was here. "You're sane? I'm glad you remember me. How dare you show your face here? Because of you, I've been put in a difficult situation. Now crawl on the ground and beg for forgiveness." "Huh? You're the one who's going to crawl on the floor begging for forgiveness." Hagai. I grabbed her head and slammed it on the ground. "Ha ha ha, that was dangerous. I almost killed him by mistake." "Your Majesty, you bastard. Get out of my way." I hit the knights who came running towards me. "Now then, it's time to have some fun. Look at this, King. Now I'm going to show you something good." "No, she's mine." I grabbed the elf and kissed her. "This is what I love, stealing other people's things." I am very excited. But this is not enough. I'm going to show you something much more fun. The country we are in right now is called Asmodeus. It is one of the multiple nations within the Dark Kingdom. The country's history is ancient, and it is well known for being the country where the Demon King Kul was born and raised. Even if he was a demon king, he was never the king of all demons. He is considered this way because the job of the Demon King is to increase the power of the demons, as well as their levels. For this reason exists their counterpart, the hero, who'll try to kill the Demon King to prevent this from happening. He who gets the job of Demon King is a greedy person. Therefore, his goal will always be to invade the side of humans. The same goes for the human side. This struggle has been repeating for centuries. Things become clearer to me after hearing Pion's story. I've heard the legend of the Demon King and the hero several times and I've considered it a matter of course, but come to think of it, I didn't know why they fought in the first place. I bet if this hadn't happened, I would never have known about it. Frau jumps on my back. Enkidu, the place where the Demon King's castle is located, is a country where the most extreme meritocracy of all demon gatherings exists. It's like a sacred and exclusive place. Does it mean that only a small part of the demons are devoted to Lisa? You're too heavy. But it feels good. How easy for you to say. Gug. Frau slaps me around the waist. My body recoils in pain. Please take it easy. Panda, you seem to have grown very fond of Pion-san. Kai-ui 1/2Z, he's so cute. He gets so happy when I pat his feet. Feet? Frau and I stood dumbfounded in front of the fire. Panda has feet? I don't remember him having any. Where are his feet? Here, they're like little bumps. It's true, he has very small feet. No way. It must be a lie. I got up and touched them. My fingertips pressed against some small, moving bumps. There were 4 of them. I hadn't noticed them because they were hidden in his fur, but Panda actually has feet. When I touched the base of his foot, Panda's eye widened. Figures, this beast is truly a mysterious creature. He is still full of mysteries, as I don't know his full abilities. For now, all I know is that he can fly and carry people. Kai-ui. Rosyuk, who had gone ahead of us to keep an eye on the area, came back. Panda, upon hearing his voice, quickly hid behind, showing a reaction as if he feared Rosyuk a lot. Rosyuk, seemingly used to this, ignored Panda and turned his body towards me. Kai-ui. Panda got grumpy when he saw Rosyuk rubbing himself against me. We continue our trip riding on horseback. We were going in a straight line for a long time. We're almost at the capital. Is it really at the end of this road? We had been in the forest for quite some time. The further the trail, the deeper into the forest it went. Then we gradually began to see large steep rocks. In the distance, we could see rugged mountains and multiple wyverns flying. Whoosh! I heard a large amount of water flowing from the distance. Apparently there is a waterfall ahead. Stop! Pion stops her horse, so I stop mine too. There was a valley up ahead. If you look inside it, you can see that it is quite deep. A large amount of water flows at the bottom, and a large waterfall can be seen nearby. We have arrived. This is the center of Asmodeus. Are you sure? There's no city here. You'll see. At the place Pion led us to, there was a staircase leading down. We got off the horses and started going down the stairs. Ooh, I would have loved to keep riding for another month with you, Master. Don't be discouraged. Time I'll teach you how to ride a horse yourself. Mastery 1/2Z. Eyes lit up as she pulled on the reins. Her fox ears were perked up and her tail was wagging. If it makes you that excited, Then I will be happy to teach you. I hope to someday be able to ride a horse with Kt. Of course, with each of us on a separate one. They're forgetting Frau again. Kaiyui. Frau frowns. I guess it's not fair to give more attention to one slave than another. Frau is also my lovely slave. Sure, I'll teach you, too. But why do you need a horse if you can fly? Only for emergencies. If we're in a situation where I have to quickly fly away to escape, I won't be able to take you both with me. I see. I hadn't thought of it that way. It is certainly useful to be able to ride a horse when Kd and I are in a situation where it would be impossible to do so. Frau would be alone. But in any case, wouldn't it be better if Panda helped her to get us out of a tight spot? There is nothing wrong with learning to ride a horse. Since Frau is so determined to learn, I will also teach her how to do it. I want to be taught too. But Bayan, you know how to ride a horse? Yes. But I'm about to lose that ability. I don't understand what you mean. Actually, demons can't ride horses after the age of 20. What? I didn't know that. You're lying. That's a lie. Fine, I just want Toru to teach me to. Payan looks like she is about to cry at Frau and Kd's sharp looks. So it was a lie. I almost fell for it. I don't know much about demons, so I might just believe whatever Payan tells me. Still, the scenery here is beautiful. True, I love the scenery here. The large waterfall that can be seen from here is truly magnificent. Thanks to the sunny weather and the hint of a rainbow in the background, the long stairs were far from boring. After descending the winding staircase, a long corridor awaited us. The path was made by hollowing out the valley wall and was lined with thick pillars, between which we could see the other side of the river. Is there a city inside these walls? Haha, yes, isn't it amazing? The city is one of the oldest ruins. According to Payan, the city itself is a ruin that still has some unexplored areas. Even to this day, many demon adventurers visit this city in search of relics and precious objects. Whoa. Beyond the hallway, there was a street lined with stores. Also, there are a lot of demons coming and going, and some of them are in front of the river where there is a fence, drinking something that looks like sake in a cup. I was thrilled when I saw this place. This is the true pleasure of traveling. Encounters with landscapes and experiences beyond imagination are always exciting. Let's find a place to stay for now. I can recommend a good one. This way. Thank you. You've done so much for us. It's okay. Now I'm kind of like a member of the Maniou Brigade. Payan smiles. We arrived at the inn. Preferred accommodation suite for women. It seems that this place is owned by a friend of Payan's. She says the service is good, and that she always stays at this place whenever she comes here. It appears to be a high-class inn where women receive preferential treatment. As for me, I don't care where I sleep as long as I feel comfortable. As long as there is a soft futon, it is enough. I opened the door of the inn. Then, a group of guests who had been staying at the hotel came out. I knew this place was great. It's a luxury to have a bath and a massage. We must come back someday. I support that idea. 7 women who left the site were beaming with joy. Yes, they are all women. This is an inn where women usually stay, but men are also welcome. So don't worry. But this. Don't worry, you'll see what I mean when you stay here. Alright. I am pushed into the inn from behind. I stopped in front of a female employee at the front desk. She was a beautiful beastkin woman of the rabbit race. Welcome to the bunny suite. We currently have 30 women staying and 0 men. Yes. Thank you. I fill in the registration template. I entered a simple private room with stone walls. I opened the window and there was a raging river right below me. Countless stores and people can be seen on the opposite wall. Payan told me that the night view here is really wonderful. I can't wait to see it at evening. However, I was both excited and nervous. I'm the only man here. I sat up in bed and remembered the scene from earlier. On the way to the room after finishing the reception, I passed a woman several times wearing only a towel around her naked body. However, she didn't seem to mind and walked past me as if I didn't exist. I was suspicious of my own existence for a moment. Alright, I'll try not to go out alone while I'm at the inn. If I do, I should be safe and sound. That's settled. Someone was knocking on the door. Seconds later, the door opened and Kd appeared. Master, Pion says there is someone she would like to introduce you to. All right, I'll tell her to visit you when you're ready. After saying that, did not close the door. She seemed to be watching the room from every corner. What is it? Nothing. It's just that this place is very different from the women's room. How different is it? Our rooms are very beautiful with flowers on the walls. Well, it's not for nothing that they say they give women preferential treatment. It's the little things that seem to make the difference. But for me, I prefer a room as simple as this one. I don't like it when they needlessly decorate something. This room is not suitable for my master. I will go ask the receptionist if there is another room. Wait. I don't mind staying here. I'm perfectly happy in this room. If you say so, Master. Seemed a bit dissatisfied. But I was able to convince her, as long as I can sleep comfortably, that's good enough for me. Besides, this room has a bathroom. As far as I'm concerned, this place is already a luxury. Drinking sake after a hot bath must be delicious. I am looking forward to it. Pion took us to a mansion. Unlike the buildings we saw before, this one is built between the walls. In addition, it seems to occupy a considerable area of the valley, and goes back and forth across a bridge between either side of it. It looks like the person she wants to introduce us to lives in the bottom layer of that place. After descending the narrow stairs, we finally arrived at a large decorated door. Stop. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Go back where you came from. Two men who appeared to be guards stood in front of the door. Pion took a step and showed her face. Pion-sama, is that you? Yes. And these demons are with me. Is Mugen-sama home right now? A moment, please. One of the guards enters through the back. After a few minutes, the door opened. Mugen-sama is waiting for you in the back. Please proceed. Thank you. The mansion where this Mugen person lives is bright even though it is inside the wall. There are many pictures hanging on the walls, and there are stone statues of men and women everywhere. At the far gate, a guard stands up and opens the door as soon as he sees us. Welcome, Pion. It's been a few months, Mugen-sama. Really? In the courtroom, Pion and I bowed to a figure sitting in the chair, a well-built man with a mix of white hair. His attire does not differ much from that of a commoner, but the dark blue cloak he wears makes it obvious that he is a nobleman. Allow me to introduce Toro and his friends. This is Mugen-sama, the Duke of this country. He is a hero of our country who fought and defeated two human heroes. Please, that's too embarrassing. But if you really want to hear the story, I'll have no choice but to do it. Mugen was teasing his beard and seemed to be eager to show off. If he has fought two heroes, it means he is at least 200 years old. Being able to meet a person who once fought to the death against two heroes excites me because of the historical element. How strange. Mugen's power removes the disguise from Kt and me. Does Mugen have a detection ability? He smiled as he stroked his beard, seeing our true forms revealed. Pion, I don't think you brought them here without knowing they weren't demons. Exactly, I brought them here fully aware that they weren't demons. I would like to know the reason behind this situation. Even if you are my granddaughter, you won't be spared the trouble you'll be in. I understand, Grandpa. Granddaughter? Why didn't you tell me that, Pion-san? I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Mugen-sama is my late mother's father. Grandfather. These are the adventurers who helped me save my territory, Toru, Kt and Frau. Silly girl, don't just call me Grandpa in public. I have a reputation to uphold. But I wish I could tell everyone how cute Grandpa is. Tilda, Pion. My precious Pion. Mugen hugs Pion and rubs his cheek against hers, as if he no longer cares about his dignity. He seems to be a good old man who loves his granddaughter. But I am in front of a duke of the demon race. And moreover, I feel a great presence coming from him. I asked Kid about her level. He's level 320. All his skills are maxed out. His physical strength and fighting are outstanding. Moreover, his job is magic swordsman. Are you serious? Magic swordsman, a special job that combines magic with swordsmanship. It is generally recognized as one of the strongest jobs, as it allows the application of magic such as sleep and paralysis, which would not normally be possible, into its blade-type attacks. I want it. If I had a job like magic swordsman, I could make the fire sword of my dreams a reality. It would be a dream come true. 8 So you wish to copy this job? Yes/Noah. I can copy it. I will press yes. Skills. I actually copied it. Will I be able to use the fire sword with this? But how many copies can be made? I was curious, so I tried to copy Frau's blacksmith job. Then the magic swordsman job disappeared and the blacksmith appeared in the state. It seems that only one can be copied. But it's still a great skill. I copied Mugen's job again and was happy. Well, this is rather embarrassing. So, can you tell me the story of why they came here? Toru and his friends are here to defeat the Demon King, and we need your help. The Demon King? That's not a very nice thing to say. Mugen's eyes turn to me, and a murderous sensation takes over my whole body. It is the coldest and most intense presence I have ever experienced. If I had been in this place a long time ago, I would have fainted just to be in this place. Suddenly, the murderous presence disappears. If you can resist my murderous presence, then you are qualified for it. Fine, I'll listen to you. Afterwards, I'll decide if I'll help you. Thank you, Grandpa. That's right, because Grandpa is always on Pion's side. His attitude changes drastically when he talks about Pion. I wonder if he will really cooperate with me. I am already worried. We were ushered into a room that looked like a living room and sat on a sofa. Through the window we could see the river flowing. You don't particularly look like a hero who just defeated a demon king. I have the title of hero, but not the job. A hero without a job. Human beings can be very interesting. Mugen, who was sipping tea out of his cup, laughed, as if he found my story funny. This person is completely impeccable. If we had to fight, I have a feeling I would lose 90% of the time. It is said that cultivated combat techniques sometimes not only close the level gap but exceed it. Levels and skills are not always absolute. A skill is only a basic element, and it is up to the owner to make full use of it. I'm still getting carried away by my powers. And in front of me, I have a very strong man who has trained for many years and fought many battles. No wonder I can't easily beat him. But still, is it the will of a warrior to want to fight? So, you want to use our country's magic transfer circle to get to the Demon King's castle and defeat her. It's a story that I can certainly relate to. But there will be conditions. Grandpa. Pion raised her voice, but before she could do anything else, I motioned for her to calm down. I never did think they would let us use the magic circle without conditions, because this is a clear act of hostility towards the Demon King. If I fail, war will break out between this country and the Demon King from within. That Demon King, Lisa, only sees us as tools. Just the other day a messenger arrived, and he requested that both me and my people act as a shield to prevent the human invasion. He demanded it of me, as if I had no right to choose. He goes on to talk about how dissatisfied he was. We sent many supplies and money as a sign of peace between the Demon King and our nations, but on the condition that we would not participate. That woman threatened to kill us. She said what we sent was too little. We had only one choice, to support her unconditionally and be part of her army, or a massacre would happen. He placed the teacup on the table. His anger must have flared up again while we were talking. I can only say that I am sorry to hear that. Now I understand the reasons why they do not support Lisa. And if that wasn't enough, that woman, of all people, brought our greatest enemy here. The hero. The previous Demon Kings fought with dignity, demonstrated their power. What kind of weakness is that on the Demon King's part? Instead of fighting him, she befriends and curries favor with him. My blood pressure is rising. Grandpa, calm down. I'm sorry, Pion. I couldn't help but get angry. Mugen is stroked on the head. His face became calm. Snorting, he sat back down and straightened his shirt collar. Young man, I'm willing to help you. But there is one condition. We are going to do something extremely dangerous, and you are not allowed to fail. What is that condition? Fight me, and win. So that is it. I would not ask someone for this favor without knowing what I am dealing with. Still, it's dangerous. I may not win. But I found myself smiling naturally. Kyuku, are you laughing? You're an interesting man. I am a warrior. It's normal to want to fight against someone strong. You're a bit of an idiot. But I like men who are confident in themselves. I know, Lord Mugen. I'm an idiot. But you probably are too. Tomorrow we will fight in front of the palace. Tell Payan to take you to there. A fight? Huh. What are the rules? No scrolls or other objects are allowed. No one can help you. The fight will be one-on-one. Also, the use of sacred weapons is forbidden. You will use the weapons that will be granted to you. Understood. I'm a little worried about weapons, but I should be able to fight well even without my sacred weapon. I will take this fight as a good opportunity to learn to control my powers. By the way, what is your relationship with Payan? We're just friends. I hope you remain just friends. My Payan won't do it with just anyone. Grandpa. He loves his granddaughter very much. Well, it's true that Payan is cute, but I'm not looking at her with those kinds of eyes. I'm sure she doesn't see me that way either. I can assure you, Lord Mugen. Payan-san, you should know that Master is quite insensitive. I.e., you can try as hard as you want, just don't expect much support. Gyuuk. For some reason, Payan looks at me in amazement. Why do you look like you are about to cry? After talking to Mugen, we decided to dine out instead of the inn. We went to a restaurant with seating by the river. The area is completely dark and the opposite wall glows orange from the light of the building. A string of lights hangs between the walls and a cool breeze blows across the valley. The fantastic view of a faraway place even makes me think I have come to another world. This is a specialty here. It's a giant shrimp. On the plate there was a giant shrimp, about the size of my arm. White steam came out of the red shell, as if it had just been boiled. When the head and torso were broken, its fleshy white body was exposed and its head was full of miso. Not only does it taste great, it's also very juicy. Yes, the shrimp here are very famous in other countries. A lot of people come to this city looking for this. But if you look closely, you can see that there are many different races here. Oh, yes. If you look at the road on the other side, you can occasionally see beastkin and lizardmen. It seems that not only demons live in the dark realm. Thus, the demonic side might not be so different from the human side. I'm sorry, Toru. I never thought you'd have to fight my grandfather. Don't worry. If I can't beat Mugen, then I won't be able to beat Lisa. If you feel that grandfather may kill you, you have to surrender as soon as possible. Grandpa will most likely get serious and try to kill you right away. Oh, yes, I'll be careful. From what I hear, this will not be easy. If I don't take this fight seriously, I could die. However, I am very grateful for this opportunity. Nowadays it is difficult to find someone to really practice with. I will see how far I can go against Mugen. I will give it my all. Master looks happy. Yeah, I'm excited to find out how my power stacks up against that old man's, who is sitting next to me, looks at me happily and wags her tail. I pat her on the head and she narrows her eyes pleasantly. I will make Kt and Frau proud. I have to show them that their master is strong. When I return to the inn, I open the door and make sure no one is in the hallway. I'm going to the bathroom now. It's almost midnight, and that's when the male clients can bathe. There seems to be only one bathroom at the inn, so it appears that the men's and women's bathing periods are decided according to the time of day. Tap tap tap. I moved quickly down the hallway and hid in a corner. I heard that a man will be staying at the inn today. He's probably a jerk who just wants to see naked girls. You know how guys are, they come in here with weird thoughts. And then they're disappointed when they find out what's really going on. A woman in her underwear walks by while talking to another girl. In addition, their upper bodies are covered by nothing more than the towels hanging from their necks. How careless they are. But I am not disappointed. I prefer to be grateful. I just want to take a bath and sleep. I ran back down the hallway and managed to get into the bathroom. Phew. I have no reason to hide, but somehow I was hesitating as to whether it would be a good idea to walk past these girls. I wouldn't know where to put my eyes when I walked by a girl dressed like that, and if they notice you looking at their breasts, they might yell at you. You shouldn't have to walk around almost naked to have a quiet night. I take off my clothes and put them in the basket. I drape a towel over my shoulders and quickly head for the bathroom. I remembered the manners I learned at Greyfield. First you wash your body and then you soak in the bathtub. I continued through the steamy bathroom and sat down in a suitable chair. Oh, is the soap here? I washed my head with soap and then carefully washed my body. Afterwards, I poured hot water on my head. Ready, let's go to the bathtub. Foo-foo, this is paradise. Who is there? I heard the sound of water splashing and then saw a figure approaching. I'm not the only one here. Why is there another person here? Payan appeared naked in front of me. You Toru? Wait, please calm down. I approached Payan and put my hand over her mouth. If you scream, I'll be in trouble. Payan-san, if you don't come out now, my master will come here and see you naked. Ah, you broken bar. I exchanged glances with Kt as she entered the bathroom, and at the same time Payan slowly sank into the hot water. Payan was wrapped in the bed sheets. I won't be able to get married anymore. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there. You are Tilda. You've seen me naked 4 times. I'm sorry. Once again, I deeply apologized. It was all my fault. I should have made sure before I went in. Although to be fair, the slime and the bath were the only times I saw her naked. The goblin thing doesn't count. Payan probably feels very hurt. It's okay, I forgive you. Instead, you will have to visit me as soon as you have defeated the Demon King. Of course I will. I'll come and see you. Payan was jumping for joy. Then she pulled a piece of paper similar to a contract from under the sheets. I swear by the gods of the demon race, that Toru will visit Payan. What is this? Do you want me to sign it? I guess you won't believe me if I just say it out loud, right? I will think about Payan's feelings and sign it. You can't take it back anymore. Yes, I promise. I'll be waiting for you. I nodded and left the room. Outside the room, Frau and Panda were waiting for me. How did it go? She seems to be in a better mood. Maybe her anger wasn't so exaggerated. Really? I feel I have apologized a lot. Still, I'm glad I did it. I had to apologize for all the things that happened. Because Payan has taken good care of me. I don't think it's bad to be friends with a demon. I will thank you again when I have killed Lisa and Sane. Master, be sure to keep your room locked. Yes. You never know what can happen at an inn. And never open the door to anyone you don't know. You know I'm an adult, right? Are you confusing me with a child? No, it is true that I am still like a child inside. I wonder when one truly becomes an adult. The next day, Payan took me to an underground palace. For the sake of being honest, the demon race's royal palace is larger than that of the humans. Surrounded by multiple exterior walls, you have to pass through several gates. Payan saluted every guard we passed by. By the time we reached the main palace, where the king was, more than 30 minutes had passed. You're too late. How long were you planning on making us wait? This place is huge, it took us a long time to get here. Mugen, in his armor, shouted at me as soon as we met. A few minutes have passed since the scheduled time. No wonder he is angry. I'm sorry, Grandpa. It's my fault, I got lost. It's fine. Payan had nothing to do with it. It's all that human's fault. That's too unfair. Is that what grandparents are supposed to do? I didn't have a grandfather or grandmother, so I don't know. If you look at the palace, the entrance was open and there was a man who looked like the king sitting in a chair watching us. The king will be present today. Don't make a scene. I understand. Mugen gave me a large steel sword. I have taken off all my armor. I am now in a state where I cannot borrow the power of holy armor. Get ready, Payan shouted. Each of us took position. There are no referees in this battle. The only way to end this is to admit defeat or win the battle. I will activate my job and my skills so that I don't look like a fool. Begin. I was the one who moved first. I instantly closed the distance and launched an attack on Mugen. He blocked my attack with his sword, and instead of running to the side, he suddenly headbutted me. Phew. Seriously, you old bastard. You are very tough. The next thing that happened was that Mugen was stepping on my feet. That hurts. While I was falling to the ground, I managed to stick one hand on the ground and launch myself backwards. But Mugen had already gone ahead and was in front of me. Our swords clashed and a metallic sound resounded. You're on my same level at such a young age. It's been a long time since I fought a hero. I'm happy to fight a legendary warrior. My sword is about to break. I guess it can't withstand a fight between two level 300 warriors. Number. Mugen's sword is still in good condition. It does not squeak or make any unpleasant noises. It even feels powerful, like a sacred sword. That's right. This old man is a magical swordsman. He is strengthening his sword with magic. I will use the earth element with my magic swordsman job to strengthen my sword. The sword grows larger and larger as the earth clusters around it. What are you doing? Wait. You'll see soon enough. The earth tries to form a sword on top of the sword, but the size is not right. It was more than 10 meters long and still growing. Abort. Disperse. The earth falls away from the sword. I can't strengthen my sword as well as Mugen's. Come to think of it, I'm bad at using magic. I've never been good at it. Now I understand why I failed. Well, let's get back to fighting. Kyuku, you are a very interesting guy. We clashed swords again. I have to be careful not to break the sword, while at the same time thinking of a way to defeat him. The fastest way would be to break his sword, but he's stronger than me. I can use my Dragon Knight work to exploit his weaknesses, but with my current skills, my sword will probably end up breaking. Although a draw is not so bad. The problem is that Mugen won't let me break his sword so easily. On the other hand, trying to slash the old man's body would only increase the chances of it breaking. The body of a level 300 individual is extremely hard. One bad blow and even steel would break against it. Either way, I'm still not skilled enough. If my sword were a magic sword, you would be dead 3 times already. Of course I would be. I had the feeling that I was practically dead 4 times myself. Not bad. But there were actually 6 times. I'm surprised you were able to see 4. You're a monster, you old bastard. 5 minutes have not yet passed. If possible, I wanted to win with my own strength, but in this situation, I have no choice but to use my imitator job. I will imitate Grandpa's movements with my work. Hey, your movement has improved a lot. Why do you move like me? I've decided to imitate you. I think I can learn a lot from you, old man. Ha. Alright, let's see what you can do. I imitated all of Grandpa's movements, his steps, his breathing, his gaze, his rhythm. But this fight no longer made sense. Our skills and movements were the same. It's like fighting a mirror. Still, it's fun. As I imitate Grandpa's movements, I keep turning my head to understand the meaning of his movements. The more I clashed swords with him, the more my body tried to remember the moves. I feel like the real me will be catching up soon. Very soon. I had a feeling that I was growing rapidly in this battle. The self that I desire and my current self overlap. I headbutted Grandpa. Ha. Look at that. I hit back with the very blow you gave me. Well, I lost. We were already evenly matched in strength, and if we had gone on like this, you would have broken these swords sooner or later. Mugen puts away his sword and approaches the king. Your Majesty, this person is undoubtedly the one who will defeat the Demon King. I would like to ask your permission regarding the use of the magic circle. I'll trust you if you say so. I hate to ask a human hero for help, but the Demon King Lisa is a plague that will destroy the demon race. This time I'll avert my gaze for the sake of the demons. Thank you for your wise decision. Apparently, he informed him that I was a human. We reached this point thanks to Mugen. I thanked the king as well. After the battle with Mugen, we were invited to his mansion. He said we could spend the night there. Eat as much as you want. I'm sorry you had to go through all this trouble to prepare a great banquet like this. In the center of the table is a crab more than a meter long. In addition, there was grilled salted fish and a vegetable salad I had never seen before, with which I was unfamiliar. Were brown and thick. Now you are like my apprentice. Cough. Did you sire Broken Bar apprentice? In the short time you've been with me, you've absorbed almost all of my basic knowledge. Well, you're still a novice, but you certainly have a promising future. I am his disciple. I like the sound of that. It's a little strange to have a demon as a mentor, but the old man is someone I respect enough to not care about his race. Honestly, if it weren't for the imitator, I wouldn't have stood a chance. It also didn't make the fight any less complicated. If I had fought seriously, I'm sure he would have killed me even with me using imitator. Good for you, master. I think Mugen-san will make a wonderful teacher. Yes, I too was glad to finally get someone to be my mentor. Sits beside me, listening to my words with a soft smile. Before I knew it, our seats were close together and I was rubbing her tail. Panda walks past me, and heads for the salad I was craving. Hey, Panda, Frau would like some. Kaiyui, do you not want me to eat? Kaiyui, get out of the way. I want some salad. Frau bounces off of Panda's body and shoots out onto an empty plate. I had no choice but to offer him the salad I had. Frau may now be able to take on the size of a human, but she is always the size of a fairy when she eats. It's probably because he can eat more that way. Even Kid felt envious, wishing she could eat a mountain without her body being affected. Toru-san, I brought you some meat. Thank you. Master, look here, I'll give you some food. Oh, thank you. Pion, who is next to me, offers me some food, and Kid cuts a piece of meat from the one she was eating and gives it to me. This situation is shameful, as was to be expected. I'm glad you both care about me. I think it's time. We talked about the magic circle. Right. I had forgotten about that. We all fell silent when Mugen spoke. What we are going to hear is very important. It is no exaggeration to say that I have come this far all for the sake of this moment. The magic circle located here was originally meant as an emergency escape route for the Demon King's castle. There is a vast archaeological site in the basement of the castle that is connected to the lower part. Is it an escape route? But does Lisa know? Indeed. The master is right. I don't think it's usual to leave such a place unattended. Of course it's not easy to enter. There's a powerful guardian waiting on the other side of that magical portal. Mugen left his seat and moved to the back room. After a while, he comes back with a piece of paper. He offered it to me. It's a rough map of the underground ruins. Isn't this something very valuable? You fool. It's a copy. I'd never give you the real thing. Oh, I thought so. I opened the map and took a look at it. The underground ruins appear to be 8 stories high, and only the shortest route to the surface was described. At first glance it seems that you can climb quickly, but this is still a map. I guess it will not be easy. It may look small, but the ruins are huge. The one I gave you is a mere replica. You can get lost, so be very careful. And who is this guardian? There are 3 of them, and the first one is directly beyond the magic circle. There are 3? We may be able to beat them with a bit of a margin, but we'd better be on our toes. And there's a report I just received, but it seems that the Demon King's army led by the hero has attacked a country on the human side. They will be a long time coming. Sane? I could feel my body stiffen just hearing his name. We don't seem to have time to take it easy. We have to hurry and fight Lisa to protect this place. But Mugen seems to enjoy it. I like the idea of fighting the hero of this generation. Well now, what's with that face? Are you confident you can win against the army this country has built? There is a chance to win. I don't know. There are many like me, and several of my disciples in this country. They can easily beat us. A grin full of mischief formed on my face. It was as if I couldn't wait to fight. Come to think of it, the demon race was very belligerent. And with this old man here, I'm sure Sane will have a very difficult time. Tomorrow I will take you to the magic circle. You should get a good night's rest. I nodded at Mugen's words. The capital of Asmodeus is a walled city. Within these walls, corridors stretch like labyrinths, and countless stores and dwellings are scattered throughout the city. Also, in the back, there was an area that only adventurers could enter, commonly known as an archaeological zone. The interior is very large and complex, and there are still many unexplored areas. The magic circle connected to the Demon King's castle was located in that area. If you decide it's impossible, go back. It's better not to risk it. Be careful, and I hope you make it safely to the Demon King. I nodded at Mugen and Pan's words. A large magic circle shines in front of me. I can't help but get nervous at the thought of it being transported somewhere beneath Lisa's feet. Can we really win? I am still concerned. Take this. I pulled a skill-blocking scroll out of my pocket. I handed it over to Pion. You can't give me something this valuable. Take it. Sane possesses the demonic eye of seduction. You're so pretty, Pion. He'll probably try to use it on you. So embarrassing. Toru said I'm pretty. ... Why are you embarrassed? Pion holds her face in her hands and her ears turn red. Mugen takes it instead and smiles. I knew that hero was useless, but I never imagined he would have magic as powerful as that. Very well. If he ever comes to appear before us, I won't hesitate to use this scroll. That relieves me. Now you can fight him without having to think twice. I'm counting on you both. Mugen, Bion, Master, Lord, it's time. Kaiyui, Shud, Frau, Panda and Rosyuk were waiting for me. I could also feel Shark Boy trying to make his presence known through the seal. Well, it's time to go to the castle. The Maniou Brigade goes into action. We jumped into the magic circle all together. We appeared on the other side safe and sound. Kid quickly created an orb of light. What emerges is a large stone room filled with cold air. It is lined with countless columns and is uncomfortably quiet. As Mugen told me, it's a place where you can easily get lost. Frau, who was in her human size, observes the environment with her hammer on her shoulder. Keep an eye out for any enemies. Hey, there's something over there. An enemy? It's the skull of a dragon. The first enemy is an undead, and it's a dragon. Panda, come back. Kaiyui, hey. Unexpectedly, Panda refused to do so. It was as if he was saying, I'm a member too, so I'm going to fight. It can't be avoided. Panda moves fast, so he won't be caught easily. In case the situation gets complicated, Frau and I will protect you. Each of us drew our weapons and started to run. In front of the door stands a dragon made entirely of white bones. A red light dwells dimly in its dark-filled eye sockets. The dragon skull began to move. It was the size of a red dragon. It was probably an undead of the lower dragon species. I wonder how such a creature was even able to roar. It is a real mystery. Hammer breaker, Guhu. Frau crushed the dragon's skull mercilessly. It hadn't even risen yet. Sorry, dragon. Time I see you, I will take good care of you. I fucked the elf in front of King Balls. That face was the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's still funny now that I look back on it. In the end, I killed the king and the elf. It seemed like a waste to do so, but I don't have fond memories of elves, so I didn't feel like having her around. And that elf was too scruffy and unworthy of me, a hero. The surprise attack on Basel was a success. It's not a success, it's a great success. We didn't take any damage, we got all the gold and I was able to test the power of the sword to the fullest. Oh, you haven't tried the armor? Lisa's words made my face twitch. To be honest, I wished I didn't have to deal with that pain. I don't want to use it if the sword is enough. Sane, may I make my next request? Wait a minute. I'm your lord, right? Why do I have to be the only one doing homework? It's a publicity stunt. You need the world to know how strong a hero who can command demons is, right? Of course, it would be nice if I did that, but I think that it would only make the Demon King more fearsome. I feel like I'm being physically used. But Lisa is right. There is no point if they do not fear me who will be the one to rule the demons. Also, you can't level up just by being in the castle. Although I've already surpassed Toru, I can't relax yet. I have to beat him by a large margin. I will prove to him that I am better than him in every way. Can you hear me, Sane? Yes. Where do you want me to go now? I was wondering if you could help me destroy some Dark Kingdom countries. You want me to destroy the countries of this place? According to Lisa, not all demon races cooperate with the Demon King. In fact, there are only a few who are devoted to Lisa. There are some countries that declare themselves neutral, and there are even countries that are thinking of getting rid of it. It's stupid. Disobeying Lisa is the same as disobeying me. The hero and the Demon King have allied, so they should get down on their knees and rejoice. It is not only the human side, but also the demon race is full of fools. Toru and his friends who have been given the task of assassinating me will surely pass through one of those countries. I have no doubt they would help them infiltrate to the castle. And why don't you ask the guy who sees the future to tell us where Toru is? Just like it happened when we were kids. That it takes a long time. We have to wait about a month to get results. I will not let our situation change while we wait. As she thinks, it is not a viable option. If that is the case, it is more practical to crush the rebellious demons and take control of the Dark Realm. You'll have to address the 3 countries that Toru can visit. Can I take the soldiers? Of course. Am I going to command the army? It looks like I can do whatever you want. Kyuku. And make sure Asmodeus is the last one. Why? There's a warrior there named Mugen. You may not stand a chance against him. He is the former general of former Demon King who defeated 2 heroes. Is it stronger than Lisa? It's inferior to me, but it's not simple. It must be very powerful for Lisa to respect someone inferior to her. But it will be dead in no time if I can manage it. By the time I get there, I will have improved a lot. Ha 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 ha. 1. The palace was on fire, and I showed the king's head to the soldiers. It made me feel really good to be a demon warrior. Outside the palace, my army was surrounding the enemy soldiers. I'm now done with 2 countries. All that remains is the kingdom of Asmodeus. My level also rose rapidly, reaching 150. With the power of my sword and armor, my level can reach 315. Finally, he had reached a level that Toru could not reach. I feel sorry for the guy who prides himself on having 200. Kyukaku. Let's quickly finish with Asmode and make a triumphant return to the castle. I was kicked and rolled on the ground. What's the matter, hero? The last 2 heroes were tougher than you. I'll kill you, you old bastard. If you can do it. I used the power of my armor to level up to level 315. I launched many attacks aiming for his neck, but Mugen dodges it easily and hits me with his sword. It was a direct hit and I was knocked down on my back by a large tree and vomited blood. This guy is a demon swordsman with a rare ability. You're nothing compared to Toru. Where did you hear that name? It's natural to know. He is my disciple. He came here too. Are you bothering me again? Grandpa, here you go. This conceal that nasty ability. What? Mugen receives a scroll from a beautiful woman dressed as a man. I like it. If I can't win, I'll stay with that woman anyway. Activate? A light shoots out of the scroll and hits my eyes. 8 Snotus. The eye of the temptation demon has been sealed by an ability blocker. A. What the hell? Toru warned me of your abilities, and he asked me to block your demonic eye. How dare you? My eye. It's time for you to leave. Your men are retreating. When I looked back, I saw that the Wyvern troops were about to leave the area one after another. Damn, the defense was tougher than expected. This means that we cannot attract soldiers from outside. I guess we will have to retire now. Remember this, man. I'm too old to remember. Grandpa, don't get me started. He started it. I jumped on top of Birdswell and took off. So here was Toru. He must have gotten something important. Let's go back to Lisa for now. When I reported that Toru had been at Asmode, I was suddenly punched in the face. Useless man. Can't you see what you've done wrong? Why are you hitting me? What am I doing wrong? You made a big mistake, you bastard. Asmode has a magic emergency transfer circle that connects to this castle. In other words, Toru and his friends are already right below us. What? It's right underneath us. So we have to get there now. Now it is time to take care of Toru. I should have had you attack Asmode first. It was a glitch in my calculations. I thought I would go to the other first countries, since they have agreements with the humans. It's over. I have to get rid of Toru. Come to think of it, Toru doesn't have a hero's job, so there was no need to be afraid. I don't know why I was so cautious. Lisa suddenly changes from an angry expression to a smile. He bent down in front of me and gently caressed her cheeks. I'm sorry, Sane. I've taken my frustration out on you. I understand the feeling. I'm also upset about Toru. You are very sweet. That's why I love you. Let's work together to eliminate those who stand in our way. Lisa. We kissed. She is a stupid woman. I can't go against you now, but in time, when the level gap closes, I will let you crawl under my feet as you have been doing. I am the hero. I am righteous. I am the king of the world. I lost my demonic eye of temptation, but it's a small price to pay. As long as we get rid of Toru, we can do whatever we want. Once he is gone, I will be free. I'll get rid of Toru. Be careful, Sane. I hurried to the basement of the castle. Tap 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 tap. We ran up the long staircase. After defeating the skeleton dragon, we had reached the 5th floor. Rosyuk eliminates the demons that appear one after another. This is a dangerous place where countless demons roam. Moreover, I have the impression that many of them are generally high-level and problematic. Blizzard Blossom's magic freezes the poison moth and the fiery ghost. Frau quickly smashes them with her hammer. Kaiyui, Panda, strengthened by the Mega Boost, hits a Minotaur. The enemy was thrown against the wall and fainted from the impact. He is not as strong as Rosyuk, but Panda seems to be able to fight if he puts his mind to it. However, he can only take on one at a time, so I can't leave him exposed for too long. Our current level is this: Daru 305A 310, Kd 315A 335, Frau 300A 328. I was completely outclassed. However, thanks to my jobs and skills, I don't feel much difference. I also have the swordsmanship technique I obtained from Mugen's grandfather. Overall, I am still stronger. We continued down the hallway, trusting the map, and came out into a large dome-shaped room. Boo-hoo! There was a large monster in the center of the room. It was 5 meters tall, with bulging musculature and attention-grabbing red hair. On its head was a set of thick horns, and in its right hand hung an iron ball with a chain. Great Minotaur, a superior species of Minotaur. When it saw us, it roared furiously. Boom 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 boom, the iron ball is coming towards us. Dodge it. The Great Minotaur throws the iron ball lightly. We managed to dodge it quickly, and split into 3 different directions in the room to confuse the Great Minotaur's aim. Jarara, the iron ball is yanked back by the chain at a great speed, and as it swung in the air, it aimed at the place where it was. Frau-san. Got it. Frau hits the enemy with her hammer from the side. The Great Minotaur coughed blood as it was slammed backwards against the wall. Immediately, could cut off its right arm with a wind blade. Still, the enemy roared with exposed fangs, dripping blood. I then buried my sword in its heart. The terrifying-looking Great Minotaur extends its left arm toward my head. After piercing its chest with my sword, I cut its head in half. Master, you have blood on your face. Thank you. Kd wipes my face with a handkerchief. I am not tired yet. I would like to aim for the surface as quickly as possible, but I don't know what kind of condition Kd and Frau are in. Kd, Frau, how are you? I can still move forward. We've been fighting for a long time, but I still don't feel tired. When you reach level 300, your physical endurance increases abruptly. Also, the enemies that have appeared are only small fry, so there is little mental exhaustion. Let's take a short break here. Then we reached the 3rd floor. We stopped abruptly. The road we had to follow was full of water. I looked at the map and confirmed it. It looks like we'll have to follow the channel for some distance from here. Is there no way around it? That's what I was thinking, but it's the only way up. Hey, so do we have to go in the water? There must be a monster in there. I'm sure there is. This path is too long. Besides, it is the only place that is connected to the surface. It would be crazy not to place a powerful demon here. Then the last guardian is here. Panda, Rosyuk, can you keep up? Kaiyui, Sha. The 2 beasts shake their heads in disgust. Apparently, water is not their forte. Well, it's the perfect time for Shark Boy to get in on the action. I had Panda and Rosyuk enter the seal and brought out Shark Boy. Glup glup. Little friend, there's a mighty monster in these waters, so I'd like to ask for your help. Glup. Can you do it? Shark Boy turned his face toward us after going a little further, as if to say, leave it to me. The water was light green. We swim while following Shark Boy. Thanks to Kid's magic, we can see underwater, but visibility is not very good. For the moment, there is no need to worry about breathing as we have the underwater breathing scroll, but since our movements are not optimal underwater, we will not be able to react as fast as usual under a dangerous situation. Kid tapped me on the arm. There seems to be an enemy ahead. Shark Boy also noticed and became alert. A large object is approaching ahead. It moved very slowly and wriggled his body like a fish. I know what it is. I saw it once. It was covered in blue scales, and there were membranes on its arms and legs. It had a dorsal fin from head to tail and a catfish-like beard around the mouth. It is a true-born species of blue dragon. Wow 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 wow. Its roar made the water tremble. It is a very dangerous dragon. Both Kt and Frau showed concern on their faces. However, Shark Boy is trying to challenge the blue dragon that has stopped moving from the front without flinching. Glup glup tilde. Countless thorns shoot out from Shark Boy's body and pierced the blue dragon. I want to try something. I used the Mega Boost on Shark Boy. Mekhamkunki. His body began to swell, rapidly growing stronger. His pink body turned reddish and 8 eye-like protrusions appeared on his back. In the next moment, a line of red light radiates from his back and penetrates the blue dragon. What kind of attack is that? Shark Boy has terrifying power. The shark beast shoves the blue dragon's carcass with its caudal fin, then flaps his mouth and waits for us to arrive. Panda, I'm glad you didn't see this. I'm sure you would be very jealous. We landed, and I had Shark Boy return to the seal. At the same time, I took Rosyuk out. On the other hand, Panda comes out on his own. As usual. Ugh, it's so cold. I'll dry you right away. Used magic to dry my clothes in an instant. I checked the surroundings, but there were no enemies. There was only one staircase leading to a door upstairs. That must be the surface. We climbed the stairs and opened the door. The dreary corridor led back to the rear. It was unclear how long it had been since we had arrived here. It was impossible to distinguish day from night. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm getting closer to the ground where Lisa is. My mind boggles. I'm about to fight with Lisa, my ex-fiancée tilde copyright. This fact is inexplicably sad. Even now that I know I have been betrayed, I still suspect there is a truth I do not know. But maybe that's just my own selfish hope. Just my weak heart trying to believe only what I want to believe. Toph hugged me from behind. No matter what choice you make, Master, I will follow you wherever you go. Thank you. Let's move forward. Gleo-Yank. I reached the first basement level. I opened the big door. I was waiting for you, Toru. Sane. We appeared in a large lobby with a staircase leading to the surface. More than 100 demons were waiting for me there, and a smiling Sane who looked at me with his arms crossed. He looks a little different, wearing jet black armor. I have a bad feeling about that armor. There is a frightening air of evil in the air. I'm not the same person I was before. I have overwhelming power now. You are no match for me. If that's the case, why did you prepare an army of demons? Why didn't you wait for me alone? I've been putting you down too much. I never thought a nuisance like you would level up so fast. So this time I'll do my best to deal with it. Level 310? Sane steps back. Oh, are you still in the habit of not evaluating your opponent's stats? When we worked together, I was always in charge of assessing the level of our enemies, and I acted very carefully. Come to think of it, you have always underestimated your opponent's men. Hold them off for a while. Whoever defeats him will be made a general. The demons raised their weapons and cheered. Sane ran through the soldiers and up the stairs. I think he's heading to where Lisa is. That's a good thing. Frau, Panda, and Rosyuk. I'll take care of them. I drew the sword I carried on my back. Gently shakes her fan. Cold air spread under my feet and made countless ice sculptures out of the demon soldiers. She spun her second fan and created a strong gust of wind. The ice sculptures shattered into 1,000 pieces and the remaining demons scattered in great fear. Come forth, Master's first slave is here to send you to your death. The demons shuddered slightly at Kid's graceful demeanor. However, as if to inspire themselves, they raised their weapons and pounced fiercely. Seeing this, Kt smiled a beautiful but cold smile. She danced again. I'll show you something special, frigid fire. When she waved her fan, a blue flame was generated. It became a wave that swallowed all the demons. Once the flames were extinguished, there was only frigid air and rough ice statues. What was that? If you use blue flames, those affected by them will be frozen. It's a secret magic passed down in my clan. I seem to be able to handle it now that my level has improved. Have you used it before? Yes. Unfortunately, I was still inexperienced at the time. I had never seen a blue flame before. I think it's something different from normal magic. It is at times like this that I am most intrigued. Kaiyui, Shea, Panda and Rosyuk smash the ice sculpture and make their way through. We ran straight to the stairs. When we finally reached the surface, I opened the door and walked through the castle. It's very quiet here. I wonder if any of the soldiers have left. Soldiers? Those things can't be called as such. So you've killed most of the weak? It was no big deal. At the entrance, there was a woman blocking the stairs. The air around her was terrifying and she had a fearless smile on her face. I am Deneb, one of the 6 generals of the Demon King. You are the Great Maniou Brigade. Are you the last general? I drew my sword. But Deneb stepped aside and refrained from fighting. What are you doing? I'm not interested in fighting. I'm not even loyal enough to give my life for that demon king. I became a general simply because the pay is good. So you'll just let us pass? I'm not foolish enough to challenge an unbeatable opponent to a fight. If you want to advance, do it. She waved her hands and left the place. The generals so far have been willing to fight regardless of the level difference, but apparently, Deneb was not that type. Payan is different from what I imagined of demons. Maybe she's not the only one. There may be more demons like Deneb and Payan. Master. Oh, right. I went upstairs to fight Lisa. Gi. A huge door opens, finally leading to the throne room. Lisa was sitting on the throne. Sane was behind her. I decide to keep Panda and Rosyuk in the seal. This will definitely be a fierce battle. And now, I don't feel much like worrying about the two of them. Welcome Toru, this will be your graveyard. Sane, don't bother trying to play the bad guy with me. Since we've met, you've done nothing but run for your life. I didn't run away, I brought you here. If Lisa is here, I can fight without worry. I can't trust those soldiers with my back. Sure. You're certainly a useless hero. Q. broken bar. Lisa stands up. Sane also aligned himself with her. I'll cover for you. You take care of Toru. Of course. Sane draws his demonic sword and unleashes its power. The roots that grew from the sword entered inside through the gaps in his armor and invaded his entire body. Sane's eyes turned red and his body became twice as large. A thick horn grows from his forehead and fangs appear from his mouth. He's like a demon. Toru, you've always been annoying. Since the day I met you, I looked up to you. I always wanted to be like you. That's what I mean. You admire me? Don't make me laugh. Since I met you, you had everything I didn't have. A warm family, kind and sympathetic childhood friends, the trust of the village residents, and now you have honor and even power. What the hell is your deal? We both stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye we were clashing swords. Sparks fly and a shockwave rattles everything in the room. A short distance away, Sane and I stared at each other. Our swords vied with each other with an unpleasant sound. All around us, crimson and blue flames collided. Crimson flare, frigid fire. Explosions occur everywhere, blowing hot and cold air. Frau, who had ducked because of the explosion, threw her hammer from the top of Lisa. Hammer breaker. There's no way that attack is going to work on me. Lisa catches the hammer with one hand. Frau, however, was smiling. Blizzard blossom. The lower part of Lisa's neck freezes. Frau, who has quickly turned her body in the air, delivers another blow. Lisa went flying and hit the wall directly. Even with the two of us it's very hard to fight her at the same time, since she's a level 800. If we go at it one-on-one, we may lose, but if we attack together, we have a chance to win. Right. I'll do my best. Lisa gets up almost unharmed. Meanwhile, I continued to cross swords against Sane. I was so happy when I heard that your parents had died. And it made me even happier to see you gradually losing your place in the party. Was that my fault too? Yes, it was. It's all your fault. You came into my life and now everything has gone wrong. If only you weren't here! Exclamation mark. Sane's power increased rapidly. I parried his attack with my sword. The impact brought him to his knees. His armor is making his power increase. The armor emitted a creaking sound and adjusted itself to Sane's body. I don't need you in my path of glory, Toru. Sane prepares to launch a killing blow, raises his arms and with a great momentum brings his sword down towards me. Zashi. The next moment, his arm, sword and all, was spinning in the air. A large amount of blood is spilled on the floor. I changed my position and wiped the blood off my sword. Jaya, my arm. Sane rolls on the ground, holding the place where his arm used to be with his other hand. Sane. Ugh. He crawled on the ground and picked up his demon sword. With his trembling left arm, he pointed the blade at me. His face was filled with fear. Hey, Toru. I'm sorry for everything I've done. Please forgive me. We're best friends, right? This was a mistake. The village elders always said that mistakes happen. Don't you think the same thing? I will change, I promise. So let's make peace. Let's have adventures with Lisa, Sora and, just like old times. Let's have the best party ever. With each step I take, Sane takes 2 steps back. Are you really saying that? It was you who destroyed everything. to the point of being irreparable. And Lisa is the Demon King. There will never be adventures again. Please let me go. I don't want to die. I won't kill you, Toru. Oh, Toru, you're the best. I drove my great sword into the ground. Sane was happy, thinking he had been saved. I'm not going to kill him in a place like this. He will be taken home. His fate will be decided by justice. Because I'm sure that would be cruel to Sane. If you don't want to die, level up. What? I kicked Sane's demonic sword away, and raised my right fist. This is for what you have done to Sora and Hiju. Pooh. My fist slammed into Sane's face, smashing him into the ground and causing a spider web-like crack in the floor. I think I've shattered his jaw. The instant he received the blow, Sane collapsed white-eyed on the ground. 8 Sto You want to copy the job, hero? Yes/Noah. I selected yes to copy the Sane job. Agutsu. An explosion sounded. Frau and Kid were thrown out. The two then roll on the ground but quickly get up again. TCH. He was already defeated. He was useless after all. I can't see any noticeable damage to Lisa. As expected of a level 800 Demon King, she isn't even bothered by Frau and Kid's onslaught. I step forward and activate my fighting style against Lisa. Lisa, let's finish. Fufu, what are you talking about? You still think you're my boyfriend? You and I didn't even start in the first place. I'm not saying that. I'm saying let's finish this fight. Oh, yeah, whatever. She points her wand at me and unleashes her magic. However, I instantly slashed the flames with my great sword. No way. You cut my magic? Lisa grew wary and took a step back. Let's begin the final battle. A powerful blast of fire magic comes out of Lisa's wand. The energy, which looks like a dragon's breath, passes over us. The heat burns my skin. If I expose myself to it any longer, it is certain that I will suffer great damage. We split up and ran around the room while avoiding the attacks. Icy fog's magic drastically lowered the temperature inside the room. However, Lisa immediately uses magic to raise the temperature back up again. Hammer breaker. As Frau's hammer came down, Lisa reflexively dodged it. Taking advantage of Frau's attack, I sneak up on Lisa to deliver a killing blow with my sword. A screeching metal sound resounded. My sword was blocked by her wand. Lisa, what is your purpose? Didn't I tell you? To dominate the world. I will make this place mine. I will kill your friends, and you will watch how I play with their lifeless bodies, how my pets will eat their flesh, and then I will make this world a place of pain and suffering, a beautiful amusement park of agony. I don't understand. Well, that's because you're boring. Lisa stepped back, then she released a fireball the moment she hit the ground. I cut the ball with my sword and attacked Lisa again. You're so annoying. Just die already? ? A scorching heat emanated from Lisa and caused the throne room to explode. This situation is seriously dangerous. To protect Frau and Kid, I keep blocking Lisa's attacks with my great sword. My skin is slowly burning, and my legs can't help but fall to the ground. At the same time, Kid uses her healing wave, and the burned skin is quickly restored. The light around her dimmed and Lisa appeared, transformed. 2 horns grew on her head, and a purple pattern appeared on her face and legs. And in her hands she held 2 demonic swords. Sane was one of the few men to possess a demonic sword. Having such a weapon under his power, he could use it at his mercy, causing great power to be released that would grant him up to 50% level increase. This weapon in the hands of a powerful demon can increase their power by up to 90%. That is to say, with this, my level is now 1200. I knelt down because of the pain caused by Lisa's attacks. If it weren't for Kid's skills, I would have died. I knew there would be a level increase with the demon swords, but 1200 is a much higher number than I expected. Frau, you guys leave me here. Run away. What are you saying, Master? Yeah, don't say stupid things like this. I am so happy to have met you, and to have had so many adventures. But it's time for you to be free, and live your lives as you wish. I cast a spell that the Slaver taught me to cancel the slavery contracts. Kid and Frau's master-slave contracts have just been cancelled. Now they are both free. They are no longer obliged to be with me. Thank you both. for everything. It was a lot of fun. My greatest pride and joy are my slaves. They were very charming and great company. I only want you to survive. Nothing else matters to me in this life. I will sacrifice myself for your sake and your future. Plaz. I was slapped on the cheek. No. I promised my master that I would be with him forever and ever. That's what the master told me that day when he fed me sweets. Kd was crying. The gentle and always smiling Kd. She was angry with me from the bottom of her heart. I will fight. Not because I am a slave, but because this is my will. I will follow Master Toru to the end. Even if I should die, I won't regret anything. So please don't tell me to walk away from you. My cheek, which she had struck, was hot. I did not suffer any damage as such, nor did I feel pain, but psychologically, it did hurt. Look, Kd is crying because my lord said something horrible. You don't always have to think about everything yourself. You're not alone. We're not with you out of obligation. Ah. How did you know I thought that? It is because Frau is the Lord's slave. I know you very well. If I ever run away from a place like this, everyone in the village will throw stones at me while saying this silly tulip table. She's a disgrace. What is a tulip table? I still don't understand fairy insults. But I understood that the two of them were determined to share my fate. This makes me very happy. I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger. After all, I don't want to die. I still have a lot of things I want to do. Haha, I don't know what I was thinking. This character isn't like me. Have you said goodbye yet? Thank you for waiting, Lisa. Okay. Seeing your face in a state of utter despair was something I would have enjoyed, but I see you decided not to leave. So first, I'll hack off the fairy's limbs. With astonishing speed, Lisa turns to Frau. But I quickly blocked her attack and our swords clashed again. Meanwhile, Kd unleashes all her magic. Lisa dodged each attack with great grace, and switched her target to Kd. As soon as she landed on the ground, the moment her foot touched the ground, she propelled herself with the intention of killing Kd. I won't let you die. I wielded my sword and lunged toward Kd to block Lisa's attack. Lisa changed her target and aimed her attack at me. Our swords clashed, generating sparks and a screeching sound. It doesn't make sense. I'm sure you've leveled up a bit. But why is your power the same as mine? That's because I have the hero's job. That's impossible. The hero should be sane. With a pale face, Lisa takes a step back. Lisa probably doesn't know that I can copy people's jobs. The hero's job has the ability to reduce the Demon King's level down by 1 per second. Of course, this is a temporary effect, but it goes without saying how scary it is. It has been almost 5 minutes since the job was activated. Actually, as I was talking to Kd and the others, Lisa's demotion had already begun. To be honest, I thought it would be hard to fight while I was putting it down, but thanks to Lisa giving me some time, the situation improved a lot. Lisa's current level is about 900. On the other hand, my level is 868. The ability that the hero's job possesses makes it so that, should the Demon King fight him for a long time and continue to weaken, their power will become as enormous as the legend says. My level. What's going on? We're almost equals now. I thank you for letting your guard down. A great storm of clashing swords has begun. I used all the moves and skills I learned from Lord Mugen, and head-butted Lisa. Agu. Frigid fire. The blue flames emitted by Kd cause Lisa's body to freeze. Just above, Frau was already swinging her hammer down. Hammer breaker. Frau's hammer hit Lisa's head. The floor beneath her feet formed a hole and the entire castle shuddered. Lisa was brought to her knees by the heavy blow. His forehead was dripping with blood. I made the mistake of underestimating you as a foolish, good-natured warrior. I admit it. Toru, you are the right man for me. Will you leave sane to be with me again? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've always thought you deserved to be a hero more than that stupid bastard of a man. I know you're angry, so I'll do anything to apologize. I'm willing to marry you, as I had promised. Sweat dripped from Lisa's forehead. Meanwhile, her level continues to drop. Kd and Frau block any escape routes. She was surrounded by us and seemed impatient. Then let me see the ring I gave you when I proposed. Yeah, I'll show you now. Lisa shows me the ring on her finger. That's the ring Sane gave you. Yeah, well, you know. Did you forget that you threw my ring on the ground? Exclamation mark. After leaving the tavern, She had thrown the ring far away in the meadow. That's why you obviously wouldn't have it. Another minute passes. Lisa's level is now 840. Now my situation and hers are reversed. Forgive me, please. When you were about to kill my parents, did they also beg you for mercy? Well, the day I was betrayed by all of you, I left without saying a word, and from that moment on, there was always something I've wanted to tell you. Zit. I buried my sword in Lisa's torso. Gobu. I mumbled the same words Lisa had said to me that day. Goodbye, Lisa. The throne room is solemn and filled with silence. On his throne, King Armand looks at us. Well done, you have defeated the Demon King. With this, the world will remain peaceful for the next 100 years. I thank you on behalf of all my people and all nations. I just did what I wanted to do. The king smiled and nodded at my words. I would also like to thank you for bringing back the traitor Sane. That man, of all people living and gone, attacked the capital of Balsal, killing and plundering the king and many others. The kingdom of Balsal had demanded that he be delivered alive. My country? I dared to hide this information to prioritize the Demon King's death. Sane was also a hero, and I thought it would be difficult to capture him, but now that title no longer belongs to him. Manu Brigade? He leaned slightly toward me. I guess he was apologizing for keeping an important report from me. I was certainly surprised, but not that surprised. Although it was my country, I lived in a small town in the countryside. The attack on the capital seemed like a story from a distant land. I never met the late King Balsal. What will happen to Sane? He will be tried and punished. He will probably be sentenced to death, but he will probably not be killed easily. The inhabitants of Balsal are currently experiencing great discontent. Sane will be used to alleviate the pain of the people. You are pathetic, Sane. If you hadn't strayed from the path, it could have been you here. Now that you have successfully defeated the Demon King, what do you want? I will give you any reward you desire. So, I want to return this. I took off my bracelet. The king raised the corner of his mouth slightly as if to say, I knew it. It's not for me. The hero title is too heavy for us. I don't want reward, so I'd like to give it back. Do you want to be released from your role as a hero? Yes. With the Demon King defeated, the demon race needs time to recover. There is no need for a hero to exist at this time. But countries have already recognized the Manu Brigade as heroes and heroines of our nations. You can't give it back once it's been given to you. I know. That's why the Manu Brigade will break up. The room filled with commotion and everyone started talking to each other. But the king did not change his expression and only raised an eyebrow. Perhaps they had already anticipated this event. As proof of this, a box had already been prepared to hold the bracelet. I put the bracelet in the box held by one of the gentlemen. From this moment on, we are no longer heroes. I will accept your request. But don't think that means you can be completely free. Everyone in the kingdoms will remember that you were the real heroes, including us, the kings. I know. That is why I will always be ready to help you in any situation where you need me. He nodded in satisfaction. Apparently, an agreement had been reached. Now I am no longer a hero. I'm just Toru, a simple warrior. With deep gratitude to His Majesty the King, I left the audience hall. On the way back to my village, we stopped in the capital of Balsal. There was a wall of people on the main street. Many curses could be heard in the air, and a shower of stones fell on a carriage that was in motion. In the back of the carriage was Sane in a cage. No, and I'm the hero. I order you to stop. I'll kill you all. Stones thrown by people did not seem to work in Sane, probably due to their high level. Still, he seems to have a lot of psychological damage. He was already exhausted to the point that his clothes were in tatters. But this seems to be the beginning of many punishments to come for Sane. According to what I heard, he will be beheaded after being sentenced to 1,000 blows with a variety of weapons and sharp objects. He will be punished by drowning with water, he will be stabbed with needles all over his body, and he will be branded with metal objects set on fire. All this will be done in front of the crowd. I have no intention of seeing the end of it. That man I knew named Sane died in that castle. This guy who is receiving such humiliation is just an empty shell. When I think that, I feel an emptiness in my chest. I thought I had finally filled this pain. Master, are you all right? Thank you for your concern. I stroked the head of Kid who was beside me. He closes his eyes and looks very happy. His tail wagged and his fox ears drooped. This is very raw to watch. Although I'm surprised I didn't get a single hit from all those stones. Kayui, Frau, who is on top of Panda, observes Sane from a little higher up. Maybe Sane still thinks somewhere in his heart that he can be saved. 8. In the past, it would be impossible for the hero to be beheaded. But now things are different. The people want to see his head roll. Cut out his tongue. Yes, do that. Not only her tongue, but also the thing hanging between her legs. Yes, yes. People's voices cheered to see more than just his head roll. What are you talking about? You can't do that. You are. Ugh. Hey, that rock really hurt. Sane begins to get impatient. Suddenly he began to feel pain from the stones his body was receiving. A nobleman riding through the crowd says, I understand everyone's anger, so let's cut up your frankfurter tonight. Oh boy, I made a size mistake. It was a small wiener sausage. This is embarrassing. The aristocrat's jokes made everyone present laugh out loud. Sane was trembling with his bright red face. Let's leave this place. Is that the master's house? It's a small town, like any other. But Frau likes it. Caillou. I return to my hometown, as Frau says. It's a small, mediocre town in the middle of nowhere. However, it is a quiet and peaceful town. There is a fence on the gravel road and small flowers bloom on one side. River fish swam in the stream that flowed through the center of town, and smoke rose from the chimneys of the scattered houses. It is already dark, and the children with tree branches are crossing the bridge over the river and returning to their homes. Nothing has changed. Everything has remained the same since I left town. Where is the master's house? There it is. There was a large house in the village. That's where I was born and raised. I was showing them around town as we headed back to my house. Toru? I met N, who was carrying a mulberry tree in her arms. She has changed a lot since I last saw her, and now she is wearing overalls and has mud on her face and hands. He seems to be doing what he said he would do, helping his parents in the field. Dropped everything in her arms and pounced on my chest. You are safe. I was so surprised when I heard you were a hero. I see you were worried. Yes. I ate only half as much as I should have, and there was one night a week when I couldn't sleep. You didn't have to go to such extremes. I hugged her and apologized for worrying her. I am also relieved. I was relieved to see that I was back in town. N looks up and asks, is it over? It's all over. So much like Lisa and Sane. Lisa is. Yes, I was the Demon King. I did what I should do as a hero. I see. You're not that surprised. That's right. And turns away from me and gathers her things. It was pretty obvious that she didn't like Toru. Hey, that's the first time I've heard that. I had my reasons for not saying it. Toru was madly in love with Lisa, and I didn't want to say anything that could damage our relationship without any proof. N's argument is justified. At that moment, Lisa completely fooled me. I'm sure I wouldn't have listened to her even if I had received the advice. I am really fed up with my stupidity, and Sane will be sentenced to death in the not-too-distant future. That's good to hear. He said that and started walking. I think he was on his way home, but he followed Kd, Frau and me. Why yes. I opened the door of my house and entered the place in high spirits. Come to think of it, she always came to my house like that. N and Sora were almost like my sisters when we were kids. The hallway is clean, as if it had been cleaned. Clean this place up from time to time so Toru would always have a place to come back to. This is the birthplace of the master. It's beautiful. Wow, it's bigger than I thought. It smells good and the ambience is to Frau's liking. I'm sure Panda would agree. Caillou smiles, stroking the scratches on the stair railing. Frau and Panda quickly flew upstairs. You're going to stay in town for a while, aren't you? That's the plan. I'm home at last. I see. And smiled before leaving the house. Master, may I borrow your kitchen to prepare dinner? You can use it however you want. Pat 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 pat. He ran to the kitchen. I couldn't help but relax when I saw Kid's happy face. It has been a few days since I returned to town. I've been staring out the window in a daze. I don't feel like doing anything. There is a hole in my heart. The emptiness I once felt has returned. You had the feeling that I was missing something important. No, it's not missing. In fact, it was forever lost. My ex-lover and ex-best friend. Master, How do you feel? Good. I brought you something to eat. Thank you. I sat on the edge of the bed and accepted Kid's soup. I took a sip and realized that Kid's food, which had been so delicious, felt different in my mouth. I don't have much of an appetite. The hand holding the spoon stopped. You didn't like the taste? That's not it. I just don't have much of an appetite. That's what you said yesterday. You didn't eat much. I'm sorry. I think I need to rest. I put the bowl on the table and went to bed. My body felt terribly heavy. It was as if my arms and legs were filled with lead. Besides that, it's as if something inside me has vanished. Master Kid puts her hand on my forehead and uses her healing waves on me. The emptiness seemed to fade a little. Her hands are warm. Hello. San came into my room. She comes to see me from time to time, whenever she's free. Do you still feel bad? I'm tired from everything that's happened. Well, a lot has happened, hasn't it? She sits in a chair near the bed. But that's not going to make Kt and Frau feel any better. If you're going to be their master, you have to be better than that. They are no longer slaves. That's not the point. Kt, Frau and I are Toru's slaves. Really? That's right. After a while, the two left the room. I heard a voice from the hallway. What should I do? He's always in that state. I don't know. Maybe it's not enough to use your healing magic. We should blackmail him. Blackmail? I'm not very good at that. So why don't we get the people who can do it? We'll use a quadruple combination of love, punishment, seduction and healing to make him feel better. You've traveled a lot, so you must have an idea. Maybe I can come up with something. I was left alone, and I closed my eyes. I felt very tired. I thought the hole was finally full, but another, even bigger one appeared again. Lisa, sane. Why? There was a beautiful landscape in front of me. The cicadas chirp loudly. I was a kid running down the gravel road in town. Behind me and Sora. Let's go slime hunting tomorrow. I hate those fat things. Foo-foo. Soon can't stand up to mere slime. Scaredy cat. That's not true. Don't fight. We'll find something better to do tomorrow. Yes. See you tomorrow. I broke away from Sora and ran home. When I opened the front door, my father and mother were already in the dining room. There was a variety of dishes on the table. It looks so delicious that I had to swallow my drool. Welcome home. You're covered in mud again today. A black-haired woman smiles. That's my mom's face. I had already forgotten about her. Yes. It looked just like that. I also clearly remembered my father's face. My mother bent down and spoke to me. Toru, you did very well. He patted me on the head. My heart was comforted by her nostalgic hand. It may be painful now, but you can stand up again. Because you are our son. Live the way that makes you happiest, and support those who help you. Mother, the journey is not over yet. In fact, this is where the real journey begins. Toru, find your roots. You are destined for greater things. That is why I have given you the family jewels. Both my father and mother were smiling. Tears are shed. It finally dawned on me. This is the last message from my parents. Wait. Mom, Dad, I want to keep talking to you. Everything begins to fade away. I desperately reached out my hand and the two of them were saying goodbye. Please wait. I still have many questions to ask. Toru, get up. They grabbed me by the chest and punched me in the face. When I opened my eyes, everything was blurry. What happened? It was a dream. My vision finally cleared and I squinted to see the morning sun streaming through the window. Is in front of me. I'll give it my all for Toru. Give it your all. She's going to hit me again. It's all a mess, but I felt my conscience clear. Sora, you're next. Very well. I'll put all my strength into it. Why is Sora here? Grit your teeth. Sora whacked me over the head with her staff. The staff broke in half as a result. Was there any point in gritting your teeth? Up are you two. Go ahead. Hey, Marianne, Luna, what are you doing here? At the same time that N and Sora leave the room, Marianne and Luna enter. They both smiled, and instantly drew their swords and tore at my clothes. Before long, I was in my underwear. I am sitting on the floor, looking up. I want the man I adore to always be strong. Exactly. This is a punishment born of love. This is so you won't forget who you are, Toru, and if you're still not over it, I'll beat the crap out of you. Isn't there some way around it? As they leave the room, two other people enter again. They are Elishua and Frau. I was called away on important business, and I find you in this deplorable situation? Toru Dono, you can't do it with me like that. I don't know what you're talking about. I am ashamed of you. Elves, unlike fairies, are a race that knows shame. What does that mean? You want me to take your pants off? Stop. Frau, who was in her human size, pounces on Alushaw. What are you doing here? Panda comes up behind Frau and pulls at her hair to get her away from Alushaw. I just came to raise Toru Dono's spirits. You were lucky, I almost took them from you. Alushaw, you wear panties black? Alushaw holds her ears and falls to her knees. Frau didn't seem to mind. She sat next to me, and tapped her thighs for me to place my head on them. I've always wanted to do this. I know, you've mentioned it a lot. Yes. Finally, Frau is able to do it. And I want you to know something, my lord. Don't settle for this, you know you can always trust me. I will do anything for you. She turned her face away as she said it coyly. She is a very tender slave. Frau dragged Alushaw, who was frozen with her hands hiding her face, out of the room. To enter the room was Lin from the Flaming Axe Gang, and next to her was a young man I think I had seen before. I was called to lift your spirits, Naya. I'm going to cast a magic spell that will make you feel better, Naya. Hey, Lin. Pion, watch what I'm going to do, then do the same, Naya. Alright. Lin drew my face to hers and then buried it in her breasts. How soft they are. My mental strength is recovering quickly here. Power flows throughout my body. Now do you understand, Naya? This is the power of the cat race, Naya. If I don't get to find a husband, I'll stay with Toru, Naya. You're hopeless. That's right, Naya. But wouldn't that make a nice story for the future, Naya? Would it? Well, I like the cat breed and I also like Lin. Lin got off me, and then the young man crouches down in front of me. Wait. She's Pion? Where are her horns? I said I'd be waiting for you, but now I'm here. That's what it looks like. It told me to wear this, so no one would know my identity. Pion shows the ring that we had used to infiltrate the Dark Realm. That means Lin and the others don't know who Pion is. Now I understand why there isn't a big fuss around it. Pion opens two buttons on his shirt. I can now see her white cleavage. I'll do it too. Ooh. My face sinks into her breasts. The sweet, floral scent stimulates my nostrils, and her soft skin feels good. In addition, my energy increases sharply. Involuntarily, my nose bled a little. I'll be waiting for you. Come visit me. Yes, I promised I would. Yes, my grandfather and I can't wait for you to come. Lin and Pion leave the room. The last person to enter the room was Kt. I'm glad you're feeling better. It was worth it to bring them all here. So you did this? Yes. I flew all over the countries last night with Frau San. Thank you for doing this on short notice. Kt lay down on my bed and placed her head on my thighs. I stroke her soft, silky white hair. Her eyes were closed and her white eyelashes swayed pleasantly. The tail was wagging very vigorously. Her fox ears tilt up, seeming to insist that I pet her more. It has given me the energy to get back on my feet. Of course, there is still a hole in my chest. But then I remembered, although it looked like there was one hole, it was actually filled with many things. I lost something, but I got more than that. Frau, Panda, Rosyuk, Shark Boy and the many friends I met during my trip. Surely my master has another skill, a saving skill. What do you mean? A skill that saves your happiness? You mean it has doubled in you? Not at all. This is just the beginning. Kid laughs. What am I going to get now? I'm already happy, but what more can I ask for? Parky. A familiar sound resonated within me. When I went down to the second floor, the living room and dining room were crowded. In the dining room was Frau, and Pion lined up at the plates, and in the living room, Luna and Lin sat on the couch. When I went to the kitchen, Sora and Marianne were cooking. Master, it's time for you to sit down, it's time to eat. Well, I thought it was a big house, but with all the girls here, it feels small. And even more so considering that I am surrounded by young and beautiful women. It is a strange feeling. I don't know where to stand and I'm nervous. Panda gently reached over and touched my fingers a little. Apparently, he wants me to pet him. Caillou. When I petted him, Panda showed signs of happiness. I have not been able to play with him at all in the last few days, He must have felt very lonely. Kayui, do you want me to keep doing it? When I stopped my hand, he asked for more and even bit my hand. He's still soft and cushion-like, and feels good to the touch. I'm back. Alashaw has just entered the house. He went into the dining room and took a seat. Where did you go? I went for a walk. I wanted to see what the human village is like. By the way, is this your first time out of your village? This is a small, ordinary town, so there's nothing special about it. Well, it didn't seem to be much different from the one in my village. Alashaw continues to speak, but I would be lying if I said this is not a special place. I feel that there is a great and powerful spirit in this land, and that the reason it is so rich in nature and so peaceful is because it protects us. Spirits. Are they here right now? I'm afraid I can't see them, but I'm sure there are many such spirits in your village. I decided to use my dragon eyes. Countless translucent birds, fish, lizards and rats appeared around me. They noticed my gaze and scattered out of the room. What I just saw are spirits inhabiting the village. I didn't know I was surrounded by so many spirits. A land guarded by spirits brings many blessings. It is said that a spirit of high rank can even protect the people who live there. I recognize just how wonderful the land where you were born and raised in is, Tarudono. Hey, I guess that's why the crops grow faster. Who brought a plate? Joins the conversation. As I recall, this town certainly yields crops quickly. There have been few losses in crops and production has remained stable. And sat in a chair and propped her head up on both her hands. This place is believed to be ruled by a powerful earth spirit. If there's a magical vein nearby, it's almost certainly huge. It's amazing that Alashaw knows so much about us. I wish I was like one of you, smart, young and handsome. I'm the one who's jealous. I wish I was childhood friends with Tarudono, although having so many rivals makes everything not so rosy. I totally agree with that. I never imagined that so many women would appear and Taru would be so popular. I had enough with Kt and Frau, but I don't think I'll have a chance anymore. N and Alashaw let out a sigh together. Apparently, they get along well. Although they have different personalities, I think they understand each other perfectly. Just then Gd arrived. Well, it's time for us all to start eating. I've been waiting to hear that. Frau, please wait until everyone is seated. I know, I just wanted to take a bite. Frau runs away from Alashaw. That doesn't look like a bite. In fact, every time I saw Frau, her mouth moved strangely. I think she just couldn't take it. Zaku, today we decided to help N in the field. Farming after a long time is not so bad. Hey, Toru, when you're done with it, come over here. I'm still not used to this. Don't complain. Everyone is doing the best they can. That's right. Work quietly. We followed N's instructions and moved on to the next task. This is the field that N's family owns. It is the largest area in town, and it wasn't just N and I, but also Marianne, Luna and Byron. It's good to touch the earth once in a while. It's a good way to relax the body. Exactly. It's nice to see the vegetables ripen. Yes, it might be a good idea to grow some vegetables when I get back to the mansion. I agree. Maybe Luna should ask her father to give her part of the garden. Speak for yourselves. I'm not good at planting or raising animals. I doubt I can handle this. There were 3 beautiful women in overalls kneeling digging in the ground. 1 was royalty and 2 were nobility. No one would imagine that these girls behind those clothes are extremely beautiful and classy. As for me, I am grateful for keeping busy and not torturing myself with unnecessary thoughts. I finally got my energy back. I don't want to spend the whole day asleep again. A white, round object suddenly hits my face. Then, a long thing like a snake encircled my body. Kayui, Sha. So it's you guys. It was Panda and Rosyuk. I let them play outside, but they got bored and came back. I even left Shark Boy in a pond not far from here. A sign suddenly appears in my field of vision. 8-Snotus, skill savings have been repaired. It seems that all my saving abilities have finally been repaired. When will it break next? Come over here. It's time to harvest these. And called us to a fruit field. There, bright red tomatoes and dark green cucumbers hung lushly in the air. They look delicious. Well, our vegetables are the best in town. Let's gather them quickly. It's almost time to eat. With baskets in hand, We all rushed to pick the vegetables. The tomatoes we plucked were so bright you could reflect the light off of them. 8 When I bit into one, it was very juicy and had a strong sweetness to it. Hey, don't eat them. And saw me. You got me. Not just me, but them too. 8 When I looked next to me, I saw Pion and Luna biting into a tomato each as well. So it was my fault. It cannot be avoided. The tomatoes here looked incredibly delicious. Hey, I brought lunch. But what are you eating? And why don't you give Frau? Frau flew to us and stole a tomato from Pion. Master, I brought you lunch. Thank you. Kd waved at me from afar. Behind her were the other girls who helped her cook. Now I can finally take a break. Well, the job was almost done, but when it comes done, she gets really obsessed with the work. She's kind of like a demon of agriculture. You can't get away from her easily. San, you are a very good cook. It's all thanks to Urara-san who taught me. Although I still have a lot to learn. Sora compliments Kd on her cooking skills. Today she prepared a sandwich for lunch, but as is common with Kd's meals, it doesn't look good. But contrary to its appearance, its taste is out of this world. As she ate, Lin said its taste doesn't match its appearance. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Marianne's maid. I wonder where she is. She used to always be by her side. I decided to ask Marianne about it. Urara is on maternity leave. Wait, she's married? Yes. Didn't I tell you? I never heard that. You never told me that. So that's why I hadn't seen her when Marianne went to Greyfield. I will give Marianne a congratulatory gift for Urara later. By the way, how long are you guys going to be here? A week maybe. I think they're all thinking of doing the same thing. Well, they can't stay away from home for too long, now can they? I can't thank you all enough for coming all this way for me. How can I thank you? Now I understand Count Rohan that day when I got rid of the demons in his city. It is difficult to reward someone who has done a splendid job for you. I can think of no way to express my gratitude. Girls, I want to thank you for coming all this way for me. I feel so grateful that my words are not enough to express how I feel. I bowed to them once again. Each of them shared glances, and for some reason they began to laugh. We are here to return the favor for all the things you have done. Besides, we are provisional members of the Manu Brigade. It's only natural for us to come to the leader's aid. When did this happen? Toru, you've been unconsciously dragging Luna and the others into the party all this time. All the people here drew their strength and courage from you. You've become very important to us. Of all of us, though, there's someone here who hasn't received help from Toru. Now that you mention it, I've been thinking the same thing. Lin, why are you here? Lin's cheeks turn pink and she sheepishly says, there was something I wanted to check out. Parky. That sound. There it is again. Parky 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 parky. The sound of breaking glass resonates in me. Several posters were displayed in the field of view. 8 notice. Since the LV of experience value saving has reached the upper limit, it will be paid 100 times more. 8 notice. Payout increased by 50 times due to the effect of the upskill effect. 8 notice. Individual's LVL is now 3000 level. 3000? Has this thing gone crazy, or is it a mistake? Yes, it's 3000, no matter how many times I check. Master, what is it? Well, I've reached level 3000. As expected, my master has once again had a massive increase in his level. Hey, you should be a little surprised. It's 3000. That's 4 digits. But it's just that master is master. Seemed genuinely happy, not seeming to mind Frau's reaction. On the other hand, the other girls are utterly stunned. The sandwich fell out of N's hands, who froze with her mouth open. Toru-kun, being level 3000 is no joke. This is serious. You've done it, Toru Dono. The gods of the forest love you. I've never heard of a level 3000. They don't just love you, you're their favorite. Lin, Alashua and Luna started to make a fuss. Meanwhile, the other girls showed no astonishment. That's our Toru-sama. That's Toru. It's Toru after all. That's right, with Toru, it can't be helped. What kind of reactions are those? It seems as if they have given up on me. Stop. Don't look at me like that. Let's open my stats for the moment. Skills. It's getting more and more monstrous. I can no longer exercise my power casually. I at least have to master it until I can handle it perfectly. I would have preferred had all this force been unleashed when I was fighting with Lisa. If that had happened, the battle would have taken far less time than it did. Well, I can't complain about my skills. Master Kid offered me a mouthful of meat. For some reason she felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Well, I say what? I am your slave. I want to feed you. I gulped involuntarily. To be honest, I've never done this before. I have some experience, but this is my first time. I am nervous and my heart is pounding. The master's mouth is near my hand. The juicy chicken was delicious. The taste of the chicken was more than worth the effort it took to go through with this. What is this joy permeating throughout my body? Then, I was surprised. All the girls reached out and offered me a piece of chicken. It's not right to give special treatment, is it, Torudono? Yes. After that, I ended up eating a lot of meat. Thank you all. I really enjoyed it. Not only that, but these vegetables are delicious. We were on our way back from the farm. We carried a lot of vegetables. With all this, we won't have to worry about food for a while. Glub, glub. I love cucumbers with salt sprinkled on them. The tomatoes are also fresh and would be delicious in a salad. Glub, glub. I hear a familiar voice from somewhere. I think that's Shark Boy's voice. He sounds frightened. When I stopped by the creek, the kids had caught Shark Boy in a net. To curious children, the pink shark looked like nothing more than a toy. Luna runs towards them and asks them to release him. However, the children shook their heads, as if they had not played with him enough. Luna gives the children a copper coin and Shark Boy is returned to us. Glop, glop. I was really worried. I thought the water was deep enough that no one would catch him or try to do anything to him. Seems I underestimated the children's curiosity. I'll put him in a tub today to keep him close by. The next day, Alashaw said something strange. I want to go to the forest to look for a spirit. Please come with me. Tilda, a spirit. Stop yawning. I'm serious. The sun had just risen. I stayed up late last night talking to the girls, and then did some muscle and sword training. In the end, I left at around dawn. If they hadn't woken me up, I would have slept until around noon. I took a sip of the coffee that Kt prepared. Calm down, Alashaw-san. Master hasn't said no yet, so you should explain yourself better. That's also true. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Alashaw sits back in her chair. At the table, there was also Frau, who slept, with Panda as a futon. Panda seems annoyed by all of Frau's drool. Who brought cookies, sat at the table. So why are you looking for a spirit? I would like to take this opportunity to make a contract with a new spirit. I'm sure you don't know this, so I'll explain. To borrow a spirit's power, compatibility is important. It is this chemistry that determines to what extent you can harness their power. By making a contract with the spirits, they provide Alashaw with magical power, as well as life force. The better the compatibility, the greater the power comeback. In addition, the rate of increase in the contractor's skill will also be high. I can use other spirits as well, but there wasn't a spirit in the village that was compatible enough to make a contract, so I want to find that spirit here. I understand. All right, I'll accompany you. Torudono, I knew you'd say that. Alashaw's long ears flap in a way that matches with her joyful expression. Actually, N's father asked me to get rid of the monsters that are running amok in the area. While I'm at it, it won't be a problem to accompany Alashaw. By the way, why me? Couldn't you have gone alone? It is dangerous for an elf to enter an unfamiliar forest, and Toru has the dragon's eye that allows him to see spirits. I can only sense them, so I don't know what attributes they have until I use them. Wow, even elves get lost in the woods. Don't be ridiculous. Of course even elves can get lost too. Frau awoke to Alashaw's loud voice. I was in a damp, dimly lit dungeon. My right shoulder was hurting. It hasn't been long since it had healed. But what torments me more than that is the fact that I have been defeated by Toru. I used a demon sword, wore powerful armor and even had the support of the Demon King, Lisa, and yet I was defeated so easily and effortlessly. It is impossible. I can't accept it. I can't believe there's such an impassable wall between me and Toru. Toru, It's your fault. Everything is your fault. Shut the hell up, an old man in the cell next door shouted at me. You shut up. I'm busy thinking. I'm going to kill you. The shackles and chains on my hands and feet clinked. They are not ordinary shackles and chains. They are relics, and they succeed in suppressing the movements of those who wear them. Only my defense remains the same, and my strength is now equivalent to a level 10. I cannot break down the bars or destroy the walls and escape, nor can I take the keys from the guards when the cage is open. If it weren't for these handcuffs, I'd be out of here in a heartbeat. It's all Toru's fault. He interfered with my plans. If it weren't for him, pack. That sound. I've heard it before. It seems that the guards are returning. In addition, today I can hear multiple footsteps. This is sane. So this is the traitor who killed the king and slaughtered many of his men. He has a better face than I thought. What do you want me to do with it? Smear his face in the mud. I want people to feel satisfied when they throw stones at him. Ha! A soldier enters the cell and smears mud on my face. Stop! What are you doing to my face? I am the hero. The man who was chosen by God. Don't resist. Yuck. The soldier hits me. I don't feel pain, but it's humiliating. If I had a sword, I would have stabbed him in the throat. They forced me to stand up and took me out of the cell. You're going to serve us right, because you're going to pay for pissing us off so badly. Don't think you can do this to me and get away with it. I have been chosen by God. A hero is justice itself. To harm me is to defy God. In other words, I am a transcendent being that God allows and protects in everything. What the hell is this guy talking about? I don't know. He's probably going crazy. These fools cannot understand my value in this world. But I am surprised. They should know how foolish it is to harm me, to harm a hero. No, that's enough. I'm the hero. I told you to stop. I'll kill you all. People were throwing stones at me from all directions, cursing me and making fun of me. I tried to capture women I could see with the power of my demonic eye of seduction many times, but there was no sign that the effect had come. Probably because the ability was still blocked. In the crowd, I saw some men I recognized. They were men from whom I had stolen their wives. They throw stones with eyes full of murderous intent. But even if I get hit, it doesn't hurt. It is impossible for it to work on me. My level is 100. But why are they so desperate to throw stones? Is it resentment for being cuckolded? It doesn't make sense. There are plenty of women out there. Why don't you just look for someone else? I guess I can understand your anger. They are jealous of my good fortune. Look at me. Soon you will be punished by God. I am the hero. I am destined to defeat the Demon King, the chosen one. Stop throwing stones. Damn, I'm pissed. Don't they know it's me? I am sane. When I have a world under my power, I will have you all executed. Cut out his tongue. That's it. That's it. Not just his tongue. Cut off the thing hanging between his legs. Yes. Yes, people's comments make my blood boil. Are these people crazy, who cut my tongue and my penis? A nobleman on horseback replied in a loud voice. I understand everyone's anger. So let's cut off his meatloaf tonight. Oh boy, I made a size mistake. It's more like a small baby sausage. How embarrassing. People laughed out loud at the aristocrat's joke. My face was hot with embarrassment and my body was trembling. I will never forgive them for this. As good an idea as that sounds, it's not as much fun as you'd think. Don't you want to hear the traitor begging for forgiveness? The people seemed to agree and applauded the nobleman. It has been a week since my punishments began. I was exhausted. They tortured me for more than 10 hours every day. While I was resting, I had nightmares. I was remembering all the things I had done. How did it come to this? If there is a next time, I will do things better. That's all that came to mind. Pack. My body began to tremble after hearing the guard's footsteps. It's your lucky day. No more punishment. Thanks for all your hard work. Ha 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 ha. I finally made it. They finally realized my worth as a hero. I laugh out loud at the guard's words. Look at me. I am God's chosen hero. When I get out of here, I'll make you all pay for this. And then I'll kill Toru. But before that, I'll fuck all his girlfriends and kill them in front of him. Look at me and tremble. Nobody can kill me. God does not love Toru, he loves me. I came into this world to be great. As I left my cell, I walked down the hallway with a smile on my face. I am excited about the future ahead of me. When I get out of here, the first thing I will have to do is to look for an elixir to regain my strength. Then, I'll eat a big feast until I'm satisfied. Then I'll look for a way to break the seal on my skill. Oh, and I have to level up so I can kill Toru. I need to get my demon sword and armor back, so I can kill high-level demons. If I do all that, I'll be able to reach level 300 in no time. Wah! As soon as I left the building, I was stunned. There was an executioner and an execution table. More than 1,000 spectators rushed up and expressed their joy at my appearance. Don't stop. Keep moving. Wait, there must be a mistake. Shut up and kneel. My head was placed on the table. There was a basket in front of me for my head to fall into. The aristocrat in front of me crouches down. Sorry, hero. I wanted to use the guillotine, but the blade seems to stop halfway against opponents over level 100. So I decided to use an old-fashioned method of execution. Wait. No, wait. Please, please spare my life. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? The time for forgiveness has long since passed. I'll do anything. Please don't kill me. I pleaded with tears streaming down my face. If I don't convince him now, I won't be able to save myself. I knew it instinctively. Apologize to them. Apologize to them for betraying their expectations, for betraying their trust, for betraying the country, for betraying humanity. I can clearly see people's angry faces. They were demanding my head. Rage came over me for having to bow to the crowd. But if I make one wrong move here, I'll be dead. It's very humiliating, but I had no choice but to accept it. I was wrong. Despite being a hero, I betrayed my homeland and betrayed humans. But the truth is different. I was negotiating with the demons and trying to create a world where we can live in harmony. Believe me, I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good guy. People calmed down. After all, they are a bunch of stupid people. They are too easy to fool. That's a lie. You took my wife away from me. Yes, my girlfriend too. And why did you kill the king? He killed my best friend, who was an adventurer. Why did you betray us? Sane? Voices began to rise one by one. Cold sweat dripped from my forehead. Stop, don't say things like that here. If you keep talking, I'm going to end up getting killed. People started demanding my head again. No, all they're saying are lies. They're just trying to fool you. Oh, yeah? It doesn't look like it. Please forgive me, you liar. I'm not lying. The aristocrat smiles. I had some hope that he would understand my feelings. You know, one of the knights you killed was my brother. That's why I volunteered for this role. From this moment on, your name in the history of the world will be erased. Sane. You were never here, never born, and no one will remember you. No, no. I don't want to die. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. Do it. At the aristocrat's signal, the axe came down. I take a step on the steep ground. Accompanying me are Frau, Alashua and Bayan. It seems Kt and the others each have something of their own to do, so they stayed home. Panda seems to prefer spending time at home as of late, so he stayed with Kt. This place is very quiet, and the air is cleaner than the air in my village. Really? I hadn't noticed. You're too slow to notice these things, Toru. This is such a beautiful place. Yes, I know what they're thinking. I'm insensitive. I don't care if they think I'm a fool. This place is strange. I feel like I'm being watched from several directions. Yes, I can feel countless eyes on me right now. In response to Payan and Frau's words, I activated my dragon eye to look around. As expected, there were spirits everywhere. Countless translucent fish swam through the forest, and lizards hung upside down from tree branches by their legs. Birds peek out from behind the grass and rats watch from the rocks. They noticed my gaze and seemed agitated. Hey Toru, what kind of monster are you trying to kill? It's probably that one. There was a creature at the end of the road with the same appearance as N's father told me. Thank you for saving me the trouble of looking for you. Large stump boar. It is a bull-like demon that boasts of its rushing power. With its size and the strength of its legs, it is said to be able to smash through iron plates. However, I haven't heard of anyone breaking through an iron wall, so I'm guessing it's not that strong. The monster we are looking for is 6 meters long. It is not the same size. That thing is at least 10 feet long. Bugai. The wild boar finds us and screams. Everyone was on guard. What do you want me to do? My lord. Frau can take care of him. Don't worry, I'll do it. I need to get used to my new strength, so I want to check how much I can control its output. As the boar charges right at me, I stop it with my index finger and then raise my arm. Boogie boogie, Zun. I lowered my arm and lightly tapped the boar with my finger. The animal then crashed hard against the ground, vomited blood, and then its eyes turned white. I think I overdid it, however, I think it was enough. I still have to adjust my power. Toru is still out of his limit. Seeing Toru's power firsthand, it makes me wonder how dumb someone would be to mess with him or make him angry. It's true. If we offend my lord, he can burn us to the ground. What do you think you're saying? Please don't treat me like I'm a monster. I am still a human being in my mind. For now, I will draw my knife and drain the blood. Wild boar is supposed to be very delicious, so I will take its body back to the village and share its meat with the villagers. I finished draining the boar's blood and threw it into the magic storage. Now that I'm done with my homework, it's time to look for the spirit for Alushaw. Alushaw, how will you find the right spirit? You'll see. Alushaw spread her hands and concentrated her mind. 5 minutes had passed and Alushaw was still in the same position. What are you doing? I am waiting. The spirit that is compatible with me will come on its own. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. ? As I was still using the dragon's eyes, no spirit dared to approach. I grabbed Frauenpein and decided to walk away so Alushaw would succeed. Once away, the spirits began to approach Alushaw. Spirit, please give me your power. Spirit, please give me your power. She talked incessantly. Then, several spirits approached and poked Alushaw with their mouths. The fish, which looked like a water spirit, lost interest and left. The bird that looked like a wind spirit watched her for a while underfoot, but it didn't seem to be a match, so it left. The lizard, which looked like a fire spirit, crawled up her leg, but it didn't seem to be a match either, so it went down to the ground and fled. All that remains is the spirit of the land, the rat. I can feel it. You are here. Please lend me your strength. In return, I will give you my life force. The rat nodded and ran to Alushaw's shoulder. It appears that the contract is now complete. I have made a contract with a spirit. What is the attribute of the new spirit? It's a land spirit. Wow, Earth, this is the spirit the elves like best. Alushaw seems satisfied. Well, that concludes it. When I turned around, I saw that 2 spirits had hovered over Pine and Frau, who were some distance away. I feel like I'm being watched. It's the same for Frau. I don't know where they're looking from, but they seem to be very close. Where are you? Come out of hiding. Pine is followed by spirits of fire and earth. As for Frau, she's attracted spirits of wind and water. I'm not sure if they are compatible or not, but the spirits repeatedly rub their heads and stick to their bodies, attracting each other. Hey, Alushaw, can you make a contract with a spirit even if you're not an elf? I think it is possible. However, elves are noted for their affinity with spirits. I don't think there are spirits that prefer to be with other races. I could not look directly at her as she spoke proudly. I will keep my mouth shut to protect her pride. Neither of the 2 spirits could make a contract with them, so I guess it all worked out well. Suddenly, my eyes were drawn to a large object deep in the forest. It was a giant translucent rat. Perhaps it is the spirit that protects this town. The rat stood on 2 legs and stared at me. It feels nostalgic. I feel like that thing has been watching me for a long time. The rat begins to scurry off and into the forest. Toru Dono, I just felt a great presence. It must be the spirit guarding this land. It was. It's a giant rat. I'm sure it's a high-ranking earth spirit. Oh, if only I had dragon eyes too. I wish I could gouge out your eyes. Toru Dono. Stop it, you're scaring me. Alushaw was terribly excited. It seems that spirits of a higher rank don't openly show themselves that often, especially the spirits that become guardians of the earth. It felt like the rat wanted to say welcome back. We headed back to the village. On the way, we collected a lot of wild grass. The baskets on our backs were full of wild herbs and mushrooms. This is a nice place. The water is pure, the food is plentiful, and you don't see many dangerous creatures. I can't help but wonder why you decided to leave your village and become an adventurer. Yes, I've wondered that too. Why, Toru? Why did I leave my village? I folded my arms and thought about their question. I guess it's simply because I wanted a little stimulation. The village is just too quiet and uneventful. That's it. That doesn't make sense. All three burst out laughing. Well, I was a teenager when it happened. At that age, everyone wants to be popular, wants to be famous, wants to be rich. It's all about finding oneself, and I became an adventurer for the most mundane of reasons. I guess that's the way my lord is. I think so too. You've been looking for excitement ever since. Are you making fun of me? These girls are cruel. I want to get home and have could cure me of this pain. Mastery 1/2 Z. Kid waves to me from the road. She jumps on me and squirms in my arms. Ahi. Masters smell tilde. I smell like sweat. It's an irresistible scent to me. She buried her face in my chest and, with a look of satisfaction, began to sniff me. Her tail wagged wildly and her fox ears hung limply. Frau walked over and sniffed me. My lord, you do smell like sweat. I know. Pine and Elisha smell. I wonder if I'll start to like that smell. I don't know what you're all surprised about. I've always smelled like this. A broken bar? Why are they looking at me like that? I used to bathe once a week, but since I'm at home now, I do it regularly. Elisha was teary-eyed as she laughed at me. Kid's eyes sparkle on the bustling main street. This is a town that is relatively close to the village. It's small compared to other places, but you can buy a great deal of things here. Also, there are no guilds in the village, so you'll have to come here to petition. Well, I'm going to sell the vegetables we harvested. Perfect. Meet me at the entrance when you're done. Yes. No problem. Pulls a small cart loaded with vegetables. Frau, Elisha and Pine accompanied her to lend a hand, with a fairy and an elf tagging along. I'm sure sales will increase due to the rare sight. Pine also has a gentle demeanor and is surprisingly strong. With 3 people accompanying, she should be alright. By the way, me and Sora used to help her a lot. For some reason, the sales were not enough, and I remember finally going back home with eating some vegetables. It's a good memory. It seems like only yesterday we were selling vegetables together. That's right. Come to think of it, we sold a lot when you were with us. Of course. I'm friendly, pretty, have big breasts, and I encourage people to buy. How modest. You're the only person I know who would say something like that as a matter of course. She really had me fooled. At first, didn't believe me when I told her that Sora had hit me in the head with an empty bottle. Now that she's showing her true personality, things have changed for the better. Sora wraps her arm around mine. Hey, it's okay. You usually let Frau do it. It wouldn't be bad if we shared Toru a little. Well, if you put it that way. Toru is a simpleton. That helps. At least say it when no one's listening. For now, we split up into several groups. Me and Sora and Lin, Marianne and Luna. We will probably meet up with each other at some point, but first we will prioritize where we each want to go. And since Panda left with Frau, Rosyuk will be the one accompanying me. I have been taking care of him regularly, but he is surprisingly lonely, so I have been trying to spend as much time with him as possible. Sha? What? You want that? Sha? Rosyuk stares at the merchandise from the air. He doesn't actually have eyes, but I can tell by the direction of his head. In any case, Rosyuk rarely becomes interested in anything. It was an object that could be found anywhere, a simple metal file. Perhaps you would like to rub your body with this? Rosyuk's body is flexible but tough. Even if he were to rub his body against a piece of wood, the wood would be the one to get scratched. I bought the file and lightly scraped it against Rosyuk's head. Rosyuk was happy. Toru, stop giving your pet all of your attention. You have me, your wonderful priest and slave, at your side. You're not a slave, Jayam. Sora steps on my foot with all her might. Insensitive. There's something I have to tell you. And what would that be? I've been watching and thinking. Are you properly showing gratitude to Kt and Frau? Surely you thank them properly, don't you? At Sora's words, I frowned and bowed my head. Show gratitude? Is it not enough to say thank you? How tilde, I knew it. Listen, Toru, you have to take good care of women. Every little thing adds up and has a big impact on the rest of your life. What are you trying to say? You have to give them gifts, but considering the number of people, it's really hard. so let's compromise with something. The number of people? I thought we were just talking about Kt and Frau. However, I think she's right. I have limited myself to thanking them but not giving them anything. But I don't know what to give a woman. Toru, have you forgotten that I instructed you when you were with Lisa? Oh no. Sora-san's eyes brimmed with anger. You have to ask a woman first. Yes, if you are unsure of your choice, talk to a woman nearby first. Doing this will greatly increase your chances of avoiding a catastrophe. Yes, that's right. I knew you'd forget. He pinched me hard on the cheek. It doesn't hurt physically, but psychologically, it does. What kind of violent priest does that? Anyway, we stopped at a jewelry store. You see, Toru, women are weak to beautiful and shiny things. Many people say that feelings are important, but feelings are not easily conveyed if they are cheap. Therefore, they spend a reasonable amount of money. Oh, this necklace is fine for me. I feel like you only want me to buy you something. She stared at me, so I shut up. It seems that I should avoid saying anything unnecessary. Buy gifts for everyone here. Make sure you pick something that suits them. But I have no sense of style. That's why I'm here, isn't it? For now, try to pick something on your own, and let's think about it from there. Following the teacher's words, I start to choose a gift. I think this is perfect. Well, I'm not so sure. I think I should give them armor, or some very tasty meat, not jewelry. I don't think there are any women in our group who would be happy to receive meat. This is not true. I'm sure Sean would love it. First of all, I would be very happy with some meat. Toru, you've been giving us meat every birthday, but I've had enough of that. Or do you want to be called Toru the Meat Man? I'd rather not be. And so, I went back to checking the jewelry that was sitting on top of the counter. Rings inlaid with precious stones. Each one of them is full of brilliance. They're made with a special process and the size is automatically adjusted. All the rings have the same stones, right? It would be unfair for everyone to have a different stone. The important thing is not the gift, but the one giving it to you. Isn't that different from what you said earlier? There are limits in this world. I'm a priest and the only woman who likes to receive meat from someone she loves. But forget that last one. I don't want any more meat. I am not quite sure, but it's a small price to pay to show my appreciation. And a broken bar. Sora asked the merchant to bring out another item. This is a high-grade slave collar. I hear that Kt and Frau have been freed from slavery, but I recommend that you re-enslave them. Do you want them to go back to being slaves? Are you sure the two of them don't want that? It is true that both Kt and Frau said they were happy to be my slaves. I wonder if they meant it. I guess they're not too happy about being released. Suddenly, Sora touches my cheek with her finger. I think you can trust those girls. They're not like Lisa. Yeah, it's useless to think about that. Ha ha. As I smiled, Sora lightly slapped my cheek. That smile on your face made me angry. That doesn't justify hitting me. I bought the collars for Kt and Frau and had the store owner wrap them for me. I hope they'll be happy with this. I envy Kt. I'm a priest, so I can't be a slave. Why do you want to be a slave? HMPH. You're as insensitive as ever. Hey, no, put your staff down. Sora smiled and murmured, I'll settle for this gift. Master Tilda, at the other end of the road, was waving her hand. It seems that she and the others have gathered and only Sora and I are left. Kd was wagging her tail and seemed happy to see me in front of her. We parted for a short time, but I wonder if she missed me that badly. How was your shopping? There were lots and lots of things, and I couldn't decide what I should buy. I also bought a lot of things for you, Master. I'll show them to you later. The backpack Kd is carrying is very bulky. I gave her the magic storage, but she didn't seem to use it. Or maybe she was so engrossed in shopping that she forgot all about it. Marianne, did you get what you wanted? Yes. I was able to buy souvenirs for my father and Urara, and I found some rare items, so I'm happy, and so is Luna. That's right. I have my bath brush, my bath sunglasses and… Oh no, I can let you see this, Toru-kun. Hey, don't move. Luna's bag is constantly moving. A broken bar. I wonder what it is. I'm curious what's in that bag. What are we going to do now? Are we going to meet up with N and the others? They probably didn't sell well. We're done with our work, so we should help them. I agree. I am indebted to Nsan for her help. And so we moved to the market. There are a lot of people. Is there a problem? I can hear many voices from the place where N is. Don't push. The vegetables aren't going anywhere. So, you want to buy this cucumber for 1,000? It's a special occasion. Guys, get in line. Otherwise, I won't sell anything at all. Here's your money. What? You want to shake my hand? Sure. I'm happy to shake hands with such a pretty young lady. In the crowded market, N's stall was the main attraction. Both men and women were concentrated there. I don't feel like going anywhere near that crowd. It's all sold out now. Spread out. Apparently, everything was sold out. People go home in regret. It looks like everything went well. It wasn't easy. I didn't know so many people were coming. N sits down and spreads her legs in exhaustion. On the other hand, Alashua and Frau each have a dreamy look in their eyes. Elves are very popular among humans. I'm surprised. Most people usually don't pay attention to me because I'm always around, but Frau is a magnificently beautiful fairy. I feel like I'm finally getting the recognition I deserve. Pion looks embarrassed for some reason. I know people mistake me for a man because I'm dressed like one, but it's complicated when all the girls are coming on to me. I don't think I'm attractive enough to be a girl. Cheer up, Pion. You have done very well. And you're a pretty girl. I put my hand on Pion's head to cheer her up. Toru-sama. Relax. It's all over now. I rubbed her back gently. Well, you three really helped me. I've made a lot of money and now I'll be able to feed my family for a while. You still have a sister and brother who are still children. Our monthly food bill is twice what it used to be. Since I stopped working as an adventurer, things aren't the same as before. I'm going to give you this. I took a leather bag out of my magic storage. A loud bang is heard and N's eyes light up. What is all this? They're for you. I don't need them. That's impossible. There are several rare items here. Say yes, they're for you. These are items I obtained in Berserker Valley. Actually, I completely forgot to sell them and had them just sitting there taking up space. If I just keep them for a long time, it'd be a waste of treasure, and it would be best to give them to N, who has taken great care of me. They all nodded their heads, as if thinking the same thing. Thank you, Toru. Don't cry. I'm going to want more vegetables anyway. It's like paying in advance. I'm not crying. Don't look at me. N rubbed her eyes and became embarrassed. Well, let's have lunch. I know a good place. I'll show you. After gathering all her things, N pulled the cart and we started walking. I already know where we are going to eat. I am looking forward to it. In the evening, we all walked home while talking. In the back of the cart N was pulling, Alashua, Luna, and Frau slept. We had a great time today. The time we have spent with all of you just flew by, and I will miss you all so much. I share the sentiment. I would like to spend more time with you all. It's nice to be in a party without all those nasty men. Naya. I don't want to go home. Naya. I can't stand the thought of having to work in that sweaty place again. Naya 1/2 Z. Come on, Lin-san. Are your teammates really that bad? Pion reassures Lin, who scratches her head, who was walking alone, had her tail hanging down, looking sad. Gug. Sora hits me in the side with her staff. What? That. Girls, can I talk to you for a moment? I walked ahead and stopped them all in the middle of the road. From my magic storage, I took out a large bag containing the gift I bought for the girls. I placed one in each of their hands. Master, what is this? Open it, please. What appeared after opening the wrapping was a small wooden box. When they opened it, the girl's eyes widened. I hope you accept these gifts. They're my thank you for everything you've all done for me. Master. The jewel rings in their hands glittered in the setting sun. Kid put on the ring and smiled with tears in her eyes. Toru-sama, is this what I think it is? Oh, yes, of course, that's exactly it. The girls are surprised and squeal with delight. Yes, it is my thanks. Sora said I had to give them each a ring. As soon as you give one to a woman, you have taken an important step in your life to show your gratitude. But I didn't know that. I didn't know a ring could be given to a friend. I thought it was something that only lovers did. You know, when you want to commit to someone in marriage. No, I don't think Sora tricked me into buying them engagement rings. She's my friend. She's always advised this kind of thing. Oh, And this is for Kt and Frau. I give them both another package. Is it a collar? I wanted to ask you to be my slaves again, although if you don't want to you can say number. Are you kidding? I'm so happy. I'd love to be my master's slave again. Kt sheds tears of joy. She put the collar around her neck and then put her hand on her chest. Please, let's make a master-slave contract. I accept. And I will be with you forever. So it shall be. I was surprised when Frau peeked over from the side. Hey, Frau also put on her collar. Why don't you look at me? I'm sorry. It looks beautiful on you. Yes. I knew Frau would be the perfect slave for my lord. Caress me, pat me on the head, and tell me you're happy I'm your slave again. All right, don't press your head against me so much. I stroked Frau's head, and she happily said thank you. I love you. Suddenly, Elisha, who was in the cart, stands up. Toru Dono, why don't I have a collar too? What with this sudden question? Humans always want to enslave elves. Then it's only logical that Toru Dono should want to possess Elisha. Do you want me to make you my slave? Don't make me say something embarrassing. She suddenly loses her momentum and becomes embarrassed. I wonder if I can be a slave too, even though I am an aristocrat. Yes, me too. It's probably impossible. Although I'd like to become one, but since I'm royalty and my father might cry, the most I can do is a master-servant contract. Marianne, Pion and Luna also wanted to be my slaves, but because of their high social status they could not. I can't help but wonder why they want to do something like this. It's not that big a problem. Anyway, we're going to get back together later on, so why don't we all sign a master-servant contract with Toru before we go? That's right. We'll meet again in the not-too-distant future. What the hell does that mean? Another meeting? Are there any meetings or anything I don't know about? Kt grabs my arm and pulls me. Master is my master. Kt-san, running away is for cowards. Everyone, catch Toru. Hey, they're chasing me. Kt, who was pulling my hand, had a smile that was to be admired. Early morning of the following day, we all gathered in front of the house with our luggage. Our week of living together is over, so everyone will be going home. Since returning to my hometown, I've been thinking, should I stay in town or go out again? And if so, what will I do? Thanks in part to Marianne and the other girls, I have been able to recover, at least a little. However, the hole in the chest has not yet closed. Perhaps I have not yet been able to organize my feelings. I was betrayed, then I learned the truth and I took action against my tormentors. That sequence of events was too big for me. I still don't know what to make of everything that has happened. So I've decided to go on a trip. One more time. I think it will be the best thing to heal this broken heart of mine. And Sora came to say goodbye. Come home soon, I'll cry if you don't. I don't plan to be gone for very long. Toru, don't think you have the freedom to go to distant lands again. You have to come back. You now have many responsibilities to answer to. Responsibilities? What kind of responsibilities are those? Sometimes Sora says things that are difficult to understand. Kt and the others said goodbye to N and Sora, while promising to meet again. The girls seem to have gotten to know each other better over the past week. Frau, if you will, leave it to me. Frau spins in a circle just above us and sprinkles us with her fairy dust. My body began to float. We should be able to get to Pion's house by the end of the day, or more realistically, in the middle of the night. With me in the lead, all the girls soared high in the sky. They all arrived safely at their homes. Now we can continue our journey. Our destination is the country of Lastoria. It is a large country with smaller countries like North Star under its umbrella. It is also a sea-facing nation, and is the only one of the surrounding countries that has the technology to build ships. Furthermore, there are many tourist attractions and you can enjoy the marine cuisine that can only be found here. By the way, I have already made a master-servant contract with Kt and Frau. It turns out that there was a slave trader in the town where we stopped. I can't believe I'm back to being master's slave. I feel like I've regained something important. You're overreacting. When you sign a contract, you can't resist me. Are you sure this was a good idea? That's what I want. I want my master to control me. I want to be under his mercy. You know, Kt, sometimes you say things that are very hard to hear. Really? Kt looks at me with a pouty face. I don't think it's normal to want to be dominated. But she is Kt, After all, this kind of statement is pretty normal for her. We are currently going through the forest. If we follow the road, we will be able to enter Lastoria in no time. How far do we plan to go with this trip? Is there a goal or something? Kaiyui, says Frau while riding on Panda. Honestly, I have no answers to that question. I simply decided that I wanted to travel. An objective. Tugged at my clothes. Master, there's a place I want to visit. Can we? A place you want to visit? Isn't it your first time here? It's my second time, to be exact. In fact, I used to live around here before I became a slave. What a strange way of putting it. If you've lived in Lastoria, you can't say it like you've visited. You lived here once and then you suddenly didn't. Is that what you're trying to say? Let's go there. Pointed to a cliff in the distance. It is too small to be called a mountain, and too big to be called a rock. It is a huge rock like a tower created by nature. I wonder what's in there. What are you doing? It's not that way. It wants to visit a place. A broken bar? I wanted to eat candy in the city. Kaiyui 1/2 Z. Frau and Panda are insensitive. It's taller than it looks from a distance. Yes, the huge rock towering before us is imposing. There seemed to be a monster living at the top, and a bird flew overhead. What could be in this place? There it is. My old iron fan. Picked up a dirty iron fan hidden in the grass. She embraced that iron fan as if it were important to her. Apparently, she had come looking for it. Master wondered how I came to be a slave, didn't he? Yeah, are you going to tell me? Frau-san, take us to the top. Okay, I'll take care of that. Kd flew above us and sprinkled her fairy dust. With Kd in the lead, we quickly flew upwards. How far do you plan to go? To the top. You will find the path I took. We reached the top, where there was a foothold about 30 meters in diameter. Grass and trees grew thickly, and I was secretly impressed that plants could grow in such a place. This way. We cut through the grass and continued walking. Soon after, I see something that looks like an artifact. It was a circular stone stand. In the middle was a magic circle that had lost its light. Did you get here through this magic circle? That's right. This was the point at which I appeared when I was brought to these lands. It bends down and touches the magic circle. Too bad. All the magic power was probably exhausted by the time I got here. Doesn't a magic vein run through here? This magic circle is different. It stores power and uses it, so it's a little different from the rest we've seen. Does such a thing really exist? As one would expect from an ancient species, they've left all sorts of things behind. But it can be used if I pour magic power into it, right? It's like filling up the tank. Kid shakes her head. It's no use if only one side of the magic circle is activated. The magic circle on the other side was almost out of power when I got here. I don't think we can cross over. And where does the other side of the circle lead? Kid does not immediately answer my question, but hesitates. My hometown. The words spoken as she squeezed them out were quite ordinary, but I notice a lot of meaning in her not-so-happy mood. Kid is no ordinary type of beastkin. I know that from what I've seen so far. If so, it's not hard to imagine that our homeland is also in an unusual place. My homeland is on another continent. I used to live there. Wait. What continent? Didn't you know? My head is spinning. Another continent? Is there another continent besides this one? But I have never heard of any other land. I don't understand. How did you end up here through that magic circle? How did you become a slave? I have many questions I want to ask. It's because my hometown was in a critical situation and I was the only one who escaped with this magic circle. But my level was too low, so I failed to descend this rocky mountain and fell halfway down. Then a slaver picked me up after I fainted. At that moment, she dropped the iron fan in her hand, and it seems that Kt had been worried about it for a long time. I'm sorry, I should have asked about it earlier. That's fine. I had decided that my master's needs should take precedence over my own, and besides, I'm happy to have this back. She then quietly said, "It's my mother's last memento." Hearing that, I grabbed and hugged her tightly. It's probably late, but we're going to Kid's hometown. We can get there without a magic circle, right? It's possible if we cross the sea, But are you sure you want that? We may not be able to come back here. Don't be silly. My lord and I are grateful for all you've done for us. When it comes to you, nothing is a bother. You're like my family. Frau San could shed tears, probably from joy. Yes, you are right, Frau. We are very grateful for all that Kt has done. We wouldn't even be here if it weren't for her. To make sure she no longer has to bear her pain alone. I will help her in any way I can. I will take her wherever she wants to go. What a great city. It's the royal city of Lastoria. Kaiyui, huh? Do you want something sweet? No wonder. Frau will pay for it with her money. Frau, who is riding on top of Panda, steps forward. What you see from here is the royal capital of Lastoria stretched along the seashore. From the rumors I've heard, it's a pretty prosperous place. I don't know if it's the smell of the sea, but an unusual aroma reaches my nose along with the breeze. Master, is that the sea? Probably. It's quite broad and huge. Thanks to our elevated position, we had a great view of the city and the ocean beyond. It is bright and blue. My father used to say the sea is truly glorious, and now I think I understand what he meant. The sea is glorious in itself. If I remember correctly, my father had a house in Lastoria. Did the master's father grow up living by the sea? Yes, but my father and his brother never got along, so they ended up completely estranged. My uncle had visited us once with his family, but I have few memories of that time. What I vaguely remember is the scene of my father and someone arguing. I think I was so scared that I hid behind my mother. Maybe the other person was my uncle. Still, these are very vague memories. Hey, Lord, what should Frau and the others be called from now on? That's right, we're not the Maniou Brigade anymore, are we? Frau and Kid looked at me. Then I snorted. What should we do with the name of the party? It would not be good for us to remain as the Maniou Brigade. I already told King Arman that we split up. How complicated. The sound of multiple footsteps echoed, and 8 men appeared from the depths of the forest. If you don't want to die, give us your belongings. And the women too. Some thieves showed up. Dirty men stand in our way, with swords and knives. Time's up. Now die. A muscular man swings his sword sideways towards my neck. Ha. Blood splatters are beautiful. Huh? Ho ha. What's wrong? I jumped in front of his attack and caught his sword with my teeth. Crack. The sword broke down the middle and I spit it out after chewing on the shoddy iron. It's a monster. Yes. Ice rock. The bandits are frozen from the neck down by Kid's magic. Their faces were pale with fear. What is your name? Danu Binoki. No, the name of your party. Little Hound. How subtle. I think it will work. From now on, we will be using the name Little Hound for our party. Yes, it's yours, but please release us. Perfect, thank you. Ice. Hey, we are now the Little Dog Party. I'm glad we have a new name. Now, let's go to the royal capital. I could still hear the thieves crying from a distance. We entered the city and ran around without paying attention to the people. As the temperature is quite high, there are many people wearing much light clothing. Women mostly wear small pieces of fabric that could be confused for underwear. Elves also wear very revealing outfits, but the ones here far surpass even theirs. Master, how about we go to that restaurant? Seems like a nice place. Let's go to that restaurant. We entered a restaurant with terrace seating. I ordered a couple of drinks to quench my thirst. Drinking sake during the day is delicious. Didn't you say the same thing a while back? You must be imagining things. I remember drinking a bubbly beverage. I think the drink was called ale. Aren't you tired, my lord? Not at all. Even though half of my magic has been absorbed, I'm still in good shape. Incidentally, I had poured magic power into the circle Kt had passed through when she came here. If that magic circle is activated, the other magic circle should be able to work. Of course, as long as the other circle that is in Kt's hometown is still functioning and in good condition, that is. The food here looks so delicious. Kaiyui. The staff brought our dishes to the table. Lined up in a row, there is a feast of food featuring fish and other kinds of seafood. The shrimp with sauce on spaghetti looks delicious. I wrapped a fork around it and chewed the spaghetti. The sweet and sour taste of tomatoes assailed my tongue. This is amazing. It may be the first time I've ever been this excited about a dish. Master, do you know where your father's family lives? No, I forgot. I came here when I was about 6 years old. I doubt they remember me in the first place. Since you're here, why don't you go see him? I guess you're right. I haven't told my uncle that my father and mother died. I guess it's time he knew. It's been so long since I've interacted with my uncle, so he must not know about my father's death. I mean, I even forgot about it until now. I think it's understandable considering I'm 25 years old. It is time to face my family properly, and this would be a good opportunity to meet my remaining family members. I don't know anything about my mother or father. They never talked about their past. This trip should not only serve to heal my broken heart, but also to learn more about myself. By knowing my parents' past, I could know more about myself. What a beautiful carriage. I wonder if it belongs to a nobleman. A carriage decorated with shining gold passes by us. It is pulled by a white horse. Suddenly, the carriage stopped in front of us. From the carriage stepped down a middle-aged man with blonde hair down to his back. He is probably in his 50s. His face has deep wrinkles and a thin beard. Hey, you. For some reason, he pointed to me. What is your name? Toru-ban. Finally, the man comes up to me and hugs me. My head is filled with question marks. What's wrong with this old man? Suddenly, I noticed he looked familiar. It's been so many years. I'm sure you don't recognize my face. Who are you? Kyozo-ban. He said he was my uncle. The carriage enters the mansion and stops. The first one down was Kyozo, my uncle. I got out of the carriage and looked toward the mansion. It is a 3-story building. It's bigger than my mansion in Gridget. The garden was large and was attended to by a gardener walking around with a pair of shears. I did not know that the Iban family were nobles. I think it would be more accurate to say that I had forgotten about it. I must have heard about it when I was little, but I had forgotten all about it over time. Go ahead. Kyozo led the way to the mansion. In the entrance hung a portrait of a middle-aged woman with red hair wearing a beautiful dress. A woman in the back gives him a slight bow and addresses us. Who are these people? He's my nephew, Toru. You've already met him. Oh yes. The boy. Can you give us a minute, please? She must be my uncle's wife, because she gave me a stern look before disappearing into the back of the room with a quick step. I was taken to a room that looked like a studio and sat on a couch. For some reason, Kyozo sat on the side of the desk. I thought I was going to be sitting across from you. Welcome, Toru. You look so much like my brother when he was younger that I mistook you for him. Really? I don't think there's much resemblance. So, why did you bring me here? You're being very distant. This is a reunion between an uncle and his nephew. Do you know that Dad is dead? Kyozo's eyes widened like saucers. The shock was evident on his face. When did that? When I was 15 years old. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. What about your mother? Also dead, both of them. He then became depressed and silent for a while. I think it really came as a shock to him. Then why didn't you come to see me? I bet that's what you must be thinking. If you have any problems, please tell me anything. I will help you as much as I can. Anything for my sweet nephew. No, thank you. Don't say that. We're family. Eh? Are we family? What are you saying all of a sudden, old man? We are only blood relatives, but we are strangers who know nothing about each other. It doesn't seem right to use the word family all of a sudden. That doesn't matter to me, but there is something I want to know. Tell me about the Iban house. I want to know all about my mother and father. Well, I'll tell you everything I know, but I don't have time today. I'm busy and I have to go to the palace to meet the king. Then I will come tomorrow. You can stay in the house. This place is already like your home. You can spend some time with the slaves there. Knock knock. Someone knocks on the door. Father, we need to talk to you about something. Who are these people? Let me introduce you. This is my son, Bill. I am Toru, Toru-ban. Nice to meet you, Bill. Iban? Is he the son of your disowned brother? Bill was a young man with short red hair. He stared at me when he heard my name. Father, are you still bent on a woman who is no longer with us, when you have your wife here? Relax, Bill. I have no other intentions in bringing him here, simply because he has Iban blood in him. He's your cousin. I don't care if we share the same blood. He's still a commoner, nothing to do with us nobles, let alone that he's the son of that woman. Bill exits, closing the door vigorously. Kyozo poses with a dry laugh and says sorry. He seems to have problems with his son. However, I was envious of Bill. I wish I could have had a discussion like that with my father. That boy is crazy. Kai. As soon as we entered the room we were given, Frau complained. I don't know if it's because they share the same opinion, but Panda reacted as well. For now, I'm going to lie face down on the bed and let Kid give me a massage. When he referred to that woman, was he talking about your mother, Master? Maybe. I don't know that information. Did your parents ever talk to you? I asked them, but they never answered my question. I never knew why my father and uncle didn't get along. I don't know anything about this family. Kid pulls up my clothes and presses her hands directly on my waist. Thin, soft hands relax my muscles and slowly make me feel better. I will also massage Kid's body later. Kai 1/2 Z. For some reason, Panda and Frau are spinning in the air. Is it a new game? It seems to be a new game after all, as they started to turn and move. It looks fun. I want to try it too. Frau walked over to the window and stopped moving. Isn't that Bill over there? Oh, everything's spinning. Frau and Panda fell unsteadily to the ground, as if their eyes were spinning. What are you doing? I got up and looked out the window, and sure enough, there was Bill. And he's talking to a woman who looks like his mother, the same one I met at the entrance. Is this a private conversation? That's suspicious. The mother smiles at Bill's words. He nodded and left. I don't like this. I have to watch my back while I'm in this mansion. I will quickly leave this place once I've heard Kyo's story. Come now, Master, I'm not done with you yet! Exclamation mark. Jumps on the bed, wags her tail, and looks at me happily. However, Frau also fell on top of me. No, Frau will give you a massage, my lord. No, Frau-san, I am the one who should massage the master. Tilda, Frau can't touch the master? No, that's not it. Hui. Frau rubbed Kid's waist area intensely. Now that I remember, Frau is very rough when she massages. Fair enough for me, but Kid might not be able to take it. Hi, I'm coming in. Bill entered the room without knocking. In addition, the tone of voice and attitude are different from the last time. Hey, Toru, there's something I want you to do. What do I get in return? There's no such thing as a reward. Let's face it, you're no better than me. If you want a seat at the head of the Iban family, you'll do as I say. Huh? What are you talking about, little man? A seat in the Iban family? I was about to explode with anger, but I managed to restrain myself. I'll tell you 3 things. First, I'm not interested in being part of this family. Second, I don't plan to do anything unless I get paid. And third, I'll leave this house as soon as your father has told me what I want. You are a very good liar. All right, I'll pay you whatever you want. In return, you will do what I order you to do. He's looking down on me. I'm angry, but I think I'll play along. I hate nobles who have grown up without personality and being pampered. Unlike all the nobles I have met, Bill is by far the worst. I'll be waiting outside. Be ready soon. He quickly left the room, nor did he deign to say what he wants me to do. Is he supposed to be my cousin? I hate him. You're late. How long are you going to make me wait? Bill yells as soon as we're out the door. I think it's only been about 5 minutes. There is no need to rush. In front of the entrance a single carriage was drawn up, and it was easy to predict that it would go outside the mansion. Currently, our country has its hands full with organized bandits. The other day, the army finally discovered the enemy's stronghold. We will participate in this campaign to defeat them. Organized bandits, eh? I had run into one of them before coming here, but it was a small group. What's the reward? 5 million. Okay, I'm in. I could have refused this offer, but there was something that bothered me. What had his mother told Bill about me? Why did he turn to me for this assignment? It doesn't take a genius to figure out that Bill holds nothing but contempt for me. This must be some sort of trap. The quickest way to find out what is going on is to go to the problem at hand. But there is one condition. In this petition, the reward will be determined by who defeats the most enemies. If you want the money, you'll have to beat me. Well, I guess that's useless. Dead or alive? It doesn't matter, as long as they are defeated. I don't like to gamble with my job, but in this case, I guess I have no choice. Now that we are facing bandits, to what extent should we be benevolent towards them? I am a bit torn. The Great Vinok band of thieves, a bandit organization with more than 1,000 members operating mainly in La Storia. The organization is said to have been created recently, within the last 2 or 3 years. Nobles, merchants, commoners, people of all ages and professions, regardless of sex, all kinds of things are stolen from all kinds of people. Of course, women and children were also kidnapped, and even the slavers' carriages were attacked. The army saw this as a matter of national importance, but deftly moved its bastion and continued to slip through the net of caution. But now they have discovered where the group is located. The informant was a bandit who was captured. Later, it was confirmed that they were hiding in the forest outside the royal capital. I've already told you the plan. We can't afford to fail. His Majesty the King is watching this operation very closely. We must destroy Vinuk and restore peace to the city and this country. The knights and the soldiers respond with a salute to someone who appears to be the general. As for us, we were quietly observing the situation from afar. There was a group of people who seemed to be in the same business as us, although they were spread out. It was a military-led operation, but they seemed to be hiring adventurers as mercenaries. Some noblemen, like Bill, are personally accompanied by adventurers. Commence operation. Advance troops. The knights enter the forest one after the other. We are Bill's escorts, and we are going in after him. Bill, you're getting too far ahead of yourself. It could be a trap. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a level 85, a knight by profession and a legitimate son of the Iban family. I can't be caught in a place like this. I am secretly impressed. Being a knight is an excellent job. Besides, his level is in the 80s, so it's no wonder he's so confident. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a kind of hero. Master, there is enemy activity ahead. How many? About 30. Perfect. Look at me, commoner. I'll show you what it takes to be the next head of the Iba family. I won't be beaten by that woman's son. Bill goes on the attack alone against the group of bandits. After a few seconds, we went after him. But my level difference is too high, so I just stood by and watched and Frau fight. Suddenly a man comes up behind me and I blow him away. Bill kills the bandits without any carelessness. Knighting allows you to develop your skills with the sword, spear and shield, but also has defensive effects such as strike mitigation and damage suppression. It is not a job class that stands out from the rest, but it is an excellent one with a good balance between offense and defense. In just 5 minutes, the 30 bandits were out of action. The army will take care of the rest, so we'll leave it at that. What we have to do is to storm the fortress and kill as many bandits as possible. By the way, the roads on all sides of the forest are blocked by the army. There is almost no way for the bandits to escape. What's the matter? You haven't defeated any of them. Just so you know, defeated enemies of slaves don't count. This is one-on-one play. That doesn't interest me. Better tell me why you are so determined to beat me. I still don't understand why you got me into this situation. You still don't know? He wiped the blood from his sword and resheathed it. But his face showed anger. His eyes were full of murderous intent, as if he was about to stab me. Long before we were born, my father and his brother fought over your mother. I'm sure you've heard about it. The result was that my father lost and his brother and the wife left the family. I've never heard of such a thing. I can't let you defeat me. I must prove that I am the best son my father ever had. I must achieve great feats in this battle and defeat you to convince my father and reassure my mother. He turned his back to me and moved on, as if he had nothing more to say. I thought I understood a little. Why didn't my father and mother want to talk about the Iban family? I'm sure Chaos and my father had an argument because of my mother when he visited the house. From the way Bill talked about my mother, I wonder if Chaos still loves her. A few feet away, Bill had stumbled. Apparently, he was caught in a trap that was covered by weeds. He stood up quickly and stared at me. But his face is very red. He was clearly embarrassed. I understand how you feel, because an Ansora saw me like that a long time ago. Forget what you just saw. Now then, an hour has passed since the extermination of the bandits began. We headed steadily towards the center of the forest, and we were right on the edge of where the fortress would be. More bodies. Looks like they have some good men out there. I don't care. It's just a matter of me getting rid of all of them. The further I went, the more I saw the corpses of knights and bandits. The bandits are probably desperate as well. If they are caught, they will face capital punishment, so it's very likely that they would rather fight and die here. Or are you looking for a hole they can use to break through the military siege? Either way, there's only so much a single adventurer can do. It is the military's job to think about strategy, not mine. My lord, I found it. Frau, who had been exploring, returns. It looks like their fortress is right in front of us. Let's do it quickly to finalize this application. Hey, fairy, how many enemies are there? About 300. And you should call me Frau Chan, but since you're my lord's cousin I'll tolerate it, though if you get too pushy I'll kill you. Don't address me like that, slave. Who do you think you're dealing with? A stupid, spoiled child. Wretched insect. I'll rip those wings off you right now. What do you want to do? I asked Bill to stop the argument between him and Frau. Since he hired me, I can't make decisions on my own. Of course we're going in. We can finish them off right now. If I do, I'm sure they'll decorate me. I'm sure my father will recognize me. Oh, so he treats you with contempt, ... huh? Don't say stupid things. So ... why are you so desperate for him to recognize you? Bill tries to hit me and I catch his fist with one hand. You have no idea how I feel. I'm constantly being compared to my father. I'm being compared to the ideal son he never had. My mother wanted me to murder you, but instead, I'm going to win fair and square. Ah, I see. So that's what this is about. Was that woman ordering her son to kill me? In other words, they hate my mother so much that they want to take it out on me. My parents died leaving me with a major problem. But I have accepted Bill's feelings. He wants to crush my head. So I must take this as seriously as he does. As the son of Rurik and Mistyaban, I will face Billaban on equal terms. To be honest, I had no intention of doing anything, but I have changed my mind. Bill, if you find yourself in a dangerous situation, call me. I'm ready to help you. Who do you think you're talking to? If anyone's going to need help, it's you. Frau? Yes, my lord. I look at them both. I will take care of all the bandits. Soaked and Frau will take care of those who try to run away. We drew our weapons and entered the enemy's stronghold all at once. They're here. Finish them off. Ha 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 ha. They're idiots. They're coming at us in small groups. Let's string them up to show them what will happen if they come here. Ho ho. There's a delicious-looking woman with them. A group of men block the road, forming a wall. About 300 or so. That is the number reported by Frau. I am the legitimate son of the Aban family, and I will spend all night killing them if necessary. Chin. I ran past Bill, and a moment later, I put my sword back in its scabbard. The bandits screamed as a lot of blood began to gush from their bodies, then they collapsed on the ground. Clank. Bill froze and dropped his sword on the ground. Did you just kill all them with one move? Bill shakily stepped back. Master, there is a group of enemies approaching who have heard the noise. Is there a leader among them? Yes, he is level 130, and apparently possesses a holy weapon. So the bandit leader has the strength of a hero. In Lastoria there are several sacred weapons temples. The bandit leader must have taken one of them out. The sacred sword is only a weapon. It does not judge right or wrong by itself. I have heard that there are several conditions for owning a sacred sword. Well, you seem to have some special skills, or a very rare job. I admit, I'm surprised, but don't get in my way. Bill picks up his sword as he says so. However, his face was pale. He was lying to himself to protect his pride. He is supposed to be intelligent, unlike me, so it is impossible for him not to understand what just happened. You have won the game, but I will take care of the leader. This is an order. So Broken Barkin, you win? Don't play the fool. Even if the opponent has the sacred sword, I'll win easily. That's my duty and the pride of the person born in the Aban family. More bandits rush in from the rear. There are about 400 of them. These people are nothing more than minnows next to the leader. I'll tell Kt to take care of all of them so Bill can take care of the opponent that really matters. Kt. Yes. Blizzard Blossom. Spiffy. Suddenly, countless bandits were frozen solid. Some did not freeze completely, and began to scream. ... I've seen that face before. Oh no, not again. How did I get into this mess? Oh, So you're one of those guys who attacked me on the road. It's you again. Please spare us. I'll do anything. Please spare my life. Those begging for their lives were the former Little Hound Party. He remains a bandit even though I had spared his life earlier. These people have no salvation. You will be severely punished. No, I don't want the death penalty. Tap 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 tap. Someone slowly approached the site. He is a tall, thin man. His physiognomy was that of a villain, and he held a gleaming one-handed sword that did not resemble his underlings' weapons. I see you're bullying my younger siblings a lot. Makes sense. They're pretty useless. The man cuts the frozen bandit in half with his sword. I looked at Bill and told him to take care of his prey. I see you are the leader of the bandits. If you don't want to die, put down your weapon and surrender. You are wrong, noble boy. Even if I surrender, I will be condemned to death. It is better to kill you and run away from here. TCH. Swords clashed. The fight started abruptly. Bill had been pushed to the head of the bandits. It took me so long to gather these pathetic men and create a fortress, and now it's all ruined. It'll cost me a lot to start over again. What a waste. I can't believe this. You could have served this country with so much power. You are someone recognized by the sacred sword. You would have earned the title of hero. I hate always being watched and having to watch my every step. I'm someone who wants to be alone, and do as he pleases. What's the difference between a hero and me? A hero is not allowed to kill without a cause. The man broke Bill's lock and stepped heavily on his foot. Ah! Don't look away. Ugh! The man hit Bill's abdomen, after which he flew backwards dozens of meters while breaking several ice statues with his back. Bill stood up, using his sword as a cane. I'm not done yet. I have to do this for my father's approval. I don't have time to deal with a weakling like you. If I don't escape soon, the army will intervene and I'll have no escape. In an instant, the man closes the distance between Bill and him and raises his sword. Kicking the ground hard, I stepped between Bill and the man, blocking his attack with my sword. A metallic sound resounds in the air as sparks fly. The man raises an eyebrow and stares at me. Something about you stinks. I don't think so. I've been bathing a lot lately. Have you lost your mind? Are you kidding me? Of course I'm kidding. He pushes back his sword. What are you doing, Bill? Get up and finish this guy off. You are supposed to want to take the credit, and earn your father's approval. I don't have a father I want to receive praise from. But you do. Get out of my way, Toru. I'll finish him off. You have a lot of spirit for such a young man. Too bad it's time to go. The man jumped back, and was grabbed by the leg by a wyvern. Shit, he's running away. Calm down, Bill. The wyvern is still circling directly above us. At this distance, my attack can reach him. I raised my sword, and launched an attack to the side. Then the wyvern's wings were clipped. My wyvern. The man fell in free fall. I then launched a second attack and ripped the sacred sword from his hand. Bill leapt up as he swung his sword, and cut the man down with it. TOC. The man fell to the ground, cut in half. Well done, Bill. Don't praise me. I don't plan to thank you either. You are still my rival, he said as he turned away. Idiot. Chaos slapped Bill's face. Frau and I were shocked. Bill clenched his fists and kept silent. How do you think I would have felt if you had lost your life? You're the heir to the Iban family. You should know that by now. I'm sorry, Father. Chaos hugged him tightly. You are important to me. If anything happens to you, I don't know what I would do. And you have served the military well. I'm proud of you. But make no mistake. I've been proud of you since you were born. You, Father. Bill returned his father's embrace in silence. Hadn't he told his father about the bandit extermination? I thought he had some kind of permission. Come to think of it, he was in a hurry to prove something. He must have decided to join the mission on the spur of the moment, following his mother's instructions to get his father's approval. But in the end, everything went well. Bill got what he wanted, and will be decorated later. I think it's good that he was able to confirm his father's love for him. However, I envy him a little. I cannot hug my father or my mother. Toru. Bill holds out his hand to me. Oh, so we'll get along after all? When I tried to grab his hand, he touched it with his hand with a simple swipe. I will not be defeated by you. Don't forget that. Yeah, sure. He smiled slightly and left the room. So, the rivalry isn't going to go away after all, or is it another one of those games? I don't know what to think anymore. My son caused a lot of problems. I'm sure you've had to deal with a lot. It wasn't a problem. He wasn't like that before. He started hating you and your parents after my wife told him what happened a while ago, but it was my fault that I didn't do something about it. I didn't show him my feelings the way I should have, so this whole thing got out of control. Chaos bowed his head deeply to me. Can you tell me what my mother and father were like? Well, I guess you must want to know how fascinating and wonderful your mother was. We sat on the couch, face to face. Silence lingers for a moment, and Chaos quietly opens his mouth. It was on the shores of this city that I met Misty. It was a day like any other. Let's go for a walk. Down the beach again? Don't say that. You like looking at the sea, don't you? HMPH. You just want to look at women in bathing suits. You got me. Rurik said with a smile. My younger brother was always loved by the people around him. My father, my mother and I loved my little brother, who was a little broken but he was kind, honest with himself, and at the same time strangely insightful. I closed my book and we went out by the sea as usual. We were very proud of our country and this city, our home symbol being the beautiful blue sea. When we were sad or happy, we always looked at the sea. Hey, brother. What? I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to see the ocean together like this. I could not immediately respond to Rurik's words. Sooner or later, my brother and I will have to go our separate ways. I will become the head of the family, and Rurik will eventually leave the mansion to live an independent life. We may never be together like this again. But fortunately we were born into a noble family. If you use the Iban family name, it will be easy to find a job. It would even be possible to serve the royal palace. My brother is a good swordsman. It is not impossible for him to become a knight of the court. There's someone passed out over there. Damn it. Rurik and I got up and ran to the shore. He picked up a woman who was lying at the water's edge. She was a woman in a white dress with black hair. Her clothes could not be said to accentuate her beauty, but her face certainly made it clear that she could be an attractive woman to the human eye. She's not breathing. Clear the air out of her lungs, quickly. But kissing an unknown woman a broken bar. Then I'll do it. You press down on her chest while I give her and clear out the water. Without hesitation, my brother placed his lips on the woman's mouth. I belatedly put my hand on the woman's chest and began to press as fast as I could. I thought the woman wasn't going to make it. I have no idea how she got here, as I didn't see any ships nearby. I thought it was just a drowned body that appeared by chance. She's breathing. I was surprised when the woman spat out the water. My brother always had a keen intuition. Perhaps he instinctively felt she could still be saved. The woman's body temperature had dropped considerably and she began to shiver. Rurik took the woman in his arms and headed for the mansion. I, who lagged behind, let out a sigh of dismay at my brother's habitual civility. The woman had no memory. She didn't even remember where she came from or why she had nearly drowned. My younger brother named her Misty and took very good care of her. Thanks to that, she was able to recover within a few days, and after a week, she was able to lead a normal life. Misty then decided to work at the mansion. My parents and I were against letting her work because she might be someone's daughter and they might be looking for her, but Misty stubbornly insisted that she wanted to work and repay us. Rurik also concurred with her opinion that it would help his rehabilitation. Moreover, we were convinced that her memory would somehow return. Sama likes books a lot, doesn't he? Yes. If you don't mind, could I borrow one too? I don't mind, but it can be a little difficult for women. My mother's collection may be better for you. It's just a broken bar. I've already read them all. I was very surprised. Within my mother's library were more than 100 books, all of them romance novels. Hard to believe that she had read them all in less than a month after coming to this house. So I decided to lend her one of my books. Misty. I called out to her as she cleaned the window in her maid's uniform. It had been a week since I started lending her books. I wondered if she was actually reading them. What can I do for you, Chaos-sama? I would like to ask you about Rupin's book. A subhumans and humans. A well, frankly, I wonder if that author has made a huge mistake. First of all, he refers to humans as the ancient species, the original ones in the world, and the rest he labels as subhumans. I think it's prejudice to try to denigrate other races. Why do you think that? I don't think that just because something's an ancient species that it should be above the rest. For the first time, I felt I knew Misty clearly. I had developed a great interest in her. I had never found any woman interesting before, but I found myself fascinated by her. More surprisingly, she had finished reading my entire collection of books in just 1 week. Every time I asked a question, she gave me a novel answer. Sometimes the answer shattered the common sense I had maintained. I was hooked on her. Every time I bought a book, I would lend it to her. Every time it was returned, there was always a letter among the books thanking me for it. By the time a few months had passed, I was convinced that she was the one I would take as my wife. Rurik, I need to talk to you about Mr. Broken Bar. I opened the door to my brother's room, and was surprised at the sight that awaited me. It was Rurik kissing Misty. There was an expression of ecstasy on her face that I had never seen before. And my brother seemed happier than ever. They both noticed my presence and looked at me. Oh, brother, what a surprise. Rurik a broken bar and Mr. Broken Bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. You're a broken bar. Yes. She and I are getting married soon. I apologize for the sudden announcement. I was immediately driven to despair. It was too late. She had already fallen for Ulrich, probably since the day he saved her. Brother a broken bar? I'm very disappointed, Rurik. I threw my gauntlet at my brother's chest. I challenged him to a duel. Rurik has never beaten me in a match. I knew that, and yet I decided to challenge him. You might say it was an underhanded and cowardly thing for me to do, but I loved Misty very much. Whoever wins gets to be with Misty. I stop joking about something like that, brother. I mean it. You are an Aban. Accept the duel with honor. Brother a broken bar. I couldn't look my brother in the eye. Honor. How can I talk about something like that when I am doing something so despicable? To try to take Misty away from your brother when you're sure he won't be able to win. If I am victorious in this duel, Rurik will leave the house. I'm trading my brother for a woman. Utterly pathetic. A broken bar. But she's worth it. Only she will understand me and truly love me. And I can only love her. She is the one who will be with me for life. It's my fault. I should have never stayed in this mansion. Misty fell to her knees. I couldn't bear to look at her pale face. I know you are sad now, but I'm going to make you happy. The child you and I will have will be brilliant. And then you'll know you were lucky you didn't end up with my idiot brother. Very well. I accept the duel. Rurik picks up the gauntlet. I turned around and said, it will be tomorrow at dawn. Get ready. I could not show him my face, as I was smiling with barely contained joy. Pat. My sword fell to the ground. Blood was dripping from my arm. A broken bar. Rurik was looking down at me with a cold stare. How did this happen? You've been hiding it, haven't you? Your true ability. You've lost to me on purpose all these years. The rain that began to fall soaked me and Rurik. Sorry, brother. Rurik a broken bar. Mr. Broken Bar. Goodbye. My brother throws down his sword and walks away with Misty. I could only watch their backs as they both walked away. After that, I fell into despair. I lost both Misty and my brother, and my regrets continued to torture me. Soon after, my father died and I became the head of the family. I stopped drinking alcohol and changed the way I acted. If I wasn't strong, the Aban family would collapse, so I kept improving with that in mind. Sometime later I got a wife through a marriage arranged by my mother. Before I knew it, I had a son held in my arms. I became a father. I had gradually forgotten about the two of them. Rurik is back? I couldn't believe my ears when my wife told me. As dumb as my brother is, I was impressed that he came back after what happened. I had a bad feeling about this. I even thought I didn't want to see him. However, as the head of the family, I can't help but see my brother. And if our broken bar Misty is with him, those buried feelings could come back. Many years have passed since then. She must also be older. If I see her again, it will be to say goodbye to these feelings. Please, I hope you're old and ugly. I want to give up on you. Without warning, the two people standing in front of the door grabbed my heart. A brother. Rurik, a broken bar and Misty. I immediately regretted our meeting. Rurik had aged over time, but Misty looked more beautiful than before. So much so that I became jealous again. The feelings I had then came back to me in vivid color. I wanted to come visit you, and mother too. It's been a long time, Kaios-sama. Yes, it's been a long time, for both of us. I clenched my fists and swallowed my anger. As I stand in front of them, I noticed that the now older Misty was caressing the head of a strange child. Kaios, this is Toru. Did you a broken bar? He looked a lot like his parents. His name is Toru. He is my nephew with the blood of the Iban. Rurik and Misty's son. Unconsciously, my hands moved towards my sword. I stop. What do you think you're doing? Rurik hit me so hard, I fell to the ground. Misty protectively hid the child behind her. Just go away, please, and don't come here again. Brother, a broken bar. I'm done with you forever. Don't call me brother, and don't come back here. Very well. Rurik and Misty left the mansion. My mother was furious, but I knew I had made the right decision. I am sure my spirit would not have lasted. I was a fool. I didn't know what was important to me until I got to this age. No, I'm wrong. I always knew, but I didn't want to admit it, and it's all my fault that my wife and son think the way they do. Kaios keeps his eyes down, seeming vulnerable. A weak and repentant man was what I saw before me. What do you think of my father now? If I could, I would apologize for everything. They did nothing wrong. Rurik and Misty, a broken bar. I'm sure they resent me very much. I see a broken bar. I say this and stand up. I walk over to the window and tell him what I was thinking as I look out. I don't think my mother and father hated you. If they did, they wouldn't have come to see you. How can you know that? I did so many horrible things. You thought it was better for both of you. You both knew it, and my parents told me about you once. Did they talk about me? I remembered the words my father and mother said to me on the way back home that day. Toru, don't hate your uncle. There's nothing wrong with him. Kaios-sama is a good and loving man, but at the moment his feelings are confused, and it's complicated for him. They had both said those words to me. Kaios suddenly stood up, walked out of the room and closed the door. What I could hear next were sobs. I felt that my father and mother's feelings had finally gotten through. We were in a crowded part of the city. We had stopped at a store. Master, what is the name of this creature? A full moon squirrel. They go crazy on full moon nights, but other than that, they are calm and friendly pets. They're cute but fierce. The squirrel in the basket tilts its head toward Kt and Frau, who peek at it. Both seem curious and happy. On the contrary, Panda was in a bad mood. He was restlessly flying circles in the air. This squirrel is definitely more worth caring for than Panda. A panda has already been monopolized by Frau-san. I would like to have a little animal like this to play with. Caillou. Panda rubbed desperately against Kid with tears in his eye. It was as if he was asking her not to replace him. I'm kidding. There's no way we'll replace you. Caillou 1/2 za. Although a squirrel is not a bad idea. Caillou. Kid seemed to be seriously considering keeping the squirrel, and Panda rushed into Kid's arms. I've never met anyone as cute and pleasant to the touch as Panda. A squirrel is useless. Panda can carry people, and can even fight. Caillou. Panda nods. However, I'm thinking it's time to add a new member. Of course, the kind of partners I'm talking about are not people. In this case, it would have to be a creature that can fight and can be used for transportation. In fact, I have been secretly longing for the black wyvern that Sane rode on. If you have to use an animal as transportation, Panda fulfills that function, but basically it's Frau who uses him 24/7, and I'm a man, so I need to make an impression when I get somewhere. Panda is not a suitable creature for a master tamer like me. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Oh, Bill. He keeps frowning and doesn't seem to like talking to me. Still, the reason he came looking for me is probably because he had business to attend to. There is a man who wishes to see you. He is already waiting for you at the mansion. Broken bar. I don't think I know anyone here. Walk. We can't keep him waiting forever. How dare that man come to see you? I didn't understand what was going on, so I decided to follow Bill to the mansion. Is this Toru? I imagined a bigger, more muscular man, but he looks pretty normal. You are broken bar? The old man who greeted me in the mansion's living room touched my body as soon as he saw me. It is obvious from his clothing and refined face that he's a nobleman. Just by looking at him you could tell he was a high-ranking aristocrat, but I still didn't recognize him. In addition to Frau and Bill, there are two knights present in the room. I have heard that you have done quite well in your mission to wipe out the bandits. I recognized you immediately by your strength, your looks and your belongings. I recognized a broken bar? By the way, what name are you going by now? Your party, I mean. This old man, he knows who we are. Who the hell is he? How did he know we were the Manitou Brigade? Anyway, have a seat. I have something to tell you. The old man sits next to Chaos, crosses his legs and smiles at him. So, tell me, what is the name of your party? A Little Hounder. Ha, that's a nice name for a party. I couldn't think of anything better. Oh well, never mind. A Little Hound. He murmurs, stroking his dark beard. Broken bar. I was hoping to ask you to cross the sea. Crossing the sea? A broken bar? I am confused by the sudden request. Honestly, it's something that interests me a lot because it's linked to Kid's past, but I can't help but wonder what the purpose of such a request was. Did you know there are other lands beyond these? I understand there is another continent beyond the sea. For a long time we had believed that there was only one land. It's hard to reach this conclusion when you live in Lastoria and observe the sea every day. What do you mean? The old man pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. The scroll, which he unfolded and showed me, contained topographical features and names I had never seen before. It must be a map of another continent. But how did he get it? In very strange cases, on the coasts of our land, the sea drags strange objects that come from several other places. The reason Lastoria is highly developed in terms of society and science is because we research such objects and then mass-produce them. Are you trying to tell me that the other continent is more advanced in knowledge and technology? A broken bar? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's no question that better civilizations than this one have been formed. And that's where I'd like to make my plea. The knight placed 3 bulging leather bags on the table. You can tell by the sound of the bags that there is gold inside them, but just by looking at them from the outside you can't tell how much they contain. The old man took a sip of his tea and put the cup down. This is a retainer's fee. There are 2 main things I want you to do. Escort a research team that will be accompanying you. I just need you to be their bodyguard. And the second thing is for you to find out if there are any countries we can make contact with. How do you know I'll be able to fulfill that last request? It's very simple. Any species that can be friends with you has the potential to be friends with us. I also hope for you to become friends with individuals that possess useful information. So you are asking me to go to another continent and make friends and interact with them as much as I can? How strange this old man is. Who the hell is he? Why are you asking me to do this? Because of your skills. I have always had a keen interest in the other continent. I've sent teams to investigate, but they never came back. The old man seemed to think that if we had defeated the Demon King, we could cross the sea. It is said that the monsters that live in the sea are much stronger than those on land. I have often heard rumors that the sea is teeming with monsters that can easily overtake a red dragon. We are going to pass over them by boat. It's nothing less than a suicide mission. It is natural that no one has returned. And if we manage to get there, It could also be a journey of no return, although, in our case, things could be very different. I am now level 3000. Also, I have a shark-type beast that can kill a blue dragon with ease. I think the odds are high that I will be able to go there and still come back. However, the problem is the location of the continent. You can't get there with just a map like this one. I'm going to ask you one thing. How are we going to get there? Do you know the location? I point out the terrain on the parchment map. I have a rough idea what it is here. The only obstacle is the monster. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. The old man looks at me with an expression as if waiting for my answer. Will you accept it? To tell the truth, it was a real blessing in disguise. We were planning to go to Kid's hometown, so we're lucky enough to be able to get there by boat. Besides, my mother's hometown could be there. I think I should take him up on this offer to get to know more about her as a person. I'll take you up on that offer. Oh, I've been waiting to hear that. I'm only doing it because you're making such a generous offer. The old man had a big smile on his face when he heard the answer he wanted. It's also good business for us. In addition, the ship will be prepared for us. Thank goodness I don't have to go through the trouble of hiring one, although there is still the problem of whether we can actually get to where we're going. Once the conversation was settled, the old man changed the subject. I heard that you are the nephew of the Marquis of Iban, but I didn't know you were originally from my country. Why don't you make him the next head of the family, Chaos? I think you've already forgotten that my son Bill will be taking that place. Oh yes, I'm sorry you and Bill had to hear those tactless words coming out of my mouth. No, a broken bar. Never mind a broken bar. Bill's expression clouded a bit before he bowed to the older man. I'm surprised Bill is so calm. This old man appears to be a very powerful man. Who the hell is he? Hey. Maybe our Lord doesn't realize the situation yet. It's not unlike what happened in Armand. It's something that can't be helped. Hey, a broken bar? What are you talking about? What haven't I noticed? Thank you for coming to see me off. I'll see you later. Have a safe trip home. Once the conversation ended, the old man walked towards the carriage parked out in front. The old man said goodbye to Chaos, Bill and us. I forgot to tell you, Chaos. A broken bar? Before getting into the carriage, the old man called Chaos and said something to him. Then his face turned toward me. His eyes were full of hope, and he quickly sketched a smile of amazement. This mission is aimed at the Maniou Brigade, not the fake little hounds. Call them accordingly. I don't want any confusion. But you still won't tell me that story. I just told you. See you soon. He got into the carriage and left the mansion. Hey, that party is dissolved. You can't do something like that. I think this old man just fooled you. Broken bar. I will have no choice but to revive the Maniou Brigade after accepting this mission. I will send a message later to King Armand apologizing. I don't like it. As soon as the old man disappeared, Bill burst out in frustration. Of course, most of his frustration was directed at me. Even if it was a secret visit, such behavior towards the king is unacceptable. What kind of person is this guy? Just because he's an Iban he thinks he can act in such an entitled manner? The king deserves respect. I can't allow that idiot to have such rude manners. Bill, calm down. Father, I'm sure you're also asking yourself the same question. How can that commoner be treated like a nobleman? He has the title of hero. Bill froze at Chaos' words. I think he was having trouble digesting his father's words. He stood with his mouth open for a few moments. Toru is Armand's hero. He was the one who defeated the Demon King. And he is not a commoner, he is a member of the Iban family. He has the highest rank of the most powerful family in Lastoria. But, further a broken bar. I know it's sudden, but that's the way it is. He's in the position to take over as head of the family. If you don't get ready to take up the mantle, Toru will be the one to do it. Toru is the hero, so I came second? Bill falls onto his legs on the floor. I have no idea how nobility works, but I was shocked to learn that I am in a position to be the next head of the Iban family. Of course, That's if something were to happen to Bill and he couldn't claim the title himself. A broken bar. Hey, wait a minute, a broken bar? Did he just call that man a king? I told you, he hadn't noticed. I'm sorry master, I couldn't tell you, that part of you is so wonderful. The way you don't realize things. It's so sweet. Egged, what other things are you hiding from me? So that old man is the king of Lastoria. I guess that settles the question of how he knew about us. I have heard that the king of Armand and the king of Lastoria get along well. At some point King Armand must have told him about us. Now that I know who I am, I feel more at ease. So we decided to go back to our room and entered the mansion. As we were about to climb the stairs to the entrance, Bill came after us. I'll never accept it. You're not a hero. You're right. I have relinquished that title. What? You gave up the title? Yes, it's a title that brings a lot of responsibilities. It's not something I'm happy about. Bill between mutterings said. You're a big idiot.